Yo, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Wake, what's up? Just getting some stuff ready. All right. What's up, Ellie? What's up, James? What we're doing today, James, is I want to go in and start to build. I did do some stuff with Lich already, but I kind of want to go in and make like a Huntress style build as well, and then maybe kind of look over the Lich a little bit more. I do know today they're doing the tavern talk, I think, with like SiahZ and stuff like that. They're doing like a QnA interview, I think, with the devs. I'm just not too sure when that starts. If anybody knows, let me know. We'll probably be watching that if it overlaps with us. I want to go ahead and pull up Path of Building. Let me actually launch the game as well, so we have that up. I can throw you down. You. There. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna get the game loaded up, just so we can have it up if we need it, and then I'm gonna get Path of Building loaded up, and then we can start. Yeah, the interview for sure. We'll see what new like stuff we can get out of it, what new details. I just don't know what time it actually begins. I know it takes place today, and I would assume you would think with oh wait, the realm is down for maintenance right now. You wait, really? Okay, I mean, we still Theorycraft. It doesn't really affect us, but interesting. I don't know. Anybody know when the realm's supposed to come back up? Let me sorry, 1 second. Let me just throw, I guess, this over to Path of Building. All right, let me throw this on over. All right. I haven't been watching to see if they dropped notes yet, because it looks like a bunch of balance changes and stuff to tree. Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen soon, hopefully. You said you're on in the game? Interesting, let me try it. Oh, I'm in. You're right. I don't know what that was, but we're good. So we can leave that in at least for now until we need to do stuff. So this is kind of what I came up with a little bit. I don't know if it's like, you know, perfect, but I figured going into stuff, you know, for like more mana and stuff like that, you know, and probably playing around Archmage, since we're already stacking mana for, you know, the what do you call it, for the increased, like, you know, what do you call it, might magnitude, is probably just good to go on Archmage too for free damage. at least what I was thinking. And then obviously running stuff like, you know, Void and stuff like that for more increased chaos damage. What else did I go into? One of the things I was like, I don't know if we should go into it. Where was it? There's one we could apply more hexes. I'm just trying to figure out where the node was. New. But yeah, I mean, this is what I was looking at. I don't know. Yeah, let me see if I can figure out what time this tavern talk starts. Let me get to no. All right. But yeah, this is what we're running. For at least like I said, Lich. Let me just try to bring up, if I can, on the side monitor here, the so we're all good. The, you know, nodes and stuff, so we can look at it. I see nothing. Nice. Lich Ascendancy nodes. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Order? So yeah, so I figured since we're already going into probably where's it at? Necromantic Conduits. So we gain Unholy Might, right? And then we're gonna be going into what's the node called? Blackened Heart. So we get increased magnitude of Unholy Might for 100 max mana. Like I figured, why not just go into the skills and run Archmage? That's more, you know, lightning damage plus more damage as chaos. Now, I don't know if this is the right stuff to run, obviously. And like you guys said, we have to wait for the patch to really, like, see the changes and stuff that are going to be happening. So, we'll have to kind of go into that and see. Yeah, right, Cyber? We're going to be theorycrafting some stuff today, Order. So... like I said, there's some stuff that we could potentially drop, like, for example, Aetherflow we could potentially drop, Pure Chaos, I mean, right, we could potentially drop, but we'll have to see how some stuff works. This is just kind of what I was looking at, because obviously we want to go into crit, for sure, so going into, obviously, Deadly Force and stuff like that, and potentially having this crit chance node at the bottom is probably worth, potentially Careful Assassin, too. That is a lot more increased crit chance. I mean, we'll have to see obviously how it feels in game. If we need that, we can maybe take it off from our crit damage if we're proccing enough. But yeah, I mean, this is what I was looking at. And then obviously just playing into Energy Shield. I don't really have any type of like items in, because I figured kind of leave it blank for now. Just do the tree. We could try to throw in, if you guys want, like some League Stutter stuff. Potentially what we could get kind of easily like day one. And then maybe kind of like reverse engineer backwards from there. You know, throw in some stuff like level 60, 70 type stuff. And then kind of go in, try to make some trees through the leveling. Now, I don't know if exactly the passive tree is going to be changing a whole lot. That's one thing I'm not really too sure of. Because I don't know if they're going to be adding a whole bunch of more nodes. Or if they're just simply just going to change what some existing nodes do. But I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Because they didn't say anything about the passive tree changing, did they? At least from what I could tell, I didn't see anything of that in like the reveal stream or anything. So, you know. Let's look at this one thing. Alright, let's get that one. I didn't say anything about the changes happening there. I got you. I think it'll just be overall balancing of things. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Right now, I am doing a like Lich Hex Blast type build right now. I do need to go into Despair and then throw in Blasphemy here. I'm just gonna kind of look real quick to see how other people do Blasphemy support. Because obviously this is, you know, first time for me at least, so I don't know how people run Blasphemy, is in like what curses and other stuff they run in there. But let me look at this real quick. I think the decomposed boots could possibly be a build item if they haven't played around with yet. Potentially. So obviously we'd want Blasphemy in here. So we're gonna throw Blasphemy in. Just say it's on. We could just get rid of one of these potentially and just run something else, right? I don't know which one we would drop in here. Because I don't think we care about Hex Bloom, right? If we're running Blasphemy, that's just gonna have it in a radius, correct? If we're near them. So potentially something like this. I'm not really too sure, but we can play with this in a little bit. I'm just gonna save it. At least we have Blasphemy in there. Would we throw connectivity in here as well? Is the thing, or do we keep it on a cast? I'm thinking maybe keep it on a cast, just because for mobbing, I don't think we'd really need connectivity. Like maybe, but I feel like it might just be better to leave it here so it's stronger on bossing. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and take a look at the decomposed boots. See what they're looking like. So the one thing I did see some people kind of like posting about and saying, let me see. Was that obviously the, what do you call it, gloves could be potentially broken. I think these are them. Yeah, the Demon Snatcher gloves, because obviously you're sacrificing 10% of your life to gain that much of his energy shield. But again, here, if I just go and just try to see, is there a way that I could bring up the Ascendancy for you guys? I guess we could do this. So obviously this sacrifices life, right, to get energy shield. But if we go ahead and take a look real quick at the Ascendancy, hold on, I gotta figure out where the heck this Wish Blast thing is. There we go. Think you guys should be able to see this now? Nope. Hold on. Let me fix it. Oh yeah, on the game real quick while I fix this. Okay, apparently you are not going to be able to see the PNG of the Ascendancy. Then what I can do is this really quickly. Alright, this should work. I fixed it. There you go. Obviously, we sacrificing 10% of life's energy shield, but if we go into the node Eternal Life, says your life cannot change while you have energy shield. So obviously we don't know really how this is going to play into stuff, because if this is the case, then obviously we don't lose life, and we're just going to keep getting back energy shield, 10% of it every time we cast a spell. If we are running Hex Blast, I mean, that's kind of broken. So I don't know if it's going to be a thing where if our life doesn't change, we don't get the energy shield back because the condition is not met, or if it'll bypass Eternal Life, or how that'll exactly work. It's also interesting that Soulless Form has 10% of damage taken bypasses energy shield. So it's weird that they would have a node like that there if the other node, Eternal Life, says that your life cannot change while you have energy shield. So it's like, you know, I don't really understand how these two interact with each other. Because it sounds like, obviously, with Eternal Life, our life should never go down if we have energy shield. So I don't know why they'd put, like, Soulless Form there. So obviously we'll have to play around with it, but, I mean, even if, you know, a certain portion gets through, Demon Stature might still be worth, but, I don't know, we'll have to obviously play around and look into it, and maybe we can get some clarification, potentially, in the patch notes, but we'll see. There could be an OP interaction with, obviously, the Demon Snatcher gloves and Eternal Life. Go ahead and flip this back to the game. The path of the building. I think it would be fair to assume a ES nerf, potentially. Maybe epic, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if the energy shield is going to be, you know, like if your life is still going to be deducted or what, because it makes it sound like in that note, at least, that if you have energy shield, your life should never leave the number that it's currently at, right? Like if you have just say 2k life, you should never go below that. But I don't know, we'll have to wait, I guess, obviously, and see. But yeah, so still, I think running the simple stuff that like other people run for, obviously, ES builds is probably like go-to. For example, it's like Asteri's Dissident, go for that. Potentially even go for, what is the one body armor? Oh, I cannot think of the name of it. Sorted by, we'll do body armors, and then we sort by energy shield. It should pop up. Yeah, Ghost Wraith. There we go. This could be a very good combo, these three, but obviously we'll see. I don't think it'd be hard to get these three once we get to endgame and, you know, get some semi-currency. Easily just grab at least Ghost Wraith and Asteri's Dissident. But obviously we'll have to see how it feels and stuff like that, and then just go from there. Now, you would run this as what? Double, you'd run this as what? Probably what? Wand and Shield? At least that's what I would assume you'd run this as. So if we're running a wand, let's craft one. Do you know if the patch notes are going to drop before the update? I wish they would know what they're nerfing. They said they're going to be released this week. I don't know what day. I was kind of hoping it would be today they'd release them. I mean, obviously, I guess that can still happen because they usually don't release stuff until about 5-6 o'clock. Eastern Standard Time, obviously, so we could still potentially get them, but I don't know. They're like, you know, we haven't had any word on what day. I mean, crazy idea is wand in that new unique buckler, which makes parried enemies take extra magic damage. Oh, true. Well, that's one thing though. We don't know how much extra like spell damage they take. Like, I don't know if it's like, you know, 10-12% extra spell damage per parry or exactly what it is, right? So it could potentially be good to go into that. I mean, I guess we could look at shields real quick. The one shield that I was kind of thinking of was Threaded Light. We go ahead and just go back to any slot. Name. Threaded Light. This one. Potentially. So this one obviously would give us energy shield, mana regen, which is nice, and then just increase spell damage per spirit. And obviously we're gonna have to go for spirit, so right there I feel like we are gonna get a decent amount of spell damage. Because right off the rip we get what, 100 spell damage, or 100 not spell damage. We have 100 spirit. And we're getting what, 10%? Yeah, we're getting 10% increased spell damage per 10 spirit. Off the base you have 100 spirit. So that's what, 100% increased spell damage, right? Just off the rip with base spirit. And then we're probably gonna at least have to go like 160, 170, maybe more. So I mean 160% increased spell damage. I mean that's a pretty decent amount, I feel like, for a shield at least. Well, it's interesting that they would put that on a Huntress though, Epic, because it's like, why would you put a buckler on a Huntress that makes it to where enemies, you know, or at least that like new base type of shields, right, to be parried, which I guess they're just maybe trying to cover bases for like a bunch of different builds, but I mean we'll have to see obviously. But yeah, I mean, potentially this, we'll see. For one, we obviously got to craft it. What base wand do we even want to go for? Does it really matter? Do we want to go for like a wither or something? Like, I'm just gonna go with the thing that it probably doesn't matter what base type wand we go for, and I'm just gonna go for whatever. I don't really think it matters. I'll just leave it as the same base right now. So for creating this wand, what can we achieve that'd be easy, like day one? What is the desired stats? Obviously increased spell damage and mana probably, right? But we probably want to roll mana on here. We'll just leave it as like 100 mana. I don't think it'd be that hard to get. And then probably increase spell damage. Again, we'll leave this at... Well, yeah, we'll leave this at base 66. So I don't think these two stats would be hard to really get. Then what else would we want to roll on here? What are you guys thinking? We could, I mean, down here for the suffix. I know you can probably do chaos spells, which are probably going to be worth it. I just don't know how hard this would be to get day one, right? Like, I mean, we could slap it on, just leave it as like a +2. Minimum of the road, obviously. I mean, and then the last thing we probably want is just crit chance, right? We're going to be running this as a crit build. And then I'm just going to kind of go on and say, like, that's what we would want on a wand. Now, obviously, I don't know how hard it would be to roll that. So I'm going to leave it as this, add it to the build. But I'm going to, can I create a copy of this? Guess I could just do this and then craft the same item, right? And then just edit it again. And then save it. And then I can come over here to the chaos spell and then just get rid of that. So this I think would be a much easier one to get day one. This has what? Spell damage, mana, cast speed, and crit chance. I don't think it'd be that hard to get this type of wand at day one. Just rolling off the chaos 2 spells. Obviously, we'll have to see. I'm really hoping that they buff the cast spells of the game currently, because I would love to just do a dot build instead of running Hex Blast. I mean, obviously, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, if that is the case, then the tree would shift pretty significantly. But I think for now, leaving as like this is fine. Obviously, I feel like you would want to get cast spells on there. But I think day one, it might be a little bit hard. So I think just running these 3 items are not that hard to get. Obviously, Demon Snatcher, we'll have to see if it's even worth going for. Because the interaction could be very broken, or it could also be dog. Let's see. Alright, so now for boots, obviously we want to go for move speed on them. Let's go boots. Just ES based boots, right? Could probably just expert feathered sandals. I think that's the best ES base. Oh, sorry. I don't think there's any other boots that have higher ES, right? Energy shield 83, energy shield 90. Yeah, okay. If you want to try Dot Blasphemy, Despair, Magnified Effect, and Decayed does do something already with Contagion. Okay, Epic. I'll have to keep that in mind. Like I said, I'm honestly just waiting for buff because I'm really hoping they go in and buff the chaos skills. Like, I feel like right now the chaos skills are severely underwhelming. Obviously, they like, do no damage. No one runs them. So I'm hoping they significantly buff the crap out of them to the point where they are very, like, you know, usable, and we could take full effect. Now, one thing I did hear, I don't know, maybe if you guys can confirm, is I did hear extra chaos damage, like gain percent as extra chaos damage, does not affect dots. If that's the case, that kind of sucks, because obviously that means us building into like Archmage and mana and stuff like that to get, you know, Unholy Might, then scale it up to get like 200% of extra damage as chaos damage, would mean that that would not affect any type of chaos dot, which would kind of suck. I love turning Hex Blast, cast on crit, detonate dead. So what's the difference between running that Ellie and not running cast on crit, detonate dead? Is just the cast on just better overall, like a better variant. Alright, so what would we go for? Obviously the increased move speed. Obviously we'd want mana as a prefix. We'd want mana, and then probably life. Also we want that maxed out. Probably something similar to this. Probably want to have mana closer to like the hundreds as we can. Something like that. And then the last 3 would probably just be reses if we can get it. So I'm just going to throw each res on. Obviously we don't have to go for this, but something like that probably. If we can get 2 of those reses rolled on with like similar mods, probably what we want to get on boots. Let me make sure that they're not doing there now. So what time's this tavern thing? Okay, so the tavern talk starts at 1 PM PDT. Your consciousness will now get turned off. So that means it's 4 PM. So in like 3 hours it starts. I think we should still be live then. I don't want to click another button. It's more efficient for screen clearing. Got you. I mean, we could potentially run it, obviously. It's just we'd have to see what we could potentially go into or drop off of for the spirit, because we're going to have, obviously, a decent chunk of spirit reserved. Prime, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the channel. Glad you're vibing out and enjoying yourself. Okay. So we're just going to kind of get on the line for the amulets. What we want to run as a base type, probably just a solar. Honestly, we're gonna need the spirit. I don't think we would want to run, I mean, I guess another alternative would be like a lunar, but I think solar's just gonna be the best in this case. Again, we'd want spirit on it, probably high as we can go, but we'll leave it as 40 for now. What else do we want to roll in here? Mana for sure. We want to have mana on like every piece of gear. Again, we'll just leave this as a 100 roll. I don't think it'd be that hard to get 100 on it. Do we want to roll life? Obviously, probably reses. If we can get chaos, would probably be better. Can you get level chaos skills actually on an amulet? I guess you can projectile skills. That would still count, wouldn't it? To level up. So potentially projectile skills, and then it would just be reses potentially. That or like crit chance. I mean, whatever you can roll on it. There's a roll life. So something potentially is this what we want to look for, but obviously the projectile skills we probably don't need to roll. So maybe just let's leave the amulet as that right now. And then we can go ahead and make another amulet potentially that we can like kind of juice so we know what we want to look for in it. Obviously we want to go level to projectile skills. We probably want to look for reses. Whatever reses, doesn't really matter, I don't think. So something like that would be like the juiced version. Just like for projectile skills and then reses on it. Or we could potentially roll crit chance as well. I think any of those combinations would be good. Now we get into the rings. What do we want to roll for rings? Rings. Let's craft them. Again, I'm just thinking what? Probably mana on it. We probably want to roll breach, right? So maybe try to hit breach day 1 to get ring drops and just try to roll them. But I'm thinking probably better day 1 to try to get prismatics for that. Oh, Ellie res. Mana, and then probably just honestly life. Mana, life. Do we want to roll anything else on these rings? What do you guys think? What else could we roll on rings that potentially would be worth it? Hey, Meat, what's up, man? Currently what I'm doing right now is just trying to create like a Hex Blast switch type style. I got the tree kind of there. Obviously we can play with it and potentially remove some stuff. But I kind of just have like a rough tree, and then we are kind of just doing the items. I'm trying to split in items that are going to be easier to get day 1. Instead of trying to go for like juiced items that are like, you know, cracked and are going to be costing a lot. I'm just trying to get stuff that shouldn't cost too much that we could potentially get on day 1 and just kind of have like a template to do. I have a feeling you're going with one of these 2 builds for start, Lil. Crown, I'm probably doing Huntress and or Lich, like Amazon. I think it's what it's called, or yeah, Lich build. Ben, what's up? Hex what? Hex Blast. It's a like chaos dot skill, or not dot, but a chaos skill that does chaos damage. And obviously I'm thinking if we're going to be running into Unholy Might and we're getting like 200% increased magnitude, which it starts base, I think at 30% of damage is extra chaos damage. And you get 4% magnitude per 100 mana. So if we're just Archmage stacking mana, we should be getting an absurd amount of extra chaos damage. So that's what I'm kind of thinking of rolling. Of like is a League Start build. And then another one we're gonna look into is like Amazon Huntress. I need to stay Ranger. Your movement speed Ranger builds look so fun. I mean, they're very fun. It's just gonna be hard to do that off League Start. But I will be obviously having League Start builds too for the Ranger. I want to try to do League Start builds for our Magnetic Salvo, for like a Lich, for a Amazon Huntress, maybe a Ritualist Huntress, you know, and have like at least a good amount of League Starts out there. For like the current builds that I've done, even like maybe Shattering Concoction League Start as well, for like Pathfinder. Are you planning on doing the quickest way to mapping or post mapping? I'm not sure right now, mate. I would like day 1 to try to be through campaign and like level 70, but obviously I'm not too sure how possible that's going to be. What build do you think can run through campaign the fastest? I think it's subjective to the player, to be honest. And I haven't really grinded that much through campaigns, so I can't really tell you. We're gonna shoot for that meat. We'll see if we can get it. I mean, it might be very, you know, I might be shooting too high, but if I can get through campaign on day one, I'll be pretty happy, mate. Warrior's the fastest clear. Oh, okay, epic. Good to know. Okay, yeah, so if you guys think we should roll anything else on our rings, let me know. I mean, we could obviously roll flat damage and other stuff. But I don't think that really does any effect there, right? Like, because I don't think it'll apply to Hex Blast. What are you aiming for, farming item-wise in campaign? I mean, I don't know, really, for campaign, I mean, it's just kind of going through it, low-key, and just trying to upgrade every now and then. I don't really have, like, items that I'm trying to go for, obviously. I'm just trying to get to campaign the fastest. So, obviously, I'm going to be doing research and stuff into the coming days, and trying to watch guides on speedrunning through campaign, so we can try to get the fastest run through possible. Yeah, so Perfect Strike Warrior apparently is the fastest, but... Alright, so let's get through this. We need to craft a belt. Let's go ahead and craft that belt. So what do we want in a belt? Ingenuity? Imagine. Honestly, I don't really think it matters for, like, base type. I mean, obviously, I mean, I kind of like just... Where is it? Where's the, I swear, is it a, look for the belt that allows your flask to have a percentage used instantly. Flash charges gained, items found, and recovery, life recovery. Why can I not find it here? Am I bugging? Oh, here we go. Utility. There we go. That's what we want. So obviously mana again. Who would have guessed it? Probably life rolls. Reses if we can. What is our res right now? So we need cold, fire, lightning. So probably just all three reses: fire, cold, lightning, and all of that. And obviously on our rings we can double roll reses too. So let me just go in and just kind of edit that for reses. Yes, Lich is another new character we can play. Well, not a new character, it's a new Ascendancy, a part of which. Are you big on the recombinators? I see a lot of people getting excited about them bringing back. I have no knowledge on it, to be honest. So what recombinators do, Crown, basically is you can take two items, right? So just say you have two bows, one with really good crit chance and damage, and another one with like lightning damage and high like physical roll, right? Like physical damage. You can then take both of them, consume both of the bows, and then combine them into one, as long as they're the same base type, I believe. And you have a chance of rolling the best stats on each bow onto one. Obviously, you have a chance of rolling, you know, maybe good crit chance and damage on one bow, and then the bad stuff on another. But you have a chance at least of combining both of them into one really good one. So obviously, it's, you know, kind of still gambly RNG, but it's still more than what we have now, and it allows for a lot more, you know, deterministic crafting in a sense, because you can just try to shoot for two, maybe three good, you know, rolls on a bow, and trying to get another bow with another 2-3 good rolls and hope that you can combine them both, right? They're just like an extra layer of crafting. A long week? No, I felt bad, yeah. I just wish the update was out already, you know? Alright, so we want to roll what on this? Probably we'll do like fire, lightning. And this one we'll do cold, lightning. Boom, 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 boom. Then our solar amulet we can just roll potentially like fire, cold, maybe. See if we can just roll like an all potentially early res. You know what? We'll do fire, cold. There. Now we're like capped out on reses. Good to go there. Obviously we can do Cast resistance. So we have something like obviously base type here. Not a lot of damage, obviously. This isn't the best item, so you would obviously want to run like Ingenuity, other stuff. There's just kind of league start where we could potentially get day one that I think would be decent. And then obviously we don't have calculations in either for the Ascendancy, so we can't really calc that in as well. So do keep that in mind. Yeah, no problem, Crown. Why is my... Oh, because that popped up. So we have this. Obviously, how do you guys feel about the tree? Do you guys feel like the tree can be changed at all? I mean, like I said, we could potentially drop going into Pure Chaos. This would drop us by a little bit. 28k down to 25. But that would save potentially 4 points there. What else could we drop? We could potentially drop that, but we'll keep it for now. We could potentially drop like mana regen and stuff like that. But I think this might just be good to have since we do want to have our mana up. Obviously, I feel like still going into Arcane Intensity is good. Is there anything that you guys think we should go into here on the tree or change? Obviously, I don't know if I have any Hex Blast enjoyers in here. I think Ellie said she played Hex Blast. So I don't know exactly if this tree is good or not, or optimal in any way. What is our crit chance right now? 22.19%. Okay. I heard being that the new Witch Ascendancy can hold 3 rings now. It's almost a guaranteed Ingenuity belt are getting nerfed. If not, that extra ring is going to be insane. It's not the new Witch, it's the new Huntress. She has a class called Ritualist, and that is able to hold 3 rings. But yeah, I expect Ingenuity to probably get nerfed. But I'll still have to wait and see. So I'm thinking, I mean, this is decent for right now. Obviously, we'd be throwing in jewels and other stuff. That gives like mana, potentially a, you know, a, what do you call it up here? Oh, I can't remember the name of it, but the jewel that allows you to socket stuff that are crit stuff that aren't connected to the tree. So we could potentially get like either pure power or, you know, something good in this regard, like even like Stormbreaker, stuff like that. And then some other stuff. This is just that. I mean, obviously, what we're kind of going for skill wise. Again, I'll have to look into it. I don't know if Despair and stuff like that is really going to be going. I mean, I just have Blasphemy and this stuff here. Let's see. So what is our Spirit cost right now? Total Spirit is 153. What is our cost though? What is costing that much on Spirit? We have Archmage. Archmage is what? 100 Spirit right there. Grim Feast, that's 30 Spirit. And we do Blasphemy, that's another... Is Blasphemy not a Spirit consumption? I think Blasphemy is Spirit consumption, right? We have connectivity on cast, so that's fine. Withering Presence is another Spirit. And then that's it. Per slotted 60? I don't think it's per slotted, Epic, is it? Is that how it works in game? What's up, D? What's up, man? Is there only per slotted 60? Let me go to the game real quick and check. I think you have enough to throw on Blasphemy. Let's take off like our cast on, and then we gotta do sort of inventory. Obviously, but take off cast on to throw all these off. What can we get for curse? Do we have any? Can I just search like curse? Oh my god, what am I doing? First, there we go. We can throw connectivity in here. We can see flammability. We'll see. So right now we're taking up how much spirit? 60 spirit. Okay. So you are right. Okay, okay. I just didn't know that's how it worked. Okay. So you would want to just throw one of it in here then, right? That's what you would do. Just throw one curse and blasphemy. Okay. Okay, I got you. I got you. I should have believed. Okay, okay. My thing is, there's so what do we want to throw in then for Blasphemy? We probably want to throw in just like Despair. Probably. So we're just gonna unclick all these. Obviously, leave Blasphemy. Probably just throw on Despair. And then we want to throw a magnified effect on. Does that have anything to do here? Like that. Magnified effect. Let's keep it like that. So we would need like 200 spirit to run this, and I wonder if they're going to be rebalancing Ascendancies like Titan or Gemling, because as it stands now they're OP. They probably are, I would assume. They said they're shifting the meta up hard, so you would assume something like that, right? I mean, also, like I said, wait till patch notes to see, but hopefully we can see it soon. So probably something like this. We can get all these out of here potentially. When's patch notes coming? Hopefully within a day or two. They haven't said anything on it, obviously. Maybe we'll get some clarification in today's interview with, I think it's Gazi and somebody else, I forget who, that are doing Tavern Talk. Might be Darth. So hopefully we can, maybe they'll get some info of when that's coming. All right, so this is fine. Obviously, I'll look through this later, but I'm kind of liking everything else. We'll see if we can get the spot cost down, but for right now, I think we're good. So now we need to go into Huntress. I'll do Huntress real quick. It's gonna be that hard for Huntress. So we already have leveling for Huntress. Obviously, it's not that bad. I mean, would the tree basically be the same as our Lightning Ranger, though? Where's our budget Lightning Ranger? I think I went over it, didn't I? Yeah. So we go to the 170 mil. Wouldn't it be basically the same? For like endgame wise? Just simply, literally, almost a copy and paste of the same tree, unless it changes significantly. Where is the tree? I don't know, level 60 tree. Save. Okay. Okay, so obviously, if we're talking about like day one, we want to go into like level 70, just say. Probably something very similar in that sense. I'm obviously not going to really do too much with the stuff here. Just gonna kind of go in because I think we'd be playing Storm Spear, I think is what it's called. What's up, week? Yeah, we'll probably be watching the tavern and stuff like that. Obviously, it's in a few hours, so I would like to try to get Huntress done. At least like an in-game tree of it, and then we'll probably play a little bit in-game, and then we'll do like a watch party of that, and we'll probably end stream. And then I would like to start releasing these builds. It's just my thing is, I was thinking about doing this over the weekend, right? I was like, I could release like a Lich build with Hex Blast or a Huntress Amazon style build, right? But it's like we don't really know the patch notes, so I feel like people, you know, like it's not really fully there. It's going to change a lot until we get patch notes. So it's like, do I release them? I could have done like an overview like people are doing, and I probably should have done that Friday. I just didn't think of doing that idea, which kind of sucks, and it's already been done, like, you know, by everybody by now. So yeah, I'm not really too sure what to do until patch notes, literally, which kind of sucks because I thought we were going to get them last week. Yeah, right, Ben. Okay, so we would come down here into Frazzled. Obviously, for the magnitude, we want that. Probably in a Catalyst into the Jewel Socket, down. No game. We don't want to go into that. Into Exploit again, because I feel like this increased damage is just, like, too good not to go into. Then we would obviously come down, probably grab Acceleration, I would think, but maybe not. We'll see. We would obviously go into the Spear skills here. I feel like that's a no-brainer. And then is there any point? I mean, we wouldn't go into that. We wouldn't go into Master Fletching. Would we go down into Heavy Ammunition? I'm thinking maybe not. Would we come? I think we're obviously gonna be playing a crit base, so I feel like again we would simply go into that, down into that, just like that from our crit chance and all that. Coming Calamity, I don't know if we're gonna go into that because we'd be playing around the infusion style. Let me actually bring the Ascendancy up so I have it. So yeah, if we're playing with elemental infusion and stuff like that, where's these skills at for her? Come on, where's the Ascendancy skills for her at? There we go. If we're going into Amazon, we would go into Elemental Infusion, which we would have to consume either Frenzy, Endurance, or Power Charge. And that would then trigger Infused Weapon. So for example, if we did Frenzy Charge, we would get 2 Lightning Infusions. Hey, what's up, Bobby? I am doing Theorycrafting kind of builds right now for Huntress and Lich. We sort of have one set up and pretty completed for Hex Blast Lich with like Archmage and mana stacking. So then let me see. You're out of the Lich. So yeah, so what Elemental Infusion does is it's going to convert 100% of our physical damage to whatever element we have. So if we're doing Frenzy Charge and we're getting Lightning, that's going to be 100% of physical damage converted to Lightning damage. And that makes it to where once we hit an enemy with a projectile attack, as long as we have those infusions up, the projectile is going to explode at the end of its flight. So I don't even really know if we would go into Heralds. Probably Herald of Lightning, but Cold and Fire, I don't even know if we'd play into that. Plus, they said that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, they said that they're nerfing the heralds so they can't like chain into each other anymore. So obviously, if that's the case, then Herald of Ice and Herald of Lightning chaining like we're doing now is not going to be possible. So I don't even know if we would run other heralds. So we might just run Herald of Lightning and then just try to really go with the infused style to get our clear. Off that anime betrayals, right? Bobby, I am probably going to be playing an Amazon build, to be honest. But so if we're doing that, so one thing I will say, I don't know, we don't have info on the skills, right? But if I go down here and look at the skills, I can pull you guys into this too. Hold on, let me just copy. I hate that I got to do this for everything. It won't let me like. Oh, I apparently can't even do that. The file size is too big. Nice. Guess I could stream my screen. Trying to think. You know what I can do? I can do this. This isn't too big. There we go. Do that, open it, do that, into that, and then I can just throw you guys over. There you guys go. So obviously this setup, right? We can see the skills. This is what you get for Huntress, by the way. If you guys haven't seen it already, let me just pull you guys over here. So we can see obviously what we get. We're gonna be having Barrage with Sniper's Mark. So it's interesting because I wonder if some skills are going to be able to be triggered by Barrage. And if that's the case, then it might be worth looking into, because that should consume Frenzy Charges, obviously, and give us our Lightning Infusion. So we might have a thing where we Sniper's Mark, and then potentially Barrage consume, so this way we can get Lightning Infusion. There's obviously some skills that we don't know. For example, we have Glacial Lance. For some reason, it's a fire skill, or a fire icon, but it should be a cold skill, so we'll see that. Then we have Fangs of Frost, so like this stuff might be cool to play into. For clearing, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'm thinking off the rip, we're probably just going to start with Lightning Spear, and then we could go in and look at these other ones like Storm Spear and stuff. But the one that I'm currently looking into potentially for bossing might be Spear of Solaris. We'll have to see, obviously. It'll probably be a fire skill. But I can, Bobby. I can throw in the POBs if you guys want. Obviously, they're not fully done, and we have to wait for patch notes to get like a full accurate, representation of what's being changed and what's being added to really have like a League Start build going. But I mean, yeah, I can throw the POBs up. But yeah, so we're gonna be wanting to obviously Frenzy Charge consume. That's one thing we gotta make sure we're thinking about when building here. No, where's my path to building? There we go. Wait, they said 25 new skills. There's 20 there. One for the Witch, one for is Herald of Blood. What are the other three? So one's for the Witch. One is the Herald of Blood. And then isn't there like 3 or something, Ben, on the new like Warrior Forging Ascendancy? Isn't like Temper and then like a bunch of other ones? Yeah, I got you, Bobby. So obviously we'd want to go into that. We'd want to go up into here for sure. Well, we could just go around into that, but do we want to go up into here? Probably. So we can go up into here, then we can grab Falcon Technique, which I think we would want. Did they count those? Feels like a scam. I mean, I guess the one is from the Ritualist too, if you count that. The like sacrifice where you can like stab enemies and get their modifiers or yourself. So I guess that's one skill, right? And then do you count like the elemental infusions and stuff as a skill? I don't know. I think another skill they're counting is with the row amount. So the work on the song. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what they counted then. Because there's 20 skills like you said there. I don't know what they're counting. Yeah, potentially, Ben, yeah. Alright, so we're gonna go into that. Do we want to go into proficiency and then go into something over here? Maybe. We'll probably run the same setup if nothing's changed for like the energy shield evasion based hybrid. So with that being said, we probably would go into something like that again, and then we'd go up into here. I think for sure we're gonna go into Kite Runner for the projectile speed and projectile damage. Again, we would go up into this. I think it's a no-brainer. Probably in the bottom one too for the Ascendancy. And then grab the jewel socket again. We'd go back up into here, go into there. Be very similar to our like magnetic salvo lightning ranger in that regard. I think for sure we would go into something like this for more magnitude and stuff. Just because the magnitude of shock is pretty important, getting close to that 100%. And then from there, what are we at right now? We're at level 80. This is level 80 tree. Is there anything you guys think we like 100% need to go into? Or the tree? I mean, I guess maybe potentially Coming Calamity, but I don't really see anything that we like 100% need to go into. We could. So I don't have the chart right now. But I know there is heavy drop off of accuracy rating stacking. So I think at like 12,000 accuracy or something like that, you get like 140% like chance to hit or whatever, right? Like you get 40% past the 100% chance. And then it like something absurd like 25, 30,000, you're only at like 47%. So you only get like a 7% increase for like, you know, doubling or close to like tripling your accuracy. So I think you really only want to get around like 7,000 to 8,000 accuracy. So we could go into Falcon Dive. I just don't know if it's worth extra points going into it for that much accuracy. I just don't know if it's better than going into something like Falcon Technique. I mean, I don't know. It might be. Potentially dropping these nodes going into Falcon Technique. Yeah, Falcon Dive. We could drop 4, right? And then we could go into... You probably would want to go into, what, the left side for crit chance? Into this, I would think probably. We might swap it to the right side, depending, but we could keep that, I guess, for now. I mean, yeah, true, you do. Yeah, we got you. Like I said, we're going to be looking into him. It's just going to take a while for the tavern talk. It doesn't start for like another like 2.5 hours or something. So, I mean, we could go into that. I don't even know if you would go into Falcon Dive. I feel like you'd go one or the other. We'll see, obviously. One of the big things is the spears, like how easy it's going to be to accuracy stack. Because for a bow, obviously, it's not that hard to get accuracy in abundance. And then, obviously, rolling accuracy on, like, you know, 1 or 2 pieces of your gear, you could pretty much reach, like, 7,000 to 8,000 accuracy. And you probably wouldn't want to roll it anymore. Maybe on, like, one other piece of gear, and I feel like you would stop then. But, I mean, I feel like this tree is pretty good. We're getting a lot of... magnitude of shock, which obviously is really good because we're going to be running lightning. Obviously, we don't really have a lot of pen. We potentially could go into Storm Surge for lightning pen. Would we want to come down actually into this stuff and like grab like Wildstorm and then expose to the storm? This would be a level like 90 tree. I mean, I think from there this is pretty good because we wouldn't go into this or this cluster. You obviously wouldn't go into anything down here. I still think going to Exploit is good because this is like 50% increased damage. I think you would still go to there. I think Catalyst is still good as well, at least to get into the Jewel Sock if you didn't go into Exploit. I think down here is good. The only thing we could maybe drop is Acceleration, but I think that move speed is pretty good as well. I guess if you wanted another point, what you could do is go into Escape Velocity. It's on 3% move speed. But yeah, I mean, I think for now we could leave Wildstorm here. But we could drop it and keep it as level 80 tree. But I think we might just keep Wildstorm potentially. Into, you know, Explosive the Storm, just so we have like a base template to go into. To be honest, the reveal stream didn't meet my hype, or is it because I rewatched? I mean, I thought there was a lot of good stuff in there, but I'm thinking we just keep this for now. So let's go work on the skills. Obviously, we don't have the spear skills, so we can't run it, I don't think. Yeah, nothing in there. Zermachu, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams and stuff like that, dude. Thank you for the follow. So I think we're gonna go into definitely Herald of Thunder. I just don't know what exactly supports we're gonna run for this. Will we run the same ones? Like, would we run Lightning Infusion in here? Like Lightning Infusion, Innervate, like Magnified Effects? We'd run like something like that in there? Potentially, I guess. I'm just not too sure exactly the spear stuff. Because we might for spear run stuff like long shot still potentially. I think we would 100% run like ambush and maybe a few other stuff, but yeah, I'm not too sure. We'd run Herald of Thunder, probably connectivity, right? Like connectivity again. I don't know what our bossing is going to be or how bad it's going to be. We just won't know until we actually get hands on it in Amazon or the like patch note stuff to really dive in. Yeah, so the way that, at least that I've heard from Heralds, right, for what they said, obviously we don't have patch notes, so we don't know the full extent, but at least they're nerfed to the point where they don't chain into each other. So I still think potentially running like one Herald is good, just for that extra bit of clear. But yeah, definitely chaining into for like Herald of Thunder and Ice is not going to be possible anymore. So we would go Cursed Ground, we would go Heightened Curse, and then we would go... what's the last curse you usually go to? Ritualistic Curse. So just keep something like that. And then... Thunder Connectivity. I don't know. Will we do some sort of cast on? So that's one thing I don't really fully know. Let me get the thing up here so I can show you guys what I'm going to be talking about. So one thing I don't know about like going into a lot of crit chance and stuff like that, with Amazon you can use Infusion for clear. Yeah, I know we can use Infusion for clear. I'm just saying some like it might still be worth running a Herald just for the extra bit of clear, right? Because we're gonna have downtimes into triggering our Infusion, because obviously we need to consume a frenzy charge. So that's one thing that we do need to put into the build, is like probably like barrage and sniper's mark and stuff like that to actually generate it. Unless there's other ways of generating frenzy charges, if you guys know, please let me know. I haven't done a frenzy charge generation like build or looking into that in a very long time. But yeah, so the one thing I don't really know is potentially critical strike down here. So it says chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100%. Gain additional crit chance equal to 25% of excess chance to hit with attacks. So one, we don't know if this is flat, or we don't know if this is just percent increase. Because obviously if this is flat, then that 25% excess chance is pretty huge, because we can get easily like 7, 8, 9% flat chance to hit, which at that point is almost like a cast on crit I have winner. So that should put, you know, same thing, we get 30%, we get this, we're like 60, 70% chance to hit, right? But if this is just increase, then it's pretty dog if it's not flat. So I'm hoping this is flat down here instead of just like, you know, a 10% chance to hit, you know, increased chance to hit, because that would be horrible. The added Druid as well would have been a crazy hype, true. I did not, Ben. Wait, Dragon's Helm? Got you. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking what we're gonna do, obviously going into it, is Elemental Infusion probably first. Then obviously Infused Avatar. These I feel like are just like 2 must-haves we need to get. Then obviously after that, probably, and we'll see how good Critical Strike is. Potentially Critical Strike next. And then, I don't know, Penetrate might be good. That might be where our 8 points go to. Because Penetrate should be a good amount of like added fizz. But we'll have to see, you know. We could potentially drop Predatory Instinct and then go into, where's the next 2? Go into, not Predatory Instinct, go, drop Penetrate and go into Predatory Instinct. That might be good, because then, you know, we get 50% more damage. So that might be worth, but we'll see. But I definitely think Elemental Infusion and Infused Avatar are like the 2 100% we're going to go into, no matter what. Let me go ahead and swap back to the actual path of building, and then we can start throwing items and skills and stuff like that in. Boom. What game is that, Ben? And then you always have Frenzy Charge for Infused. I thought about using Mystic Harvest Ascendancy, and then you use Aziri's actually. Aziri's Acuity Gloves for that instant leech on elemental damage. Okay, so let me go to the items and see what you're cooking with. So you said you would use, oh, Schedule 1. Yeah, I seen it. It looks so weird, bro. But I do see the people playing it, or a lot of people are playing it. I just don't really understand the premise of it. Okay, so you're saying that you would use 3 dragons. So let's just kind of go into what you were saying. So you'd go 3 dragons, right? Then you would use, let me go into the skills. And you said you would use Frenzy. I'm assuming Combat Frenzy is what you would use. Right, this is what you're saying. You would use Combat Frenzy. So when you freeze, electrocute, or pin, you get a Frenzy Charge. Okay, and then Mystic Harvest. Is it the Ascendancy? Oh yeah, Life Leech recovers based on your elemental damage as well as physical. I see. And then you said on top of that you would use the gloves for instant life leech. I mean, that is honestly a build that could be pretty fun, lucky to look into at least, or try. I think we'll try it. So my thing is, obviously we're going to be doing mostly lightning, so we'd be basically freezing. So that would kind of suck though, because we wouldn't be shocking. So we'd have to do fire damage. Is that this? So how are you gonna get around that? Because you're not gonna be, obviously if you're running something just say as like Storm Spear, you're gonna be doing lightning damage, and that's what your infusions are gonna be doing. So you're gonna be getting 0 shock chance. So how are you gonna build shock magnitude up? Because you're gonna be losing a lot of damage without shock magnitude. You get on fire damage on rings, but is that gonna be enough though, is the thing. I mean, I guess, I mean, it's worth it. I mean, it's worth trying, honestly. I do like the idea, because like you said, you would potentially be able to get this pretty much the whole time. But I mean, wouldn't you potentially just be able to run Combat Frenzy regardless? because I mean this counts for everything, right? So I mean we'll be electrocuting enemies constantly, so like you tend to be able to run this no matter what. It's like you have to have 3 dragons to run it. Yeah, so single target is, I feel like, the main thing that we're gonna have to look into for Amazon or Huntress, because obviously I think for clearing it's gonna be 100% fine, like you said, but single target I don't really know where you're gonna like get the damage from. Even if you drop just say 3 dragons, right? We could leave whatever. I mean, we could go Mystic Harvest still potentially with Azure's, and then you know, go ahead and run some other stuff. But yeah, I don't really know what our exact bossing skill is going to be. We don't really have too much information on all that. I'm thinking potentially if Spear of Solaris hits a lot, like Hammer of the Gods, and it's like, instead of 1 big hit, it's a lot of, you know, hits per second. Potentially, we might be able to go into something with like Bone Storm, if that's not really nerfed, and then Bone Storm into Spear of Solaris. Just kind of just doing our same Magnetic Salvo setup, but replace Magnetic Salvo with Spear of Solaris, right? But obviously I'm not really too sure if that doesn't work, where to go in terms of getting a really good bosser. Yeah, Freeze is definitely better than Shock for like beginning and starting out. But I'm thinking, I mean, I'm not opposed to 3 dragons for the freeze. I think we'll obviously look into it potentially. But I don't really think you need it off league start, right? I can also go into stacking cold flat. True, if you're not running it. So I think for now, for skills, we want to have Combat Frenzy there. Do you want to support this with anything? I don't think so, right? Like, what would be, I mean, yeah, probably nothing. Maybe like Clarity or something, but right now, nah. The Connectivity I think is good. Herald of Thunder we can still keep. Combat Frenzy we want to keep. Yeah, true. Precision we probably do one for the increased accuracy for like stat stacking or accuracy stacking. Herald of Thunder we might replace, we'll just keep. Trying to think, what else do we want on here? Probably, do we want Sniper's Mark? Not Snipers, sorry. Well, Snipers, yeah, I don't think we want Sniper's Mark, do we? We probably still want to go for, Voltaic Mark, potentially, for that increased magnitude of shock. I feel like that's just better than Sniper's Mark. I think today or tomorrow patch notes will be dropped, because we dropped patch notes today. Because all Warzone dropped patch notes today. They also have an update on April 4th. The last set to lose some MK players. Oh, I got you. Orb of Winter. I mean, I was thinking that, but I do think potentially we might not even need to go into it if that node for the Amazon is good, the critical strike one. Because if we're getting just say another like 8-9% base crit, Orb of Winter is only giving us 11, right? So we're only missing out, you know, on a few percent. So it potentially might not even be needed to go back into Orb of Winter, or Eye of Winter, sorry. But I mean, you know, we can obviously look into it and see. It's just waiting for the patch notes and hopefully some more clarification to come out. But I'm thinking for now, I mean, we could do a cast on. Honestly, I don't think we do cast on crit. I mean, I was thinking cast on shock because that's what we run now, and that works on bossing really well. But if you are running 3 dragons, I don't think it would work. So we could potentially, I think we'll make a non-3 dragons and then maybe make a 3 dragons. Something we do the same thing. Voltaic Mark. I have winner. The Voltaic Mark cast on shock. I have winner. What am I? Why can I not think of the thing? Energy retention, I think. No, we don't do energy retention, do we? We do the other one. It's persistence. Have less cost. It's less cost. What's it called? I can't think of it. Why can I not think of the support that gives you less cost of your stuff? Hold on. One it out, go back in game real quick and let's look. Impetus and inspiration, that's what it is. I don't know why I'm brain farting. Impetus and inspiration. I'm thinking that's still fine. Overwhelming presence instead of what? Like you think cast on shock potentially with this? We'll look. They might not be good, but you said overwhelming presence. When active enemies in your presence are easier to stun and inflict elemental ailments upon, maybe. I think for now we'll keep this setup and we'll just wait and see, right? Obviously, the one chest piece I think is going to be Chase is the one that was teased, where enemies in your presence have 0 elemental resistances. I think that's just going to be cracked. Since you don't need to run a lot of heralds, etc. You have a lot of spared for you. I don't think that's in POE, is it? It might be. It might just be. No, I don't think it is. So I mean, I think this is fine right now. Like I said, we'll have to wait and see. Because potentially dropping Herald of Thunder might be it. Like, might not even be worth running. Obviously, if that's the case, we only need 60. We'll have to obviously see how cast on shock, like cast on supports are. It'd still be worth running with like Eye of Winter and stuff like that. But again, we'll see. I think for sure combat frenzy, conductivity, all that's going to be worth it. And then we can look at other stuff. If this isn't worth it, like this isn't good, and they are nerfing other stuff, we could potentially also run like banners, right? Because we could go potentially with different banner types. For example, we go for War Banner. That's just going to give us 6% more attack damage. And I think with the banner, we could potentially throw on Fawn of Rage as well, I think, to actually get Rage. That's another thing, too, is we'll have to see. Because we could, with the new runes, get Rage on hit, on melee hit. Obviously, we know the Amazon or the Huntress has projectile and melee hit skills. So we'll have to wait and see what skills count as that. Because potentially we could, you know, do that setup as well and get a lot of rage per hit, and that would give us a lot of overall damage. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a new chess piece, right? Soul Eater? Or is that already in the game? This sounds familiar. Let me go here and look at real quick. 1 second. Okay, sorry, I was just looking at something. Notes on the website. Okay. How do you have this POE builder? Is there a POT version? Yes, that's currently what I'm using right now. It's called Path of Building 2 or something like that, I think is what it's called. If you just search Path of Building for Path of Exile 2, you should see the site to download it. It's on their website. Let me go to the website real quick and look. Path of Exile 2. I must have not seen that chest piece then. Dawn of the Hunts. Am I bugging? I'm not seeing it. Nothing there, nothing there. Nothing there. I don't see. Oh, I see Soul Eater. Yeah, but how do you see what it actually does, though? I don't understand how you're seeing what Soul Eater does. Yeah. Is there a way to hover over and tell you what Soul Eater gives you? When will you put out a new build guide for the next league? Is it possible to build before release? I am going to have build guides out before release. It's just like meat at the current state, right? For example, since we're building this Huntress, we don't know what fully the Huntress skills are and gem info, and if the tree is being changed at all in terms of what, for example, the spears are going to do. Is these nodes down here just going to stay increased damage nodes? Because all these are the exact same, increased damage, increased damage, right? So, I don't know if they're changing these to be more unique. We also don't know, what is being buffed and what's being changed in terms of existing skills. For example, our Magnetic Salvo Lightning that I build, we don't know exactly what's being nerfed or changed on there. So it's hard for me to put out league starters when we don't know all this. I could, obviously. It's just, I don't know. It's, unless I put a warning out, saying this worked last league, but I don't know, Okay. Okay, I see. So if a monster in your presence dies, you get 1% attack speed and damage reduction. I mean, yeah, that could potentially be cracked. Oh, they're adding 100 new support gems, mate. Yeah. Or over 100. So yeah, we have a lot of support gems coming in that we gotta wait and see about a lot of stuff. So that's the thing, right? Okay, so real quick, we can go in and we can just do some stuff real quick. So obviously we would want to just be stacking accuracy and life and reses, I think, right? And just probably going hybrid for now. I don't think we do anything different. So let's just go ahead and craft some quick stuff for this, and then we could probably just get into just general mapping in game and just playing with you guys if you want to group up. They should meet. They said they're going to release patch notes this week, and they always do release them before the actual game goes live. So this way people can see what they want to go for and what's being changed. So hopefully, in a day or two, we'll get them before the actual update. And then I can make a bunch of league starter guides. Because because I do plan on making one for almost all the builds I put out, like one for our Magnetic Salva Deadeye, one for our Shadow Concoction, you know, probably one for like Huntress and Lich and stuff like that. Okay, so we want what, a helmet? A helmet. We want to go for, do we do hybrid? What do we do in game real quick? I'm sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna go for probably just like an ES based helmet. Sure. Roll that on there. Again, we'll go for what? Probably just looking for a high like energy shield. So just energy shield, maybe increase energy shield, life, and then just try to get reses if we can on there. Let's do like 2 reses. Sure. Probably we would want to look for in a helmet. So we can probably drop. We'll drop the 264 to 163. 163. We'll just keep like stuff like that on there. I'll try to roll all reses like that. Bang for a helmet, sure. I'm torn if I should try my own build or use a public build. I don't want to take forever with campaign though. Yeah, I feel that. I'm gonna try my best in each of my league starter builds, obviously, to have like league levels. So like level like 10 tree, level like 20, etc. Kind of like having those up to where you go into like just say like level like 70 or 80 tree, and then obviously from there I'll try to make like an end game tree potentially for those builds as well. So body armor, we want to craft a hybrid. Why is I feel like a lot of the expert ones that we are running are not here? Let's look for the coat. Alright, so we go for a Pathfinder coat. Am I the only one that's not seeing the like body armor in here anymore? Am I bugging? Dude. There we go. We'll just do a wax jacket. And then obviously just want to look for increased evasion rating. Bang. We'll just keep it normal, nothing too insane. Going with just honestly all reses again if we can. We probably want to roll double res in spirit if we can. This might be a little too over aggressive. But I mean, something like that is probably what we want to look for. Just try to keep those reses up. For gloves, we don't really know what we're going to put here. If we're going to do Adzeris or what. We could throw Adzeris in here. Obviously, Hala's probably going to be nerfed, so we're not going to run Hala, and we wouldn't have that on week start anyways. So probably Adzeris or something that's just like good rare gloves. For now, I'll stick Adzeris in there, and we could potentially just go from there. For boots, obviously, we kind of know what we want here. Probably just feather sandals again, looking for increased, and then just Mispeed's this one. Mispeed not here. Am I bugging? Already has increased move speed on here. We want max, and then we want to look for increased energy shield. Then we want to look for, if we can, 3 reses again. Something simple as that. Just so we can keep stuff, you feel me? Stun threshold, wait, why do we want, no, it's stun threshold out of here. Where's stun threshold? Why is there stun threshold on here? There. And then obviously if you can roll life on these, you probably want to roll life too. So do we have a slot for life? Yeah, we do. Put us roll life on here. Something simple. I don't know why there's some threshold on here. So I don't think sandals comes with stun threshold. I'm just gonna leave it. I don't know. An amulet. Probably want to try to look for something similar to what we run. Amulet. I can't even type today. So again, probably solar amulet, and then just looking for spirit on it, and then literally anything else would be more beneficial. So we can look for like probably increased evasion rating. So what's our energy shield pull at right now? What's 692? Probably increased energy shield. And then obviously here we just look for any type of reses. So probably just like to say fire res, and then anything else, honestly. Unless they change how evasion works, I feel like evasion's still kind of going to be dog to use. Because at the current state, unless you have acrobatics with literally like 90% chance to evade, it does not feel good. So I'm just going to build it this way, then we can go in and just like kind of redo it if we want with like evasion, to see where that gets us. I hope they don't nerf ES. I don't think it needs nerf. I think it works fine right now. I think evasion just needs buffed. I do think Grim Feast needs nerfed for sure. Or at least touched upon, but I do think evasion just needs a buff. Because right now evasion's dog. So if you nerf energy shield to try to get it down where evasion is, I feel like that's just going to be like, why would you do that? Just buff evasion. It's not like energy shield's broken. There's nothing that enables like energy shield without uniques, right? Like there is some stuff that is completely broken with energy shield, but energy shield itself is fine. Alright, so rings, again, I think we just kind of keep the same thing, pretty similar. We'll just go prismatic rings, double them up, go for like life and stuff, and then just life, and then accuracy rating probably, and then just like reses. So we're gonna go for cold and fire, just say like that, bang. Then we're literally just gonna do the exact same thing. We go for accuracy, life, and we want to go for lightning, and then probably just like all reses if we can. There we go, capped out. Something simpler like that. And then we're gonna go to a belt. And then we want to go to what, a utility. Again, same thing, life. Can we roll accuracy on here? No, we can't. Yeah, and then anything else on here? Literally. Probably like int. Essentially, whatever we need, honestly, for attributes. I can't type attributes in? Okay, cool. Like literally anything we need for any of this stuff would be fine. Let's keep it like that for now. I'm just trying not to go too crazy with the rings, honestly. To be honest, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to hold like a base. I mean, we could drop life off, like you said, if we want to. And then, I mean, I don't know what you would roll on here. I'm just thinking lightning damage. Like either flat or increased lightning damage, but depending. We could do that, and then what? Probably cold damage we'd want to roll. If we're not doing your setup with 3 dragons, whatever it's called. Probably something similar to this. Yeah, I feel that. So I think something like this is fine. Double, like, obviously we can play with these. That's one thing that, if you guys are going to be following these guides when I put them out, is obviously I'll tell you, but like a lot of stuff is just kind of like placeholder to play with, right? And like obviously you're not going to be able to get exact rolls on the gear, so you just want to look for very similar stuff like lightning fizz or cold fizz, you know, similar like reses and stuff like that. The belt, obviously I have no clue. Maybe strength roll on here. I'm not really too sure. It's going to keep it as simple, and we can potentially roll life on here, and then just roll or reses, I mean, on here, and then roll reses off the rings for like more damage potentially, or other stuff if we need it, like int. That might be what we need. I'm not really too sure. I don't really know the gem requirements of Amazon's skills. I think boots are fine. I think this stuff right now, obviously weapons, we don't really know. It's hard to really say what we're going for on weapons. I'm going to save this because we don't have spears. I don't think there's anything that we could potentially POB in here that would be similar to a spear. Because obviously, unless they have, oh, they have spears. Hold on. Oh, they have spears already in here. Wait, hold up. Oh. We might be able to do something. Hold on. So I feel like, what's the difference between this? It's just higher overall base damage. So would we go broad spear maybe? I think for right now, maybe we just go with the normal stuff. We'll just go war spear. And we'll see here. So we want to roll accuracy rating. Right? High as possibly we can roll here. I think that's what we want. We would then want to roll what? Probably just like increase fizz. If we can on here. Something like that. And then for this, I feel like since we're running crit chance, crit damage, potentially roll that on there as well. Something like that. Okay, 3%er. I get to 3%, please. 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 Oh, that's the best I can do. What's fizz? Physical damage? Yeah, I know. Obviously this is, like you said, it's you're probably not going to get this. I mean, what could we drop off of this potentially? I'm thinking crit chance or crit damage maybe. I mean, low key, if we're running a crit build, physical damage, I feel like is good to roll, but I don't think we really need a high roll of that, right? And then, like you said, obviously the last skill would be like, you can roll leveled all melee skills on this? Wait, what? That's interesting. But no projectile skills. I wonder how that's going to work for spears. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that going to count towards everything? I wonder. Because I would assume some of Huntress' stuff is not going to be melee. So I don't know. Right now, we'll leave it off. We'll leave this. Obviously unrealistic, but we'll just leave it there. And I don't think they have a buckler, right? No, they don't got no buckler. We'll leave it as this for now. Obviously, it's kind of unrealistic, but we'll just leave it. And then this is how we'll have. So I think we made good progress on stuff. Honestly, we just gotta wait till patch notes, really, to figure out what's going on. But I think for right now, this is fine. What we'd want to roll 2 is probably... Hold on, let me go to one of the rings. Definitely mana printing me kill on one of the rings. Trying to get obviously highest rolls possible. Do like a 10, like that. Just so we have some mana back when mobbing. But yeah. Alright. So I think now we can just get into like actual playing in the game. It's unrealistic and unachievable. It's realistic and achievable medium tier weapon with 250 plus PDBS. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we'll have to look and play with stuff. I mean, I don't even know if these are the stats that can roll on spears, right? I think these are just all like what's in the game currently. And obviously I would assume a lot of stuff gets changed. But I think like having stuff and templates is good. Obviously this isn't like league. This is like kind of like league start, like level 80 stuff, right? Which I think is achievable. And we could always come back in once the patch notes are actually released and put in, you know, like level 30, level like, you know, like 20 tree, and then like level 40 tree, level 60 tree, you know, and stuff like that, and kind of go from there. But I think for right now, this is pretty good. All right, so now we can get into just mapping. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and replace you. Put you in here. This can be thrown away. Just clean the inventory up a little bit, and then we can get into mapping. Obviously, if anybody wants to join, feel free to let me know. I think we did a pretty good amount of like Theorycrafting stuff. We have a Lich tree and item setup. We can obviously go back in and change if needed. Same thing with like an Amazon. Let's see what these roll. That's not even bad, low key. It's dog. It's horrible. It's all bad. Okay. Do I have room in this? Do not. These two are just gonna be destroyed. Okay. Now we can get into just some mapping for today. We'll probably do this until the tavern talk. And then we'll watch that, and then we'll just end stream for today. Too many new ways to play. Remember, it's skills that give you an extra finger on for a ring. True, Splash. I mean, we'll have to see how good the ring is to the Ascendancy, because obviously if Ingenuity gets nerfed to the point where like you can only roll just say like a 40 to 60 or 40 to 50 or something, then it might not be that good, because technically maxed out Ingenuity, right, is still the same. But obviously you are going to get another ring, so potentially it could be kind of cracked. I think people are definitely overhyping that Ascendancy a little bit too much, because between that and, I mean, that's honestly pretty much the best thing there in my opinion on that Ascendancy, is the fact that you can do that. Everything else is kind of mediocre on that Ascendancy, at least in my opinion. I think this one should be fine to run. Like, the extra ring is definitely nice. But I mean, yeah, it's, I don't know, I feel like everything else in the Ascendancy is kind of mediocre. You know? Haven't played this in a while, huh? But what are you guys going to be playing at League launch? You guys have your class set up? Or picked out at least? Like, Warrior's new thing looks good for like SSF, right? And stuff like that, but I feel like for like standard, it's just not a lot of damage there or speed, and it's just a lot of survivability, like tanky nodes, so definitely probably won't be looking into that. I would definitely play Amazon, I think, depending on the patch notes. Yeah, I think most people are waiting for them. Like, obviously, Lich looks really cool just because of the increased magnitude of might you can get, which obviously is the damage extra chaos. Like, you can get like 6,000 mana, which is definitely achievable end game. You can easily get like 200 plus% extra damage as chaos, right? So, which is pretty cracked. And then obviously the chance to explode too is going to be really nice with the Herald nerfs. It's like basically you're clear right there. With that, Ascendancy I think is going to be really good as well. Waiting for a Cyclone to come to the game, oh, that would be cool. I mean, I don't think that'll come until like Duelist comes out. Soul Eater, yeah, that would be a very cool interaction. Could probably go down. I'll try to clear downwards real quick. Try to go backwards. Okay. I think we pretty much cleared as much as we can clear. FQ, what's up, man? It'll be fun with Headhunter equipped and Permasoul Eater. Yeah. I think a lot of the uniques that are in the game right now are definitely like build enabling for a lot of other skills in the game. We just gotta wait for them, right? Like, I personally want to get a what do you call it in the game? A Blade Vortex, bro. Like Blade Vortex, Queen of the Forest, evasion stacking for move speed build, bro, and just zoom around the map. Oh, can't wait, dude. I also can't wait for Venom Gyre. I love the way Venom Gyre plays in POE 1. Like, especially with what do you call it? Soul Eater 2 with that attack speed would be pretty cracked for mobbing. Like, just can't wait for all the new like stuff to come out. But yeah, like I said, if anybody you guys in chat want to join up, let me know. I'm down to run some group stuff. Bum 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 bum. Dum, 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 dum. You can read the effect of Soul Eater in game. That gives Breach Rare Soul Eater. Okay, so how do you read that again in game? Where do you go to read it? Where's this boss at, by the way? Want to kill the boss and get out. Breach tree? Okay, bad. I'll read it. Is that really it? That was the boss? Okay. Get out of here. Let's see. So Soul Eater. Soul Eater modifier. Monsters with Soul Eater gain 3% increased attack speed and cast speed and 2% less damage taken for 4 seconds when a monster dies in their presence, stacking up to 45 times. A stack is lost every 0.5 seconds if one has not been gained within the past 4 seconds. Honestly, I do fully expect this to not be the same. If you look at the top, it says Monster Soul Eater. So I would assume our Soul Eater is going to be very different or severely nerfed. I would assume less attack speed and like damage taken per stack, but we significantly have a longer time potentially before a stack is lost. That's what I'm thinking. Like you said, we'll have to wait and see, obviously, but I would expect something like that for sure. Got you. Oh, why'd I go back into this week with this already? Oh, this is a good map. Pulling it from melee because you can't stack presence on a caster or range character. True, true. So we'll have to see. I mean, we'll have to see how that works, because obviously if you're only going for that on a Huntress, it might not be that good if you're going like melee only. We'll see. Because obviously with a Huntress, if you're running like Sword Spear, you're basically range projectile throwing, so I don't know if you'd ever be able to stack it. Alright, we need to get a better map. Where's my map tab? There, ready-ish. Alright. The update is not out, Maui. The update comes out on the 4th. So we have how many days left? We have about 4 days until it comes out. Yeah, I can see that. Stampede Warrior. Yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty busted on it. This one should be fine to do. Yeah, Flicker Strike might be pretty cool. I'm getting stuck in every corner. Oh, I'm just gonna sell this. Might as well, right? Bum 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 bum. Let me, while we're doing this, let me actually change the stream titles and stuff. Okay, that's changed there. Honestly, it's not bad. There we go. Just changing the stuff real quick. I'm sorry, I'm not really theorycrafting anymore. Okay. Do. Okay, bet. We're good to go. What I hate about POE 2 is that Soul Eater doesn't make your character bigger anymore. In POE 1, if you had Soul Eater and killed a few monsters, you could only see your feet on the screen. Yeah. I think they just did away with that because of the what do you call it of it? Probably just didn't look that good in the game, like visual-wise. Alright, we have everything updated and different. Bruh, I'm getting trolled. We already have a party invite, bruh. Just join the party. Can we get these guys out of here so I can re-invite this to the party? There you go. This guy's trolling me. Trolling me. Yes. Try to hit the hideout. Real quick until this guy's the item. Berra. Och zoomen. There's the breach. See what we get. You got this hit, bruh. Do 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 do. Moment. Do 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 do. Oh, divine, nice. Alright. Is there even a point in going back here? No, there isn't. Fudge. Up here, maybe? Yeah, it's over. Okay, bet. Bum, 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 bum. You guys think today in the interview they will give us any information on the patch notes? I'm hoping they are, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we're only 4 days away. You would think by tomorrow we have the patch notes. Give us 3 days to like Theorycraft stuff. It'd kind of suck if they put them out 1 day before. Like that would severely blow. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but I mean, I'm hoping they do. Yep. Because, like, I'm sure they want us to have some days to actually Theorycraft stuff, right? It'd be weird if they simply were just like, ah, you know what, here's 1 day before, have fun. Which, I mean, I guess they could, but... Let's complete the map. Let me get to the next one. If anybody, obviously in chat, wants to join up, let me know. We're just kind of chilling, low-key vibing until the interview happens. There's not really too much to be had until then. We did just go and kind of put together a few early trees for a Hexblast Archmage mana stacking Lich build, and then obviously we did a Amazon like Huntress style lightning spear build as well. Disgusting. Okay. Maybe this one will hit. It didn't really hit. Need to find another map. Unfortunate. Another map. Boom, 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 boom. Unfortunate elemental throw at threshold is really can't do right now. All these maps kinda suck. We can try running this one. See how it feels. We might get dogged. I don't really know. There's another good map, but it's not. We can potentially hit this one. What is this one? Forge? And we'll hit Forge, I guess, on something. Let's just do a map that's kind of eh. What is this one? This map isn't even bad to do. Does it have, yeah, it has rare and quant. We'll do this one. There's like nothing on it. This is a lot of penetration, actually. We should be fine. We should be fine. Oh my god, the whole time I didn't have game sound on. That is crazy. That is wild. This whole time there was no game sound on. Oh, lol. Is it on now? It's on now. That is insane, bro. None of you guys were letting me know? That's crazy. I'm playing without game sound, bro. At least on stream. Well, good thing I had like a reaction. I was like, huh, wait, hold on. I don't think I put game sound back on. Hey man, I never claimed I was, okay? Okay, we're gonna run back here because I think it opens up to a pretty wide area.
Storming arrow.
Sort of. Bro, can these corrupted monsters stop spawning in front of me? Okay, yeah, this map is pretty dog, eh? Okay, well that was that one. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. I low-key really do want to release like a League Starter build tomorrow, but we don't have patch notes. It's kind of hard to do that, you know. Going from this to no move speed, you're gonna feel so slow. Don't say that, man. Don't say that bad. Might not feel that bad. I mean, as long as it'll feel bad for like the first like few hours, and it'll be fine again. Don't make me go and you know, speedrun the campaign off stream like 1,000 times. No. Where's the boss at? Be the fastest Huntress in the West, bro. I do think the Roa mount could be really cool with a move speed build. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see. I don't know if it inherits your move speed or if it has its own move speed or how that works.
No mana. Fury.
There you go. There's the ruse. Now imagine Act 3 jungle or the waterway is gonna feel like forever. Yeah, definitely probably the worst parts of the campaign so far is those areas, in my opinion. That and then the Dreadnought, I think is what it's called. The, like Act 2 boss area is just also very annoying to run through. For some reason, I'm not too sure why. I think just because it's long and the mob density is high. And obviously it's, you're going through little tiny bridges. There we go. We're out of here. We're not doing Gwenin because Gwenin sucks. Alright, so now we can hit this map. We'll just run a random map that's kind of dog. We'll just go to T1 for now. And then we can just zoom through it. Yeah, disgusting. Yeah, but funnily enough, the Dreadnought kind of feels smaller to me for some reason. Guess. I guess I could see that, but I don't know. For me, it just feels like a long hallway. Let me just make sure again that. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. PDT. Yeah, it's 4 p.m. Okay, yeah. So we have an hour and 20 minutes until the TED Talk starts.
Thunderous shot.
And then we'll take a watch of it. Like I said, I don't know how long it's supposed to last. Does anybody know how long the interview with the devs on like the Tavern Talk, whatever it's called, is gonna last? Is it supposed to be like an hour, or is it gonna be longer than an hour? I want to watch you play Warrior SSF. No Heralds, no Giant's Blood, no Warbringer, but no Armor Break. So basically what you're saying is you want to see me suffer. Is that what you're saying? You want to see me suffer. Let's go stop, man. That's just criminal, Ben. I would not wish that on my worst enemy, man. You'd pay for it? That's crazy, bro. No. It's crazy. Okay. Let me see. So we want to roll this to see if we can hit this. We want to have a breach tab. Breach, breach, breach. Do we have breach over here? We do have a few breaches, I guess. We can go ahead and roll them. Let's see what they roll. Breach, roll all these. That's a breach. Quantity of items, chance of containing additional breach. That's just kind of really good, actually. This one might sell for something decent, lucky. And not that much. 8. There's a 10 breach. Another 10 breach. Another 9. I think we'll either run. I mean, this one's good. It's only one more map. I'll probably go with that one. Do we do the 8 or the 7? We're gonna do the 8. I just want to have the best chance of doing this. Of course we don't hit them. Just why not? There's that one potentially. So what do we have to do to this one? We go Decay into Riverside into that. I think that's what we do. Okay, so Decay. Decay isn't bad. But to be fair, the absolute most painful way to clear the campaign is with armor piercing rounds with Witch Hunter physical damage build. Unfortunate. Guess this map sucks. I mean, we can try this one. We might get absolutely whacked with the stick, I'll be honest. This is extra lightning and cold and monster damage. This is like 3 rolled things in a 1. We'll see it though. Might get absolutely hit with a stick. Gonna throw that one out because we don't want that one at all.
Storming arrow.
Yeah, who knows? There might be a new worst leveling with the Huntress. I think Huntress will be fine. I am interested to see what unique spears and other stuff there are. I mean, the fact that like they said that they added 100 uniques added to the like focus on the mid to end game is interesting, because that hopefully means we get a lot of, you know, cracked items to be using more than just the way it was before, where it was like 3-4 uniques that were really good for damage, or like, you know, Hawa everybody was running, because I mean if you don't, you're losing so much damage. So hopefully there's more viability in that front. But I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, right? Can't really say if there is or isn't without really seeing and playing the game. I do think it's going to be very good. I don't know if it's going to be like overpowered to where it's broken, but I mean, it does have a lot of interesting stuff. It depends on what it is, right? Like for example, the Amazon. If the Amazon, that crit chance for accuracy rating, like 25% of the excess hit chance is, you know, your crit chance or whatever. If that is base, that is really strong. But if it's simply increased and not base, then it's the worst node in the game for Ascendancies. So I guess it just depends. So I'm hoping we get some clarification on that today as well. But I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, really. But I mean, it can be very OP. I know, like I said, Ritualist, in my opinion, I think it's being overhyped. I do think it's going to be very good, but I don't know. I just don't think it's going to be as good as people are saying it is. Because obviously, you get another ring slot, which is really OP, right? But obviously, Ingenuity is going to get nerfed. So it's going to be good still, but I feel like beyond the ring slot, Ritualist doesn't really give too much. Like, I guess you can get mods off of rares, but you really throw a Headhunter on and you're doing the same thing. Like, I guess it just frees a Headhunter up in that regard, but I don't know. I feel like Amazon just gives you way more stuff to play with, you know? Especially with the, oh god, I died. The Herald nerfs, I don't really know how people are gonna get around that too much. Whereas, like, Amazon already has a built-in AoE clearing thing, right? So, like, you can already get around it. You know? What the heck did I just see? Oh, that's what I seen. We can do this one. Oh, Myers sucks, doesn't it? What's this? Also, the way the class plays is kind of OP, like the feel of it. Other classes seem slow, except maybe the monk. I mean, I can see that. Ritualist seems really fun with the extra ring and mini headhunters at least starter. I mean, it does. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I think people are overhyping it. Like, comparing that to Amazon, I feel like Amazon just gives you more. Like, you're gonna get a way to basically clear with the elemental infusions. With the Herald nerf, I feel like it's pretty big. On top of that, you're getting a lot of crit chance, you know. Potentially a decent amount of added physical damage too to weapons off of your accuracy rating, like maybe even going into like a leech type thing with elemental damage and being able to have that being really OP as well. Whereas I feel like Ritualist is like extra ring and increased bonuses, and that's pretty much all you get. And then, like you said, I guess a Headhunter. But I feel like it's also gonna feel clunky running around in maps trying to find like the rares and then sticking them in the face and then getting their modifiers and then running, you know, like, I don't know. Honestly, I say this now and then I'll probably play Ritual later on and be like, this is the best class ever, you know? So I'm probably just waffling. I mean, you can also get mini headhunter with sport gems, so I don't know. I think that's a big deal with the extra ring, maybe. Extra ring is definitely good, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't really looked into other stuff. I mean, besides the extra ring and midi headhunter, I don't think the Ascendancy does anything else, right? The charm stuff can be really good as well. Oh, I forgot the charm. It depends. I mean, I feel like charms in the game right now are just dog. The unique ones coming in could be cool. I know there's one that gives you an onslaught when the charm is used, but I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like charms are just so, like, unreliable. Because obviously you can't manually use your charm, so you have to sit there and proc it. So it's like you're never going to have 100% uptime on it, right? Maybe 50%, maybe. But it's so conditional, I feel like, that it's just like, it just, you can never really rely on it. Maybe that'll change. Maybe there's a unique charm that allows you to like use it on use or something, you know, like, I don't know, but. Maybe there's a busted OP charm out there that makes it really good, but yeah, I don't know. Invite this guy in a safe space. There you go. Let this not go by. One rare left. Okay, he lets the party. Nice. Dude is tanky. There we go. Waiting for the reset. I'm gonna be playing Gemling with spears only. Oh god. Gemling might get hit hard though, Ben. What are you gonna do if Gemling gets hit like OP, like really hard? Like really hard? So now we get into Riverside, which we can run a decent map into it. We have a decent map to run actually. So this is stun, elemental, bleed, element. It's not. We can't do it. Can't do it. Element can't do. No rarity. No rarity. Plus element. I mean, I need to store these maps. I'm gonna suffer through it. Unfortunate. South sacking is dead, they said, but we have to wait until patch notes. Yeah. I mean, I wholeheartedly expect pretty much every powerful build to get changed, nerfed, or hit in some way in this patch. Like, Sat stacking Gemlin's probably gonna get nerfed. Obviously, the Heralds are getting nerfed. Probably Caston's gonna get nerfed. Our build might get nerfed. I'm not really too sure. Probably Lightning Arrow get touched because there's so many people are using it. Will Bone Storm get hit? I don't really know. I'm sure it'll get touched in some way, but I don't know if it'll get fully nerfed. So I still like wholeheartedly like think that our Magnetic Salvo Deadeye build is still going to be viable. I do think it'll get a big, obviously, like damage reduction, but I think it should still be at the point where it can one shot, you know, pretty easily, at least solo playing. So I'm not really worried about that, but yeah, I don't know exactly beyond that what they're going to touch. Obviously, I'm expecting a lot of the uniques to get nerfed, Hawa and all that, you know. Perfect. This is a pretty good map. We'll probably save. No rarity on these. That sucks. I can do one of these, I guess. I mean, it says they said they're going back to the POE 1 style nerfing, which what they used to do was like every patch, every league, they would completely shift meta. So if like 5 builds were being most played, they would kind of go and hit those 5 builds. So this way people play another 5 builds. And then they would go and like nerf those next league and kind of rebuff a little bit and touch the other 5 builds and then try to make like a different meta. So this way people kept playing different skills like almost every league. Or at least, you know, were kind of put into that direction, which I feel like they're gonna do here. So we'll see what happens, I guess. Yeah, we can do this one. Not the roly police and the big gorilla enemies. I'm just hoping, honestly, this is what I'm hoping for. One, low-key, I honestly think I'm going to be running Huntress, but if they nerf, or not nerf, but if they buff a lot of the chaos skills and they make them a lot better, I might roll into Lich because of that. That's the only reason I'm not really going into the Lich, I don't think, currently, is because I feel like right now it's like Hex Blast, and that's it for Chaos. It's either Hex Blast or Minions, and I really don't want to play Minion build, obviously. And I do like the idea of Hex Blast, but I feel like Amazon's just more enticing than Hex right now. So I do hope they buff a lot of the Chaos skills to make them a lot stronger, so this way we could potentially look into running a Chaos Thought. That is crazy, Ben. That is slander. Where is this breach at? Down here? Oh, it is not down there. Gonna set up a little bit. So we can just sit back and shoot. Hurry. Okay, we're good. Play out of here. One hour, boys, until we can watch party the dev QnA. And then we can see, hopefully we get info and stuff. Whether that be patch notes, I'm hoping. If not, I'm hoping at least maybe for some of the uniques or clarification on the Ascendancy nodes. And then, you know, we can maybe put stuff out tomorrow because of that. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see. That was not okay. The thing I enjoy the most in this game is using weapons from classes/skills that don't belong, like Expo Warrior and Minion generally. Oh yeah, I mean, making off-build metas, like meta off-builds and stuff like that, like you said, and using weapons that aren't a part of your class is definitely the highlight of POE. That's why I like the game so much, just because the creative freedom to make builds is like so abundant, you know? Where it's like other games like Diablo and stuff, it's like, oh, if you want to do a rogue, you gotta play rogue. Like, you can't go to like, you know, a witch, or like you said, like a warrior and play rogue. But in this game you can, which is like so refreshing to see. There's like literally no other MMO out there. There's other MMOs that allow you to multi-class, but it's still not like the extent of what this game is. We can check the ritual. Nothing. 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 Okay. I played on December a little bit when it first came out. It was pretty fun, but like you said, it got severely pay to win and gate kept by pay to win. Like if you wanted to progress past a certain point, you had to start spending money, which for me was a big no-no. I was like, yeah, I'm done playing that. But don't get me wrong, the animations and skills and all that of the game was pretty fun. I enjoyed it, but yeah, it's heavily pay to win and pay to progress. I mean, you have other MMOs too, like Grim Dawn, that's multi-classing, right? You can like kind of choose like 2 classes and stuff like that. But there is other ARPGs out there, but nothing to this extent of like freedom to do what you want. But I mean, yeah, Grim Dawn is definitely a really good ARPG. Well, this breach sucks, huh? I think it's done. Okay. Alright, well that was that breach.
What luck?
Do. Alright, so let's just get a T1 for this map and then we can hit it and see if we can hit the good map with breach. But yeah, I mean, next league I have a lot of ideas in mind to do videos. So obviously I want to first do league starter builds leading up to it. And then I want to do hopefully like a day 1 style like update to whatever league or whatever build we're playing. And then eventually, you know, we can keep doing that like every day or two whenever we get significant changes to update. And then we can do crafting guides with the new stuff. Obviously we can do league testing as well with the new mechanics, like they're buffing, I'm pretty sure, ritual, if I remember correctly, of what they said. So we can, like, you know, league test the you know, stuff like that, especially the new mechanic that they're bringing in, the whatever it's called, Whispers, or whatever the name of it is. And then obviously, you know, other builds too and stuff like that. So the content should start to ramp up for sure on the channel, definitely over the next like week or two. Grim Dawn is amazing. Actually, I have like 800 hours in it. Yeah, I don't think I have that extent, but I do have a few hundred hours in it as well. I love it. I'm definitely waiting for the new expansion. I think it's supposed to be coming out this year. For sure. Well, I was able to make it to level 94 following build mag/lightning arrow. Do you start full endgame juicing once you hit level 100? I mean, currently I'm only like level 95. You can push for level 100. Selling every stash tab, that's crazy. I just bought a stash tab 2 days ago. You can definitely like go to level 100 if you want. Most people though, I mean, don't really do that, just because once you get to like level like 94, 95, I mean, you know, you're pretty much already at level 100. You're only missing a few skill points, and obviously the XP to get there takes forever, and if you die you lose, you know, so much progress. Like, you know, I was like 4 bars in, but I died once and I already lost 3 bars, right? And that took me like 15-20 maps or more to get to that point. So Just depends. I mean, I usually start juicing around level 90, just in my maps, trying to get rarity quantity and roll quantity and stuff like that on my tablets that I'm juicing with like mechanics I want to do, which most of the time it's like breach and ritual. Okay, so now we can throw another breach tablet in here, which we should have a 7-1. Yep. Let's go. We didn't hit the map. Fudge! Do we have another map? Do we have another? This is not going to hit. Anymore. We have this that would hit, but that's a lot of mapping to get there. I mean, Oasis isn't a bad map. Blooming Field isn't bad. But Rust is such a good map, dude. It's insane. Picnic Springs is also good. That's also good. Wow, we have a lot of maps over here we didn't hit. That sucks. I think we run this into Oasis. Just do a T1 into Oasis real quick. Crypt is a horrible map anyways to do anything on, but substantial value. The bastards are calculated for level 94. Yeah, like level 94, 95 or something like that on my Magnetic Salvo and the move speed ranger. That's what it's calculated for, yeah. I don't think Grim Dawn expansion is going to come out anytime soon. It was originally set for Feb this year, I believe, but I haven't heard any news on it yet. I got you. Yeah, no problem, Kicksta. But do you guys think they're gonna change the passive trade drastically with the new patch notes and stuff and introduction of, you know, like the spear? You think the spear nodes will change to what they are now? Because currently they're only like 25% increased damage. If we look real quick, we can see that these down here are just all 25% increased damage with spears, and then you have just increased attack speed. So do you guys think they'll change what this cluster does? Do you think they'll add nodes on the tree? Do you think they'll change nodes on the tree? Or do you think it'll stay the same? I'm gonna change some generic damage notes, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the thing that I'm hesitant about is how much they're gonna change on the tree. I don't know if they're changing everything or, like you said, just some stuff. So we can get to a good map, huh? Oasis. So should we use this map on it, or do you think we probably should wait? Right? I mean, this is a cracked map. We could use on like on maybe Blooming. I mean, this is also a good map for it. We're gonna run it. We're gonna run it on here. This is a good map. We just gotta hope that it actually lands in a good spot. I mean, yeah, we'll see what they do on the tree. I mean, they might add like nodes, because I mean, currently right now, Huntress starts the same place Ranger, so she'll start like here. But I mean, currently, you know, like this is useless for her. Master Fletching, this is pretty much useless. So there's not really too much stuff for her at the current state. Well, I can see them adding maybe some stuff in, you know, like pulling off of here somewhere for like different spear stuff, because there's like nothing in the game for spear right now. Like you have this stuff down here and that's it, right? So like they may add some more conditional nodes eventually somewhere, but I guess we'll wait and see, obviously. How long is that Tavern Talk? Are you gonna stream it entirety? That's one thing I don't really know how long they're going for. I am gonna be there, I'm hoping, for the full thing. We'll have to see how long it goes. If it goes more than like, you know, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours, then I'll probably dip, but I'm hoping it doesn't go any more than that. Like, I do want to watch the whole thing, but I mean, well, like I said, we'll just see. I don't think they'll do more than like an hour and a half though. It'd be kind of ridiculous to have like a 2-hour tavern talk. It's probably just scheduled for like an hour, I would assume, right? They may do it like the Witch/Sword Tree. I can see that, yeah. I'm gonna run over here and try to clear this. Another breach, heck yeah. Alright, we're gonna run backwards this time. But yeah, like I've been saying, I hope we get some juicy info from that tavern talk today. Like, clarification on maybe some Ascendancy stuff on the new classes, or information on the new patch notes and when they're dropping, you know, like something. Because right now we don't really have any type of information. I mean, obviously we'll wait and see. Only is about what, 40 minutes away, so it's pretty close. We'll go ahead and activate this one. Bro, imagine running Queen of the Forest, right, with 140% move speed on a row amount, dude. How dope that would be. Just zooming around, bro. Alright, come on, game. Thank you. I'm gonna let this kind of build up. We're gonna try to run over here and clear a little bit. I'm gonna make it the way through if I can get through, bro. Tap it a little bit. Clear over here. Try to run back real quick. Okay, go, 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 go. Unfortunate. Oh, we did good at least on this, I think. You guys drop some info already? Yeah. Depends on how defensive the Mo is and how many hits it can take before dropping on you. Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's one thing I don't understand how it works. Like, if we're running evasion, right, with 90% chance, does your defensive layers play into that? Or is it simply like evasion doesn't do anything, you know? Like, it just has a set amount of hits. Like, it can take 4 hits or something like that, and then you get kicked off of it. Because all that is going to play into it, right? 6 map, I'm not even going to pick that up, not worth.
Don't mind if I do.
It'd probably be like the stun threshold. Ooh, true, true, true. I could definitely see that. Yeah, we gotta close the map now. Yeah, I could definitely see it being stun threshold. which would be interesting.
Thunderous shot.
But I am interested in the new like ice spear skills, because I love doing like shadow builds. Specifically the, I think it was Glacial Lance. That seems interesting, and I don't think we have any information on that or seen that. So interested to see what that would do, like interactions with it. And also I'm interested if there is any spear skills that actually consume frenzy charges, because of infusion, right, for Amazon, that requires you to basically consume a frenzy power or endurance charge to get the infusion to your weapon. So like I'm wondering, you know, what there is to actually consume frenzy charges, or if they expect you to use, like, you know, just barrage the whole time. I mean, Mad Mark on the row with Rapid Fire Expo. Maybe I'll try that. That could be fun, yeah. So there could be a lot of builds, bro. Yo, hold on. No, never mind. Well, for a second I was thinking, imagine running like Cyclone off POE 1, just spinning the wind on top of a row amount, running around. But I forgot that's only like bow and I think spear skills that can be used on there. Not melee skills. That would be funny though, if you could do that. Can I knock it through that? No, I can't. Well, alright, where's this last rare at? There's the rares. Apparently we messed up. Did they say only bow and spear skills can be used? I think they did. They might have said Expo as well. I can't remember. I know 100% they said spear and bow. I just don't know if they said Expo. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go back in the live stream and look when they were talking about the row map. I don't know, attacking. If anybody in chat knows specifically, please let us know. Kill this thing. Thank you, Lucky. Don't they have the row map actually on their site? Hold on. New skills row. Allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. That's what they say. Yeah, melee on row would be fun. So we got Blooming Field. Excuse me, another good map. Sun poison area effects. I mean, it's pretty good. We'll run this. This one I don't think is. I mean, lightning cold, temp chains, poison, bramble. I mean, the other one's better, I think. I mean, we get more rare monsters in pack size. Yeah, we do this one. We got a breach stone. There we go. Blockchain, something anybody cares of running this. And increase the amount of life leech. Nope. Get out of my inventory. Bum bum bada bum bada bada bum 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 bum.
Storming arrow.
Bum bada bum bada bada bum 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 bada bum. But yeah, if you go ahead and look Ben at the stream, figure out what you can use on the road map and let us know. I can take a look here after this map as well. Also, did they say you can take unique monsters, or is it just all rares? They didn't say what monsters you could or couldn't take. I would assume. Well, actually, let me think. You might be able to take unique monsters. Now, I don't know if it's boss monsters. I would assume like kind of like, you know, like map bosses maybe. That style. I'll have to go back. I mean, we could go back and take a look real quick at the live stream after this map and try to see what they said. Where'd you go? What's up, man? Just chilling. We theorycrafted some builds today for the Huntress, Amazon specifically, and Lich. Trying to get those. We got some train items set up, but obviously we didn't get anything like past that set up. Well, we got some skills, but still just waiting for patch notes to really finalize before we do like a league starter guides. Because imagine taking that actually monkey thing. Yeah. That's I swear they might have had something like that shown, but it might just be like base type monsters, right? Like rares and below. Look me through, man. Oh, I gotta make stuck to me. Oh, not that big burning ground. Unfortunate. Okay. Bum 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 bum.
Don't mind if I do.
Also, I don't know if you guys seen, but in the actual reveal stream, they were showing like going into the new maps and stuff. And I've seen this on Reddit, but it's been like, you could see on there when they were doing it, at least, that there was different map objectives rather than just kill all rares, or at least different objectives alongside kill all rares. Like there's ones that were like complete the breach map, you know, like stuff like that. So I don't know if they're gonna have different variations now, so it's just not gonna be one thing to complete a map, or how that's gonna work. But I mean, I'm all for having different variations, because I mean right now it's kind of, you know, bland. Complete this.
Trophy.
Yeah, I'm hoping definitely for like if there's a boss, it's just like kill the unique boss, you know, or yeah, like complete the breach, something like that, so you don't have to run around the whole map looking for a rare. Dun, 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 dun. All right, skip that. So we'll do the breach, I guess, real quick, and then we can look at the thing and see where we're at. Oh, they did mention that you can go in and out of maps as much as you like unless you die. Yeah, I seen that. So the worry that, you know, one portal you're not gonna be able to take stuff back through and kind of like filter if you have a bunch of loot in your inventory. Yeah, like you said, you can just go through the portal as many times as you want as long as you don't die. So overall, good change. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna complain about it. This guy die, please. Thank you. The only thing I'm worried about with definitely the new class, like Huntress, is the single target. I don't really know what you're going to do to really blast through single target mobs that quickly. I mean, I guess we could see, obviously, if they don't nerf the Frostwall tech, then there's that option. I mean, we'll have to look at that, obviously, potentially, like, going Bone Storm still, and then running, you know, something simple as, like, the Spear Solaris, the last one, which, if you guys seen in the reveal stream, was like the spear they threw and like the like orbital laser coming from the sky, that skill. So potentially Bone Storm with that could be pretty nice, pretty cracked, but again, don't know what's being nerfed or the gem info on that skill. So we gotta wait until we see that. Oh, chill. Okay, we're gonna just back off of him for a second. Just keep moving forward. Bro, this guy's insane. Breaks armor, periodic fire explosions, conjures lightning storms, and all damage chills. Oh, that's crazy. Doesn't help that our lightning res is only 47%, but still, wasn't fun. I'm gonna buy another breach then and run it again. I want my get back. Didn't help we weren't critting him like at all either. Hello, game? Hello? Okay, we're going back. There we go. That's weird. Hey, what do we have on our helmet? Yes, that's right. Yeah, Sphere of the Gods, basically. Herald's nerf? Yeah, Crown. They've already confirmed that Heralds won't be able to, like, chain with each other, or at least that's what I've seen floating around and what I've seen on, like, different posts and stuff like that. So like you won't be able to chain your Herald of Ice into your Herald of Lightning, etc. And then I don't know if they're doing anything more than that, but I mean that right there is a big nerf. Like clearing is going to go down by a lot. That's why I feel like the Amazon and the new Lich Ascendancy is really good because they have built-in AoE like clearing stuff. Right, you have the lightning infusions, which obviously basically explode on impact. As long as you're like consuming frenzy, power, or endurance charges, so you get them, and then once you hit an enemy with your projectile, they'll explode. So it's basically clearing right there, built in, and then the Lich Ascendancy obviously has a chance for when you kill an enemy, they will explode with like 1% of their life as cast damage. So you already have, you know, two built-in things there, which is why I think they're going to be very strong. Arsenal tangibility, nice. enemies are gonna spawn. Thank you. Bro, let me move through, man. There we go.
What luck?
Okay. Should be good to go. All builds end up with the Herald Chain. Yep, basically, which is gonna be good to get away from it, but I just hope that they put in different options or support gems or something to, you know, have those options to clear. You know, without like sacrificing a bunch of junk, you know. Wait, we didn't hit the. Wait, what? It did that thing again, bro? Where like none of our attacks hit? That needs to be fixed, bro. I've done that twice right now, and I don't know what is causing that to happen. We're not killing this thing, by the way. We're gonna have to character select and come back in. I can't even character select. I can't. Wait, what? I didn't even press any buttons. Wait, what? I wasn't even pressing buttons. How did my character dodge roll? Wait, what? What? I didn't even press anything, bro. My character was like playing on his own. Like, did my character get taken over by a ghost? Did he get possessed? What is going on right now? Okay, well, that's a first. Huh. Right? I got like hacked? Okay, I gotta exit, I guess, POE. Alright, I'm gonna exit Path of Exile, I guess, and reload it. Because it's... can't do anything. Never seen that happen ever before. Oh, we're back in already. Oh. Yeah, that was so weird. I never even, like I said, I didn't push any buttons, and my character was like running and dodge rolling. Like, it's... And I'm back in. Yeah, portal got consumed. Cool. So we didn't hit our attack somehow. Like, our ability went into the wall, and then we got hacked and taken control of. Okay. It's not gonna game with the character select text possible, but I've never seen the screen move. Well, yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, I guess while we're looking at that, and we just got cracked by the game, I can go ahead and try to pull up the live stream. We can go ahead and look real quick at some stuff on the reveal stream, and then we only have about 30 minutes until the thing starts for the tavern talk with the Gazi and all that, and the like interview, so we can see what potentially is there for us to see. I'm going to stop the music, obviously. We're going to throw this over to here. Go here into window capture. You guys should be able to see this. I'm just going to swap the game like properties over so you can hear. Content reveal on YouTube. I think this is it.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Yeah, you guys should be able to hear that. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Okay.
Welcome to GGG Live.
So, gameplay trailer
Dawn of
on
the Hunt, we're
Huntress.
introducing the first was deck weapons you can all the around to shoot twist that do hold harrow.
Where was the row mount?
With work throw it. And then the will shit up fire tornadoes.
We'll just do this until we can get to the row mount. We want to look to see what the row mount can shoot if it's only bows or spears. Or if it's crossbows. Okay, so yeah, this is only a yellow.
On the ground or in your enemies.
Let's see what they say about this skill real quick.
Now, as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion.
So they
You
said
can only
any
have
beast.
one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame them.
Okay.
Now, this is just the beginning of the Huntress.
Okay. So yeah, they didn't say anything about like uniques or if you can tame uniques, but them not saying it and just saying rare, I would assume you can't do unique beasts. Right? Lower the volume? I bet. I got you. Let me know if this is
Really
good.
tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 20.
Did we see
work for this
actually
class
them
by having a
consume
beginning
anything
of the
here? Hold on.
Huntress. With-
Hold on. This is big actually.
Now, this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really
Ah, bro, consumed. You seen that? You seen that? You guys seen that? Hold on.
advantage of
Wish
your
I could get
ability
this
to
away,
tame
but
them.
whatever.
Now, this is just the beginning.
Look at the top left. Look at the top left. He has a frenzy charge, right? And he throws that spear that consumes. So there is going to be spear seals to consume. That's actually pretty nice. That's huge. If we go back again, so he. Okay, so you can get frenzy charge generation with whatever that skill was, and then you can consume. Okay, so there's going to be skills to generate and consume. I didn't see that. Bet. Okay, bet. Let's go back into normal play speed and just get up real quick. Let's look at this. Oh, wait, hold on. Did he generate rage right there? He generated rage, didn't he? Right here. So, yeah, melee hit and then another melee hit. Yeah, okay, so that's rage generation. No, I don't think we see it on a... Yeah, okay. Nothing here that we didn't see already. Did they say anything about the row amount? Where is the row amount at? I don't know if parry generates 100 charges. That's a good question, Ben. And this is this, okay. Specters. Okay, here we go, raw.
Forward to seeing which monsters serve you.
Let me know if
best.
the volume's fine.
Now, let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill.
Okay, hold on. Okay, while you're mounted on the row, you can only use bow attacks and thrown spear attacks. Ain't looking good for X-bows. Heavy stun build. Okay, so hits against you cause heavy stun build up while your arm out of the row attacks your enemies alongside with you. It's beak that can be damaged. So, yeah, I think that confirms right there, Ben, that you cannot use bows with the row. You can only use X-bows, I mean, with the row. You can only use bows and spears, no crossbows.
Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount.
Because that's
it can be
bow,
difficult
that's
to get
spear.
overwhelmed.
Do they show anything with crossbows? Let's see.
It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk
Yeah,
about
nothing.
support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful.
Okay, so that's that and that's that. Also, we have new
To
uniques
start
here.
with,
I don't think
let's
there's
talk
anything
about
new though.
uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items.
Yeah, we've seen all of these, seen all of these. Yeah, okay. I don't think we really. I think these are the new maps that you can look. See at the top right where it says map objectives up here. I don't know if you see my cursor or not. But if you look at the top right of the screen, you'll see map objectives, and you can see that it looks like potentially rare monsters, breach, and expedition is the objectives to complete the map.
and
So
reduce the amount of annoying busy
there's
work.
going to be different objectives now to complete your
To
map.
start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious earlier, in the wild is
So this one is just to kill all rares, it looks like.
Once
Or
you
maybe
defeat
that's a boss marker? I
and
can't
another,
tell.
it can down the
I think it's
map
rares.
at hotel is powerful, also imprisoned in essences.
What is this one?
By freeing and
This one's
defeating the rare
nothing
monsters,
interesting.
the essence they held will be up, and you might lose to apply Val. It could and that mechanic before a
This one
devastating
is just says map completed. Interesting.
Sometimes others are simply fiends.
Alright, so
for
this one
loot.
is rares and breaches. Yeah, okay. So there's different map objectives now.
They're actually using them. So two
I
of
don't
the
care about that. I
specific
care about
objectives.
this. I don't think we care about any of this. So there's recombinators if anyone wants to do
On a
this real quick.
single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost.
That wraps up all the major in-game
Alright.
changes.
This could also do these rogue exiles show up in campaign? I don't think they do.
Could be lurking
Let's go
around
back.
any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new
Let's go-
things
let's
that
go
you can
look,
stumble
see if they say
into
anything.
in any map you run. On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who
This
have
is a
been
map?
exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation. Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the
The
ground.
map as well. I
So
think
if you
potentially
encounter an
probably only
exile using
maps.
a powerful or valuable unique item,
It'd be
which
kind
you
of
can
cracked
see
to have
displayed
them,
under their life
you
bar,
know, fight you
you want to be dead.
and then
Damn
just
sure
sit
you
in
kill
there
them.
in campaign
Because if
fighting
they
you
kill
with
you and your
full
party,
uniques and stuff and
they'll
builds.
portal out, taking their items with them.
Unless they're severely
Every
nerfed, so
fight
I would
will feel
assume
completely different depending on the items they come equipped with.
I would assume just any game.
These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster.
Okay,
have
so this is
capabilities to
saying to
dodge
defeat the boss. Got you.
Avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you, and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart.
Okay, so I mean we kind of seen everything here, at least what we wanted to see. Yeah, I don't think we really need to see anything else here. What is it? About 20 minutes until it is. What this?
In which case, expect a longer battle.
I think this is a
There are
map.
12 different rogue exiles, and they're not super durable. Smart targeting.
That one doesn't. So
and
this
much
that doesn't
more
have a map
action-packed
objective.
gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you, and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart.
I mean, maybe.
In which case, expect a longer
Well, it has to be a map, bro. Look at the bottom left. The dude has a 3 charm slot
There are
belt.
12 different.
There ain't no way he's in
they're like
campaign
you,
with a 3
and they're
charm
not
slot
super
belt, bro.
durable. Unless, of
Unless
course,
it's a
they're
new
wearing
unique.
uniques like Helm's Heart.
Or
In
something
which
that's like a
case,
leveling
expect
unique.
a longer battle. There are 12 different.
But that to me tells that he's in campaign. Or not campaign, not maps. So yeah. Alright, well let's go do the game capture real quick. I don't see it either, but maybe once you complete the map objectives, it goes away entirely. But I mean, yeah, them specifically just being in what do you call it? Kind of confirms like that's. I mean, dude has a 3 charm slot belt, so like, unless he's cracked, I think it's a map. You know. They could have. I mean, it could be in campaign. I'm not saying it can't be. You know, it's just to me, I feel like it'd be kind of unbalanced depending on when they incorporate it, right? I mean, that's honestly not even a bad breach ring to start off with, low key. And that's dogger runes are right there. Okay. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. This ring's cracked already. I mean, it's still good. Just roll like lightning res on it. I mean, that's not even a bad ring, bruh. On a breach already? I mean, yeah, that's 2 to 5. And that's like 4 divines right there. And you throw the fizz damage roll to say on it? I'm gonna throw this up for like 5 divines, see if anyone bites. Pretty good ring. This one, I don't think it's gonna roll anything. Yeah, disgusting. Alright. But it'll look like the infested barons. I mean, it could be, dude. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Don't you talk to me like that, Ben! We're gonna run a breach again, and I hope that we don't get trolled by the game. Because last time was crazy. Sell a divine real quick. Actually, how many breach splinters do we have? 69 is probably not worth going into it.
Hello.
Stone cut up with the follow. Thank you, man. Welcome to the channel. I'm glad to have been out and joined yourself. If you have any questions, dude, feel free to ask away. Let me turn the music back on. Lower volume a little bit. We're gonna skip that one because that one kind of sucks. What's this one? Not bad. This song ain't bad. If it didn't reset. Oh yeah, the economy. I mean, it's screwed, bro. You definitely need an economy reset. Like if you're still, if you haven't played in like a month or two, yeah, you need an economy reset. Counter reset's gonna help so much, dude. Can I move? Go.
Easy trophy.
Keep moving. If Rare wants to catch up, we can catch up.
No mana.
15 minutes until it starts, so honestly we'll probably get this one done, maybe run one map or something, and then probably just show for like a few minutes and get ready for the Devin QnA interview.
No mana.
There we go. I mean, we got everything on, so we should be fine as long as we actually hit our magnetic salvo, which last time it didn't hit, which was so weird. Like hit the ground, exploded, and didn't hit the boss. So I don't understand that one. Okay, same thing as we did last time. Yeah, there we go. So that one worked. Oh, few of the beans, few of the beans, few of the beans. Imagine. You can say we can roll something good. I'll gamble roll it. Come on, roll like 2020. 17, 16, 3, 1. Disgusting, but you can still roll it. So I mean, the sells for currently 4 divines, but you know we got to do it. You know we got to double it. Measures. All right. All right. So we didn't hit double sockets. That's good. Now we don't want it to hit an enchant implicit. We want it to just roll something. Specifically, like 1 to 12 lightning damage. What is it, like 1 to like 4%? I mean, attack speed or something like that. Something that's better. Or nothing, you know, just do nothing to the thing. That's option 2. All right. Rip. Horrible. I don't think we have any room for any of this stuff. This is a horrible ring. Get rid of it. Put that in there. Save these 3 rings rolls. We have, yeah, we have 1 chaos. 2 lightning modifiers. Double roll. Dog. Intelligence is good. Life regen sucks. This is the best one so far. We're gonna try to gamble roll life regen off. Alright. Pretty good ring, honestly. Accuracy rating, disgusting. Strength, disgusting. Mana, disgusting. This game hates my life. Yeah, disgusting. Alright. Unfortunate. Unfortunado. Yeah, right. Failed it. OD hard. We're gonna swap our stuff back. There we go. Making sure we're all good to go. Yep, good there. We're back to quick move speed. So we have about 10 minutes until the tavern talk starts. So we'll see if we can run a map really quickly, and then we'll go from there. You guys don't know what the tavern talk is? It's a dev Q&A by Darth, Microtransactions, and Gazi they're doing. So we're going to be taking a look at that and seeing exactly if we get anything good out of it, information-wise. We'll do this map real quick. Hopefully we don't get absolutely chopped up in pieces, mate. I can't move, man. Oh, it's actually the boss. I don't play this one a little bit. There we go. Our temp change really just sucks, doesn't it? so slowed.
I need more mana.
Even with all the move speed we have, I feel still like so slowed. What are we listening to right now, bro?
No mana.
Can this thing die? I think. Hold on, let me skip this song because this song is just insane. There we go. Song is skipped. Breach is hit. Do you know when patch notes arrive? Right now, Mike, not too much information is on that. Obviously, they're coming this week and before launch of the new content update. But as in when they're dropping, we don't really know. It could be tomorrow. It could be, you know, like a day before. We don't really know. There's not too much info on it. It's just sometime this week before release. So I'm hoping it's tomorrow, obviously. I would like to get as many days as possible to really theorycraft and do a lot of League Star builds for you guys. Because as the current state, right, like, can't really do too much without those patch notes. Like, I could, I guess, go and release stuff, but obviously, I mean, I don't know, this map sucked. I could, go and release it. But without changes and knowing what is being changed in the tree and gem info for gear, it's kind of hard to do that. So hopefully we get it in the next day or so.
Go on.
Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. What was I gonna look at? Do we have anything to gamble? Not really. Guess we could take our good mana per enemy killed quiver and gamble it, right? Why not? Well, let's see. Dang, we completely destroyed that quiver. That's insane. I'm gonna keep it here as a memento of how we destroyed the quiver. What else can we corrupt? We can corrupt this bones too. Why not? I think it's all, yeah. It's not even quality, dude. That's crazy. That's quality, dude. Quality double socketed. Bam! What did increase? The I have no clue what did this increase. Oh, the physical damage, I guess, on it? No? I don't know. I don't think it did anything, actually. Starting on Huntress. The current plan definitely is to probably do like an Amazon Huntress. It's just currently I'm waiting to see, because I really do like the idea of like a chaos damage witch build with, you know, going into mana stacking, archmage, and then, you know, going into the increased magnitude of might or unholy might or whatever it's called per like 100 mana, which we can easily get like at end game 200%, you know, extra damage gained as chaos damage. So it'll be pretty good there. But I don't know. I feel like Huntress definitely offers more build possibilities currently. And on top of that, obviously, if there's really no buffs or changes to a lot of the chaos skills, doing like a non-minion build kind of like only comes down really to Hex Blast, which can be very good. But I don't know. I'm kind of leaning more towards Huntress, you know, right now for the build options. But I mean, we'll see with the patch notes. You know, maybe they'll buff a lot of chaos skills and stuff. What else can we gamble on? What else do we have? Why do we not gamble this? Anybody care about 3-socket? Not really. Now we can gamble. We can gamble one of these. I'll gamble this. This one's really good. Did anything change? Nothing. Okay. I'm gonna gamble this one. And this one. I'm gambling all three of them. Okay, so we got 3 socket on that one, which is huge. There's something anything happened on, but that's huge to get 3 socket on that. What is it? 57? Alright, we're gonna swap over to the Tavern Talk, which is a dev QnA, basically with SiahZ, like I said. We're gonna watch that, and we're gonna kind of see what they say. So let me go ahead and do that. Drop that. We're gonna go game sound here. Go down to like, I don't know, 50%. And we'll see how loud that is. Swap the game over to it. Can you guys hear this? He's not talking, but let me know when he does, at least. For those that are unfamiliar with what we're doing, like I said, we're doing basically a watch party on SiahZ stuff, just to see exactly what this dev QnA he's doing is going to reveal for info wise. And I do have him up. He's just not saying anything, and he has no music on, so I was doing a sound check. That's why he's muted. So I guess while we're doing this, I can change the titles on stuff. So hold on. So dev. Scroll down so you guys can see. Again, it's all wrong. Okay, let me know how that looks to you guys for the title on at least Twitch, and then I'm changing it on YouTube right now.
Started. Looking like audio's all good. Yeah, everyone's good. We just do the standard audio test on this side of things. Guys, you go ahead and say something.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Jonathan, go for it.
Okay,
Hello.
and
Nice
YouTube
to
stuff
see all
should
you guys
be.
here today.
Mark, go for it.
Hello, chat. This is your mic check from Mark. Test, test. Hello.
There we go.
Let me know,
well,
guys,
without
how
further
the
ado,
volume is
welcome
and stuff like
to
that.
the Dawn of the Hunt version of the Tavern Talk podcast chat, whatever you want to call this thing here that we do. And the very first question that we have, sort of the icebreaker here, the one that you've probably been spammed about in every single way you can, is patch notes when, my friends?
Well, I guess the thing Mark said earlier today is we'll post the patch notes when we're done making changes. There's still some last minute changes coming in. At this point we're kind of like, yeah, we just want to get a few more of them final before we post the patch notes. There's certainly a lot of balance changes coming in hot on this one for sure. But I mean, look, it'll be like towards the end of the week, like maybe Thursday, sort of ish time, I suspect. Yeah, we still have some things to do.
That's New Zealand Thursday.
That's New Zealand
so-
Thursday, so
Okay.
Wednesday for you. Yeah. Wednesday for you. Yeah.
Fair enough. So we structured this little interview with some headers. So we're gonna move on to starting this interview with some follow-up questions
Alright,
from
I'm gonna
previous
go down a
interviews
little
you've
bit,
done on
so I wanna
news
be able to hear
articles
that.
and
Just
also
let
on
me know
Tavern Talk
how the
podcast,
sound.
Destin, Siggy,
Sure, sure.
and so forth. One of our first questions was actually about Perry. The
Let me know if that's
topic of buffing the block mechanic was brought up, and
with
the
servers being
desire
down.
for
I was experiencing that a little bit earlier,
upcoming
Kimbo, but it
patches
kind of
stated.
fixed itself.
The question is whether or not this made it in or not.
Well, it hasn't made it in yet, but we're still working on it. Like, I just have to see whether it feels good.
Let me know if
in order
that
to make
sounds
it
good,
actually
Ben.
right, we had to do some animation stuff, which makes it take a little bit longer because there's some, but effectively, yeah, we want to have something that makes block a bit more special than it currently
bet.
is now.
Also, he said
So,
Thursday, right? Patch notes?
Unfortunately, I don't
That's
think I can talk
interesting.
about
That's
it
only a
until
day
I'm a bit
before
more sure it's going
release.
in because I don't want to excite people and being like, oh, then it just didn't work.
Or did he say Thursday, New
So,
Zealand?
yeah, like, and
Because that would be technically Wednesday.
I believe it's going to work. Like I've tested with it with bad animation, and I can kind of see like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something here. But we'll see.
Okay,
We'll
so
see
he
the
said
animation
Thursday,
is
New
actually
Zealand.
whether or not it works well.
They were going to
But
post them.
yeah, I mean, it needs. It does need something to improve with it, and
Okay.
it
That isn't that bad, I
I'm
guess.
pretty
2
sure we'll
days.
still get in for Zero to work.
Okay. Just a quick follow-up to that. Like, is the desire for block is to make people actually use the race shield mechanic? That's the part of the block that you guys want to focus on, or is there more to it?
Yeah, so I mean, in my opinion, I can tell you what's wrong with that build block, I think. So one of the issues that we have in PoE is that you're only going to actually bother using a mechanic like that if you can then follow up with something that's reasonable to do. And like there was a theory before we tried parry that you're just never going to use a mechanic like that except in a boss fight because you've got a bunch of monsters hitting you. If you're going to follow up to one of them, well, like you might, sure, you block an incoming hit, but then there's another one coming like another 500 milliseconds right behind it from a different monster. So effectively, what that would mean is that you need something to be able to do that actually allows you to respond in a way that isn't going to get you killed, right? So in a boss fight context, you can use block effectively, but the problem there is just that changing your build just for a boss fight is kind of not something most players are really willing to do in that regard. So it kind of ends up just being not used in both cases, because block can actually be quite useful in a boss fight if you know to use it and if you're actually used to using it. But as I said, most people don't bother because they could just be doing something else and they've been doing something else during clearing. So we need to make block good enough to use in clearing to be able to make it something that people will use in boss fights. And in order to do that, it needs something extra, as I was saying. So you need some way to deal with the fact that you've got other monsters hitting you. So there just needs to be more mechanics around that. So as I said, we're in the middle of testing something. It'll have there'll be something there that'll sort of ideally make it so that you can follow up more easily to attacks and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the goal with that mechanic.
All right.
So in one of the previous interviews, you said a very interesting line that
You
kind
can
of
turn it up by like 10%.
question. I think it was the Destin interview that you
We'll
did.
do
And you were talking about how
40. I think 40 is
you were
good.
balancing around, or you have multiple axes of randomness is how you're sort of getting your difficulty layers effectively. And so my question for you is, how do you manage to balance around having multiple interacting levels of randomness while also putting a limit on player power at the same time?
Right. Well, I guess what I would say with that is that usually the axes of randomness get boosted by your Atlas tree and like how many mods you're putting on maps and all these other things. So effectively, and that the player will tend to adapt based on their ability to be able to do things. So while the overlapping axes of randoms can result in obviously much harder fights that can be very difficult, generally speaking, the degree to which that will occur is sort of controlled by the economic element of setting up your mods correctly on your maps and your Atlas, and other stuff like that. So effectively, we are a game that allows you to set your own difficulty using these mechanics. And I would expect that you won't get too many outliers with regard to difficulty even when you're getting these overlapping mechanics like that, because obviously the less they're overlapping,
outliers
the less chances there are for the really crazy ramps. Now we do still have to be careful about life pools of monsters getting out of control and stuff. Like there was the issue in POE 1
I don't know
a long
that.
time for like completely unkillable rares and that kind of stuff. Like we still have to be careful about that. And so like we're a little bit more strategic these days with how we kind of approach like adding life to monsters and stuff like that. Like we're doing that in a better way than we previously were doing. Which isn't to say it doesn't still happen occasionally. Like I ran into a rare myself, even just like in a playthrough, even just in Act 3, which had life regen, and I was just having a real tough time with it. So it does happen sometimes. But I mean, like on some level, you want there to be challenges like that. You just don't want them to be so unkillable, and you don't want to run into them so frequently that you get issues. So.
Well, we have learned a few lessons from PoE 1 actually in that regard,
yeah.
which is because we ended up having all of the bosses and stuff have effectively life overflows to the point where they couldn't go anywhere. We've swapped to using this in PoE 1 as well, where we use, instead of scaling the life of the monsters, we now give them this toughness stat, which effectively has diminishing returns. So when you get too many sources, they don't get multiplicatively more difficult.
Right.
And that also, we do that with the same thing with like the rarity and the rewards as well. It has a thing where it's not. There was a point where, yes, everything would just multiply, and then literally the entire drop pool of a monster would be saturated to entirely unique items, which still can happen in PoE 1. In PoE 2, and in a lot of cases in PoE 1, we're using like buckets of rarity that are additive with each other, and there's this kind of league rarity we use, and then that's got diminishing returns as well, in the sense that it will never get so high that it will just multiply endlessly into some, ridiculousness going on. So we are approaching the like difficulty from many sources better, and we are certainly approaching the rewards from many sources better to not turn once again into this thing that we have to end up all of a sudden re-engineering a bunch of stuff to solve. So
That kind of rolls into one of our next questions here, which is you did an interview with, I believe it was GameSpark, a Japanese website, where they were talking about Magic Find and the state of Magic Find, and you mentioned there could potentially be some Magic Find changes coming to the game. Did you want to elaborate, or?
Well, I'm trying to remember exactly where we landed on it, but Magic Find, it is nerfed. But the details of that are kind of arcane and internal in a way that's like kind of hard to even describe. I don't know how much we should even go into like the specific details around that.
I reckon we can talk about
Sure.
where we were going. So we are nerfing it in 020, firstly. Like it is worse.
Magic
When looking
Find's
at
getting
it,
nerfed.
the impact it was having on the shared like number and quality of items you're getting is just too high.
I just want to bring up one thing as a starting point though with this, which is that, so one of the things with any mod on an item is that you have to be able to feel the mod. And so the concern that I had going in was that you should still be able to feel Magic Find when you get that as a mod for the first time at early levels, which is why it's kind of balanced the way it is right now. And clearly that balance is bad at endgame with the way that is. So there has to be on some level a thing where as you go through the game, the effect of that mod goes down. Because right now, the increase that you get at endgame is like, I can't remember what you were saying that it was like that you worked out. It was like the increase for having a Magic Find versus not was like something kind of crazy, right?
I mean, it's hard to. I mean, you were pretty easily getting 40, 50% more rare currency, the currency you care about, just by running not even that many Magic Find pieces, to be honest. Like, I would say an actual inconsequential loss in character power to gain effectively what would be 40% more quantity of the currency you care about. And this is bad. Like, this is just too much for like the amount of power you're losing to the amount of gain it's an obvious trade. Now there were obviously on live there are some issues with like the however you pronounce it, Val Shield that has the effect of Soul Cores, and then the Soul Cores, and it's like, oh sweet, well there's 240 rarity for just everyone running that one item, and there are issues like that 100% that we're mitigating, like getting rid of those extreme cases. But ultimately it's just like, I think it was, as you guys pointed out last time, rarity is effectively now acting as what quantity did in PoE 1 for the sake of currency and thus waste, don't sustain, etc. So we've had like a ridiculous number of conversations about this.
Well, the
Um,
first thing we even discussed that we wanted
I
to
think
do
they said
was just to
that, Ben,
remove
but
currency from from being given by
I
rarity.
think so
But
much
it turned
currency in
out
the
that that was
market,
actually
they
like
were
a
like, we
complete
need
and
to
utter
turn it down,
disaster
you know,
as far
tune
as
it down a
complexity
bit.
goes, just for various reasons, to do with the way the drop system works. Like it wasn't as easy as that sounded. And then we also then came to a realization that we weren't even happy with that anyway for various reasons. And so then I think we just came down to, okay, we just have to nerf it some other way.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had too many conversations, and yeah, engineering issues were coming up and complexity ones with the drop system, and then it was like, okay, well, we can't just leave it because we're unable to solve that. So we decided, at least for now, we're going to nerf it, especially on the diminishing returns axis, and then remove a lot of the outlier items that are just giving an insane amount of it for effectively, yeah, I don't want to say free, but not a huge trade. So yeah, I would expect you should be expecting a lot less power, certainly by at least the influence, and thus less necessity to use it, like in 020 100%. That being said, I would say we have not come to our resolution on this one, honestly.
Right.
We need to find out, we need to either figure out how we're going to implement it the way we want, like it affecting, I guess, the last thing was not just not affecting currency, we were talking about it only affecting things that can be either normal, magic, rare, and unique was another option, so things that have a rarity. But yeah, I don't know. Even then, there was some back and forth, and then it came again in the last conversation. It came up, what if we remove it again? And like everything's on the table at this point, and we just need to keep discussing it. And hopefully, by the end of early access, we actually have an answer that we're all happy with. So
I'm trying to remember. Did we agree to do the escalating, diminishing thing with level, or was that not in?
no, that was another thing.
I can't
That
remember.
was
I thought, for
discussed.
some reason I thought we landed on that one, but
No,
maybe it was.
we didn't. No.
Okay, it was a different one. Okay, sure. Well, anyway, yeah, it's getting nerfed basically, and so hopefully the problem is not a big problem in 020. But yeah, as Mark just said, potentially more changes need to come. It's honestly surprisingly hard now, with the way the drop system fundamentally works, to be able to make it so that a single drop pool, as they're known internally, is affected by certain by the stat like that. Yeah, and like the solutions that we were trying to do to get around that were becoming increasingly more hacky and horrible. In order to be able to do that, like there started to be discussions of like, oh, do we generate the currency anyway and then delete some of it and like random shit like that. And it was just kind of like, you know what? There's a dark path down here. We just don't want to like let's not do it. Let's not do all of that. Yeah.
I got a little follow-up question to more specific on the whole diminishing return part. Like the shield specifically, you talk about the Vol shield could apply such ridiculous amounts of magic fine. Would it be safe to assume, or if you could share the details on this diminishing return implication, does that go in a ramping scaling? Like the more you have, the higher the diminishing return, or is it just a certain amount of diminishing return that kicks in after certain thresholds?
It's not thresholds. Well,
There's no threshold in the equation.
It just narrows to a certain value,
The
right?
equation is effectively has an asymptote at a certain number, and then the more you add, the closer you get to the asymptote. You know, it's like a curve like that. You know, there is a point at which adding more is not doing much for you, but everything you add always adds a bit more. It's just that but you never actually reach a certain value. So that's it's always been that way, by the way. Magic Fine.
There are no. I don't actually know if these are the right numbers, but like the difference between like 400 and 800 rarity is probably a difference of like 3% or something.
Yeah.
Like it's actually. There's a point in where it is ultra inconsequential, getting even more of it. So you have these guys who are even in POE 1 where they're running like 1,000 rarity. It's like there's probably 60% of that is absolutely just a waste.
That's fair. I want to move on to another question that we had, which is a follow-up to our previous Tavern Talk, and that is a question that's been spammed. And it's about tier of modifiers. In PoE 1, tier 1, or actually tier 0 is the highest. It's flipped in PoE 2. We discussed some venues in our last Tavern Talk, whether or not you're going to flip it back and or maybe make it show like it's a tier 6 out of 12 tiers so people could determine which one, if they have the highest tier or not. Where have you guys landed for point 2 for this one?
Well, we haven't had, honestly, this has not been a thing that we've been thinking about for probably since the last time we talked about it. Like, it's one of those things that we should look into. I just honestly have not had time. So yeah, no changes there. The state is exactly the same as it was previously.
Yep. We're going to move over to another generic question we have, and that is whether or not you guys are happy with the current state of the trials, or if there's any changes. you'd
Okay,
like
they need to
see
change
coming.
these, bro. If they say they're happy, I'm tilted.
Well, one change that happened, which I think we mentioned somewhere else, was that we found that accidentally the end bosses had double the amount of life they were supposed to have,
That's crazy.
which was a bit of an issue. So that wasn't great. What actually caused that bug? Because you told me that it happened, but I
Oh
wasn't actually sure.
no. I would not use the word bug.
Okay,
I
that's
would-
kind of the
I
way you
would
phrased
use-
it to me.
I would use the term human error.
Okay, sure. Okay.
A mistake. Yeah,
Okay.
there was a point in where towards the end, a lot of the pinnacle bosses got their life changed, like just before release, and those two got missed somehow, and their life was way too high.
Right.
That being said, changes to the trials. I do want to change. I don't have anything fundamental in terms of the actual full structure of them personally. I more so have a
crazy.
change in the content itself. Like it is worth okay, for example, in Ultimatum you have the 3 random bosses, not excluding the trial master, the 3 random bosses. One of those is actually a placeholder, like it's not actually meant to be used there. You wouldn't know because, well, maybe you would know. But for those who went to Exile Con and played in a certain act, you might have recognized that boss from one of those acts. And it's just that we reused that temporarily since we didn't get the other one finished in time. And then a lot of the monsters in Sanctum and like encounters and the different, I guess the amount of randomness I would say is not high enough. Like it gets a little bit repetitive after a while, and we need to extrapolate on all that. And honestly, I would say that we didn't get the monsters to the quality I wanted. Especially probably just a number of the skills and the balance and a lot of what they're doing. I would say personally, structurally, overarching, I don't have a fundamental issue with them. I definitely have problems with the boss of Sanctum. Like that whole hourglass mechanic is just absolute garbage and just needs to be redesigned. Like there's nothing. Honestly, having had a bit more time beforehand would have changed that already, and I have every intention of fully just changing that whole mechanic because like it is just like, oh, now there's these things on the ground that if you don't pick up, you're gonna die, and how do you know that? And it's just obviously bad, right? So they're changing that 100%. And then the way people got around that in 010 is effectively kill the boss before it can do anything, and then you're good. So yeah, there's certainly changes to the actual monsters and individual bosses that I have in mind, but I haven't really thought too much about changing everything across actually how the mechanics work necessarily.
Fair enough. I remember me dying first time on that fight going in blind. It was because of that mechanic. And the speed of it scales to players as well. Like if you have a party,
it's just actually bad. Like there's no excuse there or anything. It's just bad.
Huh?
Like,
Interesting.
It needs changing 100%.
So I have a little bit of a follow up on something you said, which is the way that you get
Ben
the
is
mechanic is
crazy.
effectively kill him, before he can actually do anything. And so my question is more about the state of bosses going into 0.2, because I know you guys are worried, and you've said multiple times one of the things that you were bummed to see was like people killing pinnacle bosses in like 14 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's going into
14,
0.2.
more like
this is
one.
going to be different with the rebalancing that you currently have. What's your expectations? Because I know you also said you lowered the tier 0 of these bosses by, did I hear correctly, half HP?
Correct. So my hope is that it will be fixed because we fixed all the things we knew to fix. My worry is that more things will be discovered that mean that it is not fixed. But it's honestly incredibly difficult to actually find every single thing like that. What I would hope that happens is that people don't find anything too outrageous before the point when people get into the pinnacle bosses, so that it can actually be a reasonable challenge for the first people who get there. But look, people do tend to find stuff. Obviously, there's a new class as well, and so a bunch of new support gems and interactions and things that have been added. So there'll be things probably there that will just happen. I don't know that I can expect that. I'm certainly not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, everything that's not going to happen again, because it probably will happen again. So we're just making every attempt to make sure that it doesn't. And yes, this was an exact thing that Mark said when he said, okay, we're lowering the life of these bosses. This might make this problem even worse. because yeah, if people do find
Well,
anything,
I wanted to lower all difficulties, right? Because it's effectively the situation we have right now is that by not lowering it, we're effectively saying that if you're playing a more average build, then you are not capable of doing that content.
Right.
And by not changing it because there are a bunch of broken builds is just unnecessarily punishing average users or, more, I don't want to say necessarily casuals because we're still at the end of endgame here, but, like within that spectrum of players, casuals are not even able to do the difficulty 0 pinnacles because, it's balanced around an extreme that is just way too high. And so I'd rather just have it be easier for broken builds and at least accessible to people who are playing more like average or our ideal DPS kind of builds, and yeah, sure. And then the broken builds can go up to difficulty 4, and again now with at least all the uniques dropping from the pinnacles, you got more stuff to at least look forward to if you're killing difficulty 0. Sure, the chance to get it on difficulty 4 much higher, by the way, but it's still at least not just the good uniques are restricted from those players. And I mean, another thing as well, I know this is like technically unrelated, but talking about more about that accessibility for players to that content,
It does, Ben.
made
I think the changes they're
all the
talking about
pinnacles
aren't
are now
bad
not only half
necessarily.
the life, they're also twice as easy to access.
I'm
so we
liking
had
them
this
so
whole
far.
like,
I mean,
you should have to do 60 maps of Breach or Delirium or whatever to access the pinnacles. That's just too much. It's way too high. It was a kind of conservative number, and we've changed that. We've now made that 1 in 30. I know that's not actually how it plays because with juicing and all the mechanics and how well characters do, so it's just a rough number. But effectively, yeah, we've doubled the frequency in which you can access that content as well. And again, that's the same thing where it's like we're unnecessarily restricting that content, even trying that content.
I mean, I like that.
Behind
Being
it,
able to
a
access
bunch
stuff
of
twice as
not
much.
only
I like that.
lots and lots of hours of gameplay, but also character build requirements that are honestly too high. And really, it should just be you get more tickets at doing it. And if you can't do it, well, that's on you. That's your skill and that's your gear. But that should be the limiting factor more so than just like, holy shit, I have to play for 100 hours in order to even do this thing once, and then I just die and because I can't do it. Yeah.
a couple of other points to just make about this is that when the hardest content is too hard, it actually restricts build diversity because people don't see a build as viable if it can't defeat the hardest content, and therefore effectively reduces the set of builds that are even possible. So that's something that we have to be really careful of, and that's part of the reason you want to try and not have the top end be too high. But then the other issue is that, and I was just thinking about this. What, it just slipped my mind now. No, it's fallen out of my mind. I'll have to just bring it up later.
And also just note on the broken.
What you trying to say, Ben?
Builds. Like, it is inevitable. There's nothing you can really do about that, unfortunately. Like, especially when we're talking about how we're still making changes and can't post the patch notes because we're still making changes. Like, there is no guarantee that these changes we're making are entirely solving the problem or entirely not introducing new problems. Now, obviously, we're going to do better and better over time, but part of this is that we are just very aggressively making changes so that we can get it to the players to test ultimately. And I don't mean like functional testing. I mean balance testing on this level with this many mechanics and overlapping axes of randomness is impossible to test on an internal scale with the numbers we have. Like, you need actual hundreds of thousands of eyes and hours to even be able to find everything. And this has been the case with Path of Exile 1 forever as well. It's not like it's anything new.
That actually reminds me of what I was going to say, which is that when we're going into 010, we didn't even really know what the right amount of DPS a player should even have was at endgame.
Sure.
Because that's impossible without getting more information about what players are realistically achieving, kind of where the average ends up being and that kind of stuff. Like, it's actually very hard without that sort of data because, as I think I've even said before, like, we can't invest 100 hours into every test character we make. We have to kind of either we do a playthrough, in which case we're not getting to the end of endgame on that one character because it just takes too long, or we're creating a character synthetically, which if you do that, you're not necessarily gonna end up in the same place as what you'd end up with if you didn't do that, right? So yeah, we can cheat every item into existence, but is it really how it plays out? It's actually very hard to say. So that kind of means that on some level, until you actually get it on production and you're actually putting in the kind of 100, 200 hours into a character and seeing what other people are doing and being part of the meta and all this other stuff, you don't even really know what the life should be. So just even having this first round, you know, has helped a huge amount now that we have an understanding of where should players actually be in order to balance life of bosses for them.
I'm curious. I think that the pretty much everything you guys just said feels really good to hear as well. And we talked about but build diversity, more broken builds going to be there. There's an expectation from John Grown and the community and you guys that to see really broken builds. We're going to find them. There's what 600 plus different minions. We're getting specters that we can use for that. I mean, that's
Sure.
another road we can take, you know, for that approach as well.
Yeah.
At the same time, well, I want to circle back to the topic of actually temporalis not barely being touched, where the idea was it was too easily achieved because of broken builds. But now you're also at the same time saying, but what everyone else is expecting, that we're going to have even more broken builds. Wouldn't that kind of
makes sense
counteract
that
the whole
EA
approach
should
to
be
that
more
and
like
make
player
temporalis
testing?
more
I
accessible
agree.
because of the availability that we're all expected to see with more broken builds available?
Well, okay, so when I say more, what I'm saying is, you know, and I think Mark even might have used this example, is let's say there were like, you know, 200 broken builds in the last version. Well, hopefully this version we have 100 broken builds, and then the next version we have 50, and then it'll halve each time, and then, you know, like we'll sort of get somewhere okay, like over time. So it's not to say that there'll be more in the sense that there'll be more than there were before. It's that there will be more in addition to, like, all those ones got nerfed, and now people find some additional ones. But with regard to your like thing
Oh,
about
no.
temporalis, so I mean, okay, what actually is the exact nerf to temporalis?
I'm
I feel
getting
like we
there.
might as well just mention it.
Oh, okay, hold on.
The reduction to cooldown is lowered, so it's
Yeah.
not giving as much of a reduction to cooldown. I can't remember the exact values, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't, for example, fully erase Blink's cooldown now, as an example.
Right.
Okay.
But it's still very good. Like it's still
Yeah, yeah.
incredibly good.
But
the thing that
we
really changed is
also-
that we lowered the amount of the relic that's going to drop, so there'll be less of them.
We also,
for that
yes,
reason.
given that we had solved at least a good chunk of those problems for the early, when Temporalis was spilling out into the economy, we solved a lot of that. But also, I think we have made it at least 10 times rarer.
Wow.
That unique specifically, in this patch. So, yeah, it
Well,
is nerfed, and it
Seems
is
like
less
a mirror for
accessible,
Temporalis
and,
then.
like, that's just okay with that one. It shouldn't be doing what it was doing before, at least with Blink and the mobility side of things. That's for sure, though.
That's good. Like that was one of my concerns here, what you guys talk about. But that feels really good to get that clarified. I feel reassured.
I'm feeling a little nervous for our
Speaking
builds,
of
boys.
clarity, one
They're
of the
nerfing
questions we
everything.
had is regarding clarity. And
think we
maps,
should still
because
be
in the
fine to an
reveal footage,
extent.
there was a little display that most people saw in the top right corner, showing
Mhm.
basically objectives that you could do in the map. So the question with
Mhm.
this
Okay,
is:
here we go.
is this just an indicator of what's available in the map, or is this an indicator of an alternative way of completing maps instead of just killing all
So
rares?
it is just it is just an indicator of what's in the maps, and we still have the kill rare objectives. And so a lot of people will say, oh, you know, why don't you have alternate different victory conditions for doing maps and so on? And I understand why people say that, but the thing is that if we actually had a bunch of different objectives, I believe that you would get tired of those very, very quickly. Like killing the rares is already the thing that you want to be doing when you are mapping, and so that's the reason it was chosen as a victory condition like that. If we just have like all sorts of random shit, you'll like there's going to be ones that you're going to get tired of very quickly. They'll be annoying and like various things, right? I mean, like effectively, what you'd probably end up with is something that looks kind of like, I mean, because when we're talking about alternate victory conditions, what you end up with is things like what's going on in Sanctum and Ultimatum, right? Like these are this is effectively what you end up with if you're talking about alternate victories, right? Because you come up with things and you try to work out the stuff, and it's like, while that is something that is cool to do sometimes, it's not something that's cool to do all the time. And so that's the reason why I'd be really hesitant to do that on like every map has a condition like that. So that's kind of like where we're coming from that. So like what I think that we do need to do is make it so there are more interesting things going on in maps, which is something that we will probably focus on more in 030, is trying to improve on that. But I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to be like, okay, here's a bunch of arbitrary conditions you might have to fulfill. Like the rare thing is what you should be doing anyway, and that is why it is like, I mean, if you really
get it
come
from
right
both
down to
sides.
it, like what is the victory condition of a map in PoE 1? Well, the answer to that is like we don't actually set one explicitly, but ultimately what you're there for is to kill the rares so that you know, and like all of the content, you are there to do the content in the map so that you get more item drops, right? So effectively, that's the reason why that's okay. So there has to be some idea of completion in PoE2 because of the fact that, you know, you need to be able to do the map to move on to the next one. So that's why we wanted to choose the objective we felt that players should have anyway. And so I think that maybe players sort of view that slightly differently than we do, because it's like, you know, but that's, I guess, to explain sort of our view on how that is. It's just should be there of like, here's what you're supposed to be doing anyway.
A question I
We
had.
did I,
Oh, go
I
on,
just want to elaborate on that a little bit more, because we did try some stuff internally there. Like we actually did. We had an iteration quite recently, in fact, where we had it that you had to complete the like league. So if there was an expedition, you had to do the expedition to complete it, and so on. And honestly, the internal reception to that was like pretty viscerally
Yes.
negative.
Everyone was very angry that we were taking away their choice with that stuff.
Like you're forcing me to do a ritual I don't want to do, and it's like,
yeah.
well, ideally it should feel good to do the ritual, but understandably, yeah.
So yeah, we ended up going back on that.
So we backtracked on that, and then it's like, okay, well, you could design a whole bunch of encounters, and then it's like, well, how do you know you're not going to create equally things that are divisive or things people don't want to do in the same sense that those leagues came out? And it's like, well, I hate this one. Whenever I get this one, I hate it. I hate doing that map. You know, I just want the one when I have to kill the rares or some other thing. But to clarify just some of how it works, like if it is a boss map, killing the boss is the completion, right? That is what it will be. If it is not a boss map, killing the rares is the completion. If it is a tower, clicking the tower is the completion. And then all of the unique maps, which we're just kind of not referring to as unique maps really, but that's kind of how they appear, each have their own special conditions as to how to complete them.
Why not just make a bunch of
there any
like
other types of
objectives
maps?
and just say if it's like a
Hideout is full
breach
clear the
expedition,
area, but
you
don't
know,
really need to do that
whatever
often.
map you can do, like breach to completed, expedition to completed,
that's
or
pretty
kill
much
the
it.
rares to
Pretty
completed,
much
right?
that's it, yeah.
It'll just say
And
all
then
the
extra
objectives, and you only have to
content, though,
complete
is
one.
displayed on the map.
People
It
can do
lists it
whatever
under
they want
extra
in that map
content, so,
and just get to the next one.
Because often what could
Why
happen
not
is
just
you
do
go
that?
into the map and you're like, I don't remember what was in here. Like, was there a breach in here? I don't remember. So at least now that is all displayed, and you do know what you have to at least keep an eye out for, and it will display on the top right. Once you've done it, it'll get ticked. And so you at least know what's remaining, where you're like, was there an expedition in here? I can't remember. And then you're like, oh yeah, there is. I have to go and do that one.
So did I hear that right? That if it's a standard map with like a boss on it, you have like an overseer tablet or something you put in there, and you kill the boss, that's a completion, and you can leave the other rares on the map if you would like.
Correct.
Okay, so we
I feel
got
like that's not how it
additional
works
stuff.
now. I
The
feel like
rare
even if there's a
monsters in that
boss, it
content
forces
will
you to kill the
appear as
rares
extra
as well as the
content that you
boss.
don't have to do.
But it's worth mentioning that you're going to want to kill the rares because there is the map drop mechanic. That so in a boss map there are two that happens twice. Once on the boss for the upgrade, and once when you kill the
You would
rares
think,
for the
right, Ben?
sustain. So just to be clear here, like the killing all the rares, like at the point you kill the last rare, there's what we call a sustain drop, which is the one that's giving you a at tier 1, it's 100% chance to drop a map of the same tier, and then that goes down over time, but then gets countered by the Waystone drop chance. So effectively what that means is that if you're playing with mods, you're always going to get a map from that last rare that sustains your drops. And so in a map boss map, that's the same, like the rares will still give you that, but then you're also going to get a map from the from the map boss too, but that'll be +1.
But if you have excess maps and you're not really caring,
then you don't have to do it,
100%
right?
do the
Yeah.
boss, move on. It's
Yeah.
up to you.
Huh. Okay, well that's
Speaking
new.
of like Waystones and Sustain, is there any chance I could get a teaser out of you for another unique tablet? Because we know one of them, which is you can teleport anywhere on the Atlas. Can you hold this over until patch notes with an additional unique tablet?
Well, the patch notes won't even include them, right?
Yeah, we
Because
don't
they're new
spoil
uniques,
you. We don't spoil you.
think
All right, well, I tried.
there is one. I hope it's there as opposed to coming shortly afterwards, but I'm pretty sure it is. It irradiates the maps, and then you can complete the map. Completing the map will remove the irradiation, but not complete the map, and then you can run it again. So effectively, you can use that to be able to run all the maps in Radius twice with all of them effects and modifiers on them.
With the juicing from the towers.
Well, with the, I mean,
Yeah, because you've
yes,
got 3.
if they're
yeah.
with the other 2 tablets or any other towers that are in Radius, yes, correct.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, that's quite a teaser. Hey,
That's
glad I
probably the
asked.
chasest one, I think, to be honest. So,
Okay. Okay, so speaking of maps,
That's
here's
cool.
here's
I like
a
that.
balance related question for you. So what I heard in the Ziggy D interview is the Rogue Exiles can appear in any map, correct?
Yep, they can.
Okay, so are they scaled from tier 1 to 15? Like, you probably get where I'm going at. When you log in, brand new character, your first map, are people going to RNG get blasted with the same Rogue Exile that can appear in tier
They-
1 or tier 15, or do they get
They
stronger?
do scale. They do scale their life and damage and stuff like
Well,
that.
much like any monster.
Yeah, much like any
does.
monster. So
They
yeah,
will.
like it'll be it's a hard fight, but it's like you just if you run into one on T1, it's just a T1. It's a T1 boss.
They appear from
Okay.
part 2 onwards.
Yeah.
The reason we did it that late is because they have like the full set of player skills, and I didn't want them to be using skills that you didn't have access to at the same level. Now we could have done a thing where we disabled those skills, but then you just end up with a thing where they're like not too interesting, but also it just like exponentially amplifies the amount of work to make now every version of them using different skills good, and that was maybe something that would have been cool and fun, but honestly probably too much work relative to what you get out of it.
Right. But yeah, you'll see them in campaign as well.
Oh, they're in campaign.
in the second half.
And
There you go,
then,
Ben.
They're in maps. It's 1 in 12 maps base-ish. But like, we're still kind of iterating on the amount of content that is appearing in maps. So like, we might even change this in the next few days. And then the Atlas tree to spec into the rest. Now they do scale in other ways, which is just, I mean, if you think about the uniques they have equipped, like if there is a like level 70 drop level unique item, obviously they're not going to have that before that level. So they'll unlock the uniques they'll have equipped, and this is for all uniques added for all time. They'll only be able to have ones up to the level that they're at, and then the uniques they'll be able to have. If there's a level 80 unique, they won't be able to have that until they're level 80.
And since
Makes
they use
sense.
the uniques actually do contribute to the difficulty of the of the fight. So
Or sometimes the ease, because they don't necessarily know if that unique is gimping their build.
Curiosity from my end here regarding the uniques and the Rogue Exiles. Since the Rogue Exiles, it is possible that a Rogue Exile could have killed an in-game boss. Can they wear those type of uniques as well, or that's a no-go?
No, we've kept that off because, again, it's simply because you are right, they could use it, but we're not going to drop them because we don't want boss uniques to come from non-boss sources.
Yeah.
Like
That's fair.
Okay.
I'm much more
Makes sense.
strict about that now in PoE 2.
Okay, that's fair.
True, Ben.
Next question we have is on death
no
effects.
boss uniques.
Are you currently satisfied with the current state, and do you believe that on death effects are something that is needed?
Well, what on death effects are you referring to?
Yeah, what's even left that's egregious? I mean, that is my first question, is like, you tell me what's not good enough so I can go get it fixed.
I mean, we can take it a prime example being like the bloaty guys that explode. I mean, if you have an army of minions, even more so now with Spectres being introduced with bigger minions,
Oh, but that's
already
different.
hard to see.
When you're talking about a specific monster, though, I feel very differently than how I feel about it on like rare mods, for example. Because rare
agree.
mods you can run into any time and you're not necessarily expecting them. But if you're talking about the bloaters, I mean, like those, you can see those bloaters coming a mile away. Like about that particular one.
Well, to some degree. I mean, it depends on the build you're playing. But I mean, there are multiple
Gaz, he's
death
getting
effects
him.
and ground effects that is exploding and like after death. Like the issue that is being brought up is how the players are getting punished from going up to loot, maybe not seeing because there's loot windows popping up covering wherever the explosion is, and you have minions or Expector, you're still fighting something and you can't see it because there's too many effects going on the screen, and then you move to what you think is a safe spot, but you die.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% don't disagree with the problem. I guess the thing is, I can probably improve like 90% of it. I just need to know exactly them all, and I mean, it should seem obvious, I understand, but there's a lot going on. I don't know, give me a list. I'll go through and either remove, change, or make them less punitive, I guess, in almost every case. Or at least, sorry, I don't want to say punitive, like, they should just be fair. And I agree with you, the loot label situation, like, is a problem, where all of a sudden now, if it was a rare and it happened to drop 8 items, well, you don't even see the monster anymore.
Well, in the case of the bloater, for example, you could make the drops happen at the end of the explosion.
You could, of which all the clear speed junkies will be like, no,
Right.
I want it
That's
now.
the thing you could do.
Because they want to pick it up and then run away before it blows up. So
Right.
I agree though. That would be the thing we would have done.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's fair. Like,
And look, again, it's like I don't really have a problem with it as a general sense. I have more a problem of just if there is an unfair mechanic, I want to address that. Like, which is not restricted to on-death mechanics or not. It's just everything. If it is unfair, or there's no counterplay, which I guess are the same thing, then I would like to address it and do something about it. Similar to how I talked about that hourglass mechanic just being garbage. Like, I'm going to be the first to admit that there's a bunch of just unfair bad stuff out there, which is the consequence of designing so many bosses and so many monsters, like hundreds of monsters. You're going to get some bad out there for sure. So we'll get them all in due time, though, for sure.
the follow-up question on this topic was that whether or not you consider the on-death effects to be something that is needed in the game.
Again, I've never thought of it in that sense of just like, do we want on-death mechanics? It's more like this monster would be real cool if it did an explosion on death, and like after it died, like the bloater, I think is a very cool example. But it's not like there's ever a specific
Right,
mission to be
Ben?
like we need to add more on
Somebody,
or anything like
somebody
that.
in the office must have made him mad.
But I would say it is somewhat contextual, and I do think that occasionally a thing like that happening is fine on some monsters. I would argue that again, like the things where it's hiding them, making them invisible, or that you can't see them, or again, because there are builds that are moving at way too fast with too many effects, is more of a thing that amplifies this problem, which is what we always see. Like these things are less problematic when you first encounter them in Act 3, and then they're far more problematic in Endgame when there's like a hell of a lot more going on. It's way faster. You can't really process what's going on as much, especially with probably summoner builds. So yeah, I mean,
it really shouldn't be the case that you can't see a bloater explosion coming.
yes.
Like, they're incredibly huge monsters. There's incredibly well telegraphed. It takes a very long time to build up. Like, that one really should be one that you can see coming.
I mean, I don't personally have an issue with the bloater specifically. Like, we got some of these questions from the community and some of the questions
Sure.
brought up from other content creators.
But that's
This
what I'm
was
saying.
one of
But it
those
was the first one that
questions,
came to your mind. So I wonder if there's another one out there. That...
What I'd like to do is at least do a pass to make it that there is never loot and a death spot contesting. And often the answer to that might be either change the effect or delay the loot. It just depends what that is. There were cases like, for example, Rattlecage, that the first boss of Sanctum, he used to explode on death, and yeah, it was bad, right? Like, how do you know until it happens? And then by the time it happens, you're dead. And of course, you kill the boss, you run in to get the loot. That's just what you do. So that one is an example of one where it were like, well, I mean, whether or not you could say it was telegraphed well enough, I don't know. It kind of just didn't really work. So there are clear examples where we've removed them because, yeah, it was kind of bullshit. And then there are probably a few examples that are in the grey right now, and probably even some that are still bullshit, and we still do need to address them 100%. That being said, again, not philosophically against them, just philosophically against unfair or like gameplay that's, again, I agree, if you're just covering the monster in loot labels, let alone anything else, and it's about to explode, that is a bad thing. Like 100% that needs to be addressed.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Sorry, I think
So yeah, I guess it's just more a matter of like, make sure that you continue to make us aware of the things that feel terrible to play against, and we'll do what we can to fix them. And if we can't get a good solution, then it probably will be removed. Like, that is often what happens eventually.
Fair enough. I have a kind of a different topic here. So there was a specific question related to Ascendancy skills. So some Ascendancy skills, I believe, have like quality effects, but you can't quality them.
Oh, this is a good one.
Skills also can't be put into weapon slots. So like you can't use weapon switching with Ascendancy at the moment. I can't put like Elemental Storm or something for some reason you want to use that. It's like by only using my second weapon, for instance. So we're wondering if in 0.2 we can see quality coming to Ascendancy and weapon swapping, actually being able to be queuable onto Ascendancy skills.
Well, you can't put quality on them because they're not items, but the reason why they still have quality is because there are things that give quality to all skills.
It's good. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So I believe that's why it's like that. So yeah, we're not going to change the fact that you can add quality to them because they're just not items, so it just works that way.
Makes sense.
As for the weapon swap thing, can you not open up the advanced skill thing and turn them usable way weapon set 1 and 2 for Ascendancy skills? I thought you would be able to do that. Is that really not possible?
No, I checked it yesterday.
And you can't do that?
No, not that I've seen. No. I mean, unless
You
someone
know,
correct me
I
in the
have a
chat if I'm wrong,
feeling
but
now. So that actually surprises me. But now upon thinking about it, I suspect I know why, and it will be a stupid technical limitation due to the way that information is stored, where there's no place in your character to store it. So I can actually probably get that fixed now that you've brought that to my attention. It just wasn't something that I was really aware of. I can actually get that fixed. Probably not for 020, but yeah, that's a relatively easy fix. And as I said, it's because currently the place where that's stored is in the gem, and because there's no gem there, there was no place to store it. So probably it just ended up getting disabled by whoever implemented that. Yeah, that I can get them to fix it.
Yeah, but
great.
All right. We'll move over to some critical strike question. It's about critical strike bonus on weapons, which is currently multiplicative, with other sources a crit bonus leading to higher crit multi than we've ever had, even in PoE 1. So the question is if there's any changes or plans of changes to that, or is crit supposed to be that strong in the endgame?
I
Uh-oh.
wouldn't say that crit has been first on our mind with regard to the changes we've been making on balance. Like, that isn't to say that there isn't something wrong with it, but it hasn't exactly been jumping out at us as like, oh, they've got this big problem with crit. The big problems have been other things. So yeah, like I wouldn't say that we certainly haven't made any changes there.
Okay.
As for whether or not it should be like this, I think that'll be a question that will start to come up once we actually have that jumping out as a problem if it does. I believe our intention was okay. So just to be clear though about why we made that change, because we want it in general that items are always multiplicative with everything else. Like, it's supposed to be that your tree is multiplicative with your items. So therefore, whenever that's not the case, that's kind of a defeat. Like, we want it. Yeah, that's just our general philosophy. So ideally, we have it that way for as long as we can. If we then run into an issue, maybe we'd change it. But we haven't noticed any particular issues yet with that. So we'll just leave it that way for the time being.
We're
The
saved.
concern would be, of course, is if every weapon build is playing crit characters, which I mean, like, I don't know if it's the case right now. It possibly is the case, but I don't know if you've got any other feeling about that.
I mean, a lot.
Okay. So we know crits unchanged. That's good for us, at least, since we
I
ran so
mean,
many crit builds.
This is ironically just like the eternal battle we had in PoE 1 of crit versus non-crit.
Right.
And we did like a million changes over time, and we're effectively just starting that battle again. The good thing is, because we've done that, we know exactly what we would have to do, which is there is almost certainly just an imbalance in the ease of getting chance relative to the amount of crit damage you can get. There's no way that is just like right on the get-go. So, but however, it's not on the certainly the current. I wouldn't say it's not on the radar. It's more that it's not the most imminent thing for us to be fixing, given how much we have to be addressing right now, and which we're actively doing as we speak. So, well, other people are actively doing as we speak. So yes, I would expect changes, but I don't know if that will necessarily change for 020. That being said, everything's changing at like a base level, or a lot is changing at a base level, such that this will obviously. It's not like these builds are going to be identical in power after this, right? Because at the end of the day, it is a multiplier. What it does allow you to do is get so much burst glass cannon-y that, again, you're just evaporating the bosses in such an insanely small amount of time that you can turn that battle into not a battle, and that is a problem that might still remain. And if so, we'll fix it. If the base things that are pre-crit multiplier are also addressed to enough of a degree, at least the boss fight will last long enough that all of a sudden your glass cannon nature might reveal itself as a weakness. We'll have to kind of just see how that plays out, but I would say there's a 99% chance that we're going to have to change something, but I don't know if we can do it in 020.
All right.
At least specifically to do with the disproportionate amount of crit damage you're getting.
All right.
And we might still, by the way, I won't say that we're not. I'm just going to say that there is still technically 2 or 3 days left. So,
and patch notes for Thursday in New Zealand time, so a little bit time left. Another question we have is actually again about scaling, and it's about de-leveling of skill gems. If this is something you'll reconsider allowing us to have that tool accessible. An example of this, I believe this was Fubgun's question. A lot of current builds will currently use a low-level Spirit Gem because the attribute requirements level 20 can be too high. An example provided was Deadeye using a low-level cast on Shock as an
Right.
example.
Well, a couple of things about this. One of them is that in general, we don't want people to want to use lower level gems. Now, the requirements in terms of mana is a valid reason for that to be that they want to do it lower, or mana or spirit cost or whatever it
Attributes,
is, or whatever it is. So that's I suppose that's reasonable, but like I guess the way we initially thought that was solved, the reason why we were okay to remove down leveling is because you could just get a new like level 19 gem at any time. It's just that it's the quality that doesn't move over, so I guess that's the reason for the
It's
request.
more that people want like level 8 and they don't want to have to go back to some random.
You don't have a level 8 gem just lying around?
Not always. Like,
I
there's some-
assumed it was the
there's
quality.
Certain levels that are
I mean,
just like,
corrupted
Right.
too. Don't
you
forget
want that
that.
exact thing, and then
Sure,
they're like
sure.
ultra annoying to get.
Shooting
But the
corrupted
intention
gems.
was that every gem is worth. You should want to level up every gem no matter what, and the fact that some aren't, like the fact that you're getting so much power out of using lower level ones is an error, and one that I would address rather by saying that having such a low level version of it at in game should make the gem way worse. Like it shouldn't be good. It's
Right.
just that a lot of these things don't have scaling over the levels.
Right.
Like there's a lot of problems that have. I mean, you even see this in things like curses, where it's like, well, the mana cost skyrockets and the attributes, but like the power, it doesn't go up too much. And so you end up with a bunch of low level stuff everywhere. And I would say all of those are failures in that regard, and we should be making the level of them way more significant.
You shouldn't want a low level gem, but
Yeah.
in the case, I do have some sympathy in the case where you're like, I leveled this to 20 and I actually wanted it 19, right? Like I totally understand that that desire, and it's really only the quality that would be a barrier there for that particular case. But if you're telling me that people are wanting like literally level 8 or something, then yeah, that's like
Yeah.
not right.
There are some valid reasons, and then there are some things where it's like been designed or balanced poorly.
Hmm.
And there's going to be a combination of fixing as to whether or not
Right.
within we need to revisit, I guess, whether or not we want to allow people to de-level uncuts or something like that. I don't know. I mean, neither do I. But
It is definitely a design consideration for every skill we design of making sure that the levels matter enough. And like there was quite a lot of work in this direction because that was a big problem in POE 1 that you had with quite a lot of things. So yeah, we do try and make the levels matter more.
I think one of the the
Interesting.
primary concerns, and you touched on it a bit there, and it was a topic for later, but I suppose it's a good segue into it, is mana cost on abilities. Like for instance, 1 mana left at 22,000 mana, Spark costs 700, but then you had Hammer of the Gods, and it costs 1180. So I suppose some of the questions would be like, how do you guys feel about mana costs of certain abilities and how it deprioritizes the suffix of like bonus levels specifically on classes like Warrior that already have reduced max mana on the tree for some reason? So what are you guys' feelings on the current state of like mana costs in relation to that?
Well, the few rules or things that we had before discussing what some stuff we've changed is that it was intended that obviously the cast time of this, the lower the cast time, the faster the cast time, the lower the cost is for one. Hence why something like Spark is relatively low. And then there was like a how frequently should you be using this, which is understandably somewhat subjective by us, but it is our design goal of how frequent. Now, not every skill fell into that correctly.
It's weird.
So a good skill there, for example, is like Toxic Growth, was meant to be way more of a like, occasionally you use this and then you work a little bit to blow up the pods. Now, in reality at endgame, it's you use it inside a gas arrow and the pods explode it literally in 0.1 seconds. Right? So you end up just doing gas cloud spam, 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 spam. That's just like one example where it's like, this skill is now being used as a spammable and not being used as the infrequent thing that we wanted it to be used at. Now, when it was infrequent, by our design, it had a multiply the mana by 1.4 because that's how we expect to use it, and ideally it would be balanced around that. And then, the goal here is now, okay, do we either change Toxic Growth's role or do we make it more into what we intended for it to be? Obviously, we're going to start with that direction, and then hopefully we can achieve that. And then if that fails, obviously, who knows? Whatever happens afterwards. That being said, that just explains why something like Hammer of the Gods has a much higher cost multiplier, so to speak, as the frequency in which you use it is much lower, and Spark's cast time is much higher. However, There was a few things that happened in the mana cost balancing. So, for example,
Uh-oh.
when you were a spellcaster, there was a level of assumed plus gem level you had, because if you didn't have that, then all of a sudden you get +4 gem level and your mana cost skyrockets, and you're like, what the heck? This I got now. I can't even use my weapon or my skills because I'm running out of mana because I got some plus gem level. So we assumed at certain intervals of the game you had, say, up to +4 or something like that. But for attackers, because of the gem level, at least for stuff that isn't using flat damage, the gem level matters a lot less, and we didn't make the assumption you had any, which was an error, because all of a sudden now you'll get like +3 projectile levels or something, and now your mana costs are out of control, and you're like, well, this sucks. Like you get probably like 40% more mana cost for 15% more, 20% more damage, and it's like, this isn't proportional at all. So we have lowered all the attack mana scaling in O2O
W.
to account for the same amount of, or some amount of gem level. I think it's slightly less than spells. So
It's
that, but it
perfect
makes
for
a
us.
pretty significant difference in game. Like, because it's an exponential. Like it was like 12% per level. Now it's like 9% per level, which over 20 levels is like a pretty significant drop in mana costs. So yeah, there's a few things going on there where there were skills not being used as we had intended. I mean, you're talking about the 22k
That's really good
mana.
changes for us.
That is a separate problem, which we're also addressing. Though you certainly are not going to be expecting to see mana in the same level it is right now. Given you had mind over matter, people were getting way too much mana. Whatever, whole different thing. Ingenuity, breach rings, and all that. And then yes, you have. So anyway, what am I saying? Attack mana cost down at endgame, and then just explaining some of the philosophy and how some skills aren't used as intended. And ideally, over time, we'd be either adjusting their mana costs because the role they now play is spammables, or more spammables, or we would change the skill of the design or the build or the archetype to have it that the skill is actually being used at our intended frequency.
Okay. Well, I heard the attack skills cost less mana, and that makes me a happy warrior.
Yeah, that's the actual takeaway, and also nerfed mana and nerfed ingenuity. Just while you're at it.
All right,
I think
nerfed
everyone knew that one was coming,
ingenuity.
so fair enough. Okay, so one of the most common questions, and trying to think of how to word this, but basically it boils down to this. One of the most common things people ask about, they want us to ask you, was about the pacing of the game. They see abilities added, like leaping backwards. They see parry being added. We see monsters that have exceptionally high movement speed and some slower cast animations from the player side of things, and mobs being able to push you around, etc. So I think kind of where people are going with this is, where do you guys see in your perfect world the in-game pacing of Path of Exile at? Obviously, it's not going to be the Gemling stat stacker, stuff like that's getting destroyed, right? That's not the intended pacing of the game. But how much faster than campaign? What's your philosophy behind the pacing when you're developing abilities, like we see with the Huntress with leaping backwards and stuff like the pushing of the mobs and the fastness of the mobs seem to outscale your pacing of the player?
Well, this is sort of one of those questions that we get all the time and asked in different ways and so on. And it's like, it's always very hard for me to answer because I'm not sure what, like I can't exactly give you the speed in, miles an hour, right? Like it's sort of hard to, it's hard to sort of quantify exactly what we're talking about. And I guess that's why I always tend to fall back on the feeling of like, okay, well, we want you to feel like you're always getting power growth. But we still want combos to matter, like these kinds of things. Like it's all those really design philosophy things. One thing I will say is that I heard from someone, and then it made me think about whether or not there was a concern that, like, from what we talked about in the Z interview, because we talked about like nerfing a lot of things and like how that was all happening, right? And then we had someone who said to us, "Oh, I like, someone internal testing, they're like, oh yeah, I'm playing in game in 0-0, and the pace feels exactly the same as how it felt in 0-1-0. And the thing is, and they're talking about some random build that's like not some crazy broken meta build. It's just a rando build, right? And it's like, well, yeah, if you're a rando build, then like the pace isn't really changing. And I just want to make sure people understand that like we're not.
It might even be increased.
Well, in some cases, sure. Like, like if you're not playing the like ridiculously broken shit, it is, yeah, in fact, pretty similar to before. But like, so long as the engagement of like making sure the combat is engaging is ultimately our goal. And so, it's like, yeah, the bosses take a little bit of time to kill, and then you have to engage with their mechanics and like all that sort of stuff, and like that's the only way that we would ever look at it, right? So
I can hit you with a little bit more of a specific to make it a
Yeah.
little easier to answer then. So I think
Mhm.
it's kind of two questions mixed together, and the more specific side of it is mobs being able to push you as a player.
Sure.
It's kind of a new addition. You got the rolling
Mhm.
mobs that can hit you and move you halfway across the map. Where's your guys' stance on this? You know what I mean? It's been a common question.
Well, that's a different question. I don't. Okay,
Well,
like
there are specific issues with the old
Yeah.
roly-poly monsters because they're not meant to just take you freaking for the ride all the way along. They're meant
Yeah.
to just like shunt you to the side.
right. So I think that's more of a case of fixing those specific things.
That's. I think those are fixed now. Well, as in now as an O2. I think. I hope. Please, but the system seems to be quite volatile in a way where it likes to.
Well, I
keep-
mean, even we had that issue with. I mean,
Like
feel
I was like, I think they're
did we
fixed.
even
Hopefully,
fix,
maybe.
God, the lumberjack guy at the start of the game. I can't remember his name. The Miller.
yeah.
The Miller. Because that for a while in O2O, that was just like randomly taking you for a ride.
Yeah.
So I hope. I
again,
think is that
that
fixed?
is a volatile system.
Yeah, yeah.
You change nothing, and for some reason now the monsters are taking you for rides across the level, and then
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't want it to feel like you're just, as I said, getting taken for a ride when you're not supposed to be. And so that one, ideally we're fixing cases where that occurs. Now, the reason you want a little bit of impact from monsters is just because it, makes you actually feel the abilities. And there are monsters that feel if they don't have a push on their abilities, they feel just terrible. Like, I mean, there's things like the Devourer where like until we added the like pushback on the hit, it just felt like it wasn't even hitting you really. So there's stuff like that that's just really important just from a physical nature. So generally speaking, for the pushiness, we're trying to just make it so it feels physically correct. But yeah, we don't want it like pushing you half across the map, as you said. But yeah, and then the other part I guess you were talking about maybe was to do with the abilities that kind of like where the character's moving.
Oh, the other
Um,
part of it, your characters get
It
shoved a
does.
lot.
It's horrible.
And it feels like the pushing is a new concept for a lot of players, and where is its placement in maps? I get the Devourer argument, where it's like, okay, it's a Devourer, it's a big impactful hit you earlier on, I
Mhm.
get it. But then when you get to like in-game mapping, it starts to feel a little weird when you got these little mobs that are way faster. They're also like kind of shoving you around a little bit.
Right. I suspect that might be a case of certain monsters just not having correct adjustment. I mean, like, I'd be interested to know a specific example because, I mean, so you've got stuff like those werewolf prowlers, right? Where it's like when they attack you, they do a little push there. And once again, it feels like from just a mass perspective that feels all right. But I guess I could imagine a scenario where because your character is moving so fast, at end game, that you might get into a situation where that push might feel a bit off. So like I can kind of see where you're coming from in some of those cases. So I mean, maybe we do need to do some adjustment to some of those monsters based on level or something like that. I don't know.
I think
So-
also when there will be monsters that are wrong that don't appear as much in single player as well. I mean, this is just on top of that, because you won't know they're wrong until they're not only trying to attack you, they're trying to attack something behind you. And all of a
Right.
sudden you're getting moved by something that you don't like. Probably again, it could occur in minion cases, kind of a summoning cases.
Right.
Or in multiplayer, it certainly happens.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that all the monsters have the correct pushiness value, so to speak. So,
Right. But I
That's
mean,
fair.
it's good to get that as a thing to specifically focus on because like it's something that probably would need some attention. We just need to get someone to like do an audit specifically
Yeah.
thinking
I mean,
about that.
overall, good changes.
It,
There's,
it
like,
requires for some
stuff they're
reason
talking about
a
right
quite
now
difficult
is
eye for
good,
detail, because
but-
again, you want it to feel
Yeah.
physically correct and make
I
sense.
kind
from
of
a
see more
physical
like the game
perspective, and,
balancing in terms of skills and stuff.
I don't know. I found it quite hard to find someone who can actually assess
Ask
what
something
would
about
happen
the
if this
hunter,
werewolf
like
jumped
new
on you.
content.
And like there is stuff like that, which I mean, sure, maybe it is kind of difficult. But yeah, we need to go over it with a fine tooth comb.
I do
and
think
just
the
correct
context
a lot.
though of like when you're because I mean normally when a monster is being set up, it's being tested in isolation and you're not necessarily using
yeah.
like a crazy fast build on it, right? You're just like playing it in the context of the era originally appeared in, like that is to say during campaign where you don't necessarily have like some this like crazy move speed and all that stuff. So I suspect that the interpretation actually probably would change a little bit in the presence of having that sort of faster play that you get as you as your stats increase. So yeah, I think it is something we should look into and like do it and recontextualize it with the idea that we should be looking at it from with high level builds in mind.
There's some.
That's
'Cause I suspect there might be
some
something.
ideas.
I
I've
think there
got
might be
some
something
ideas.
there. Yeah.
That works. We can move on. Okay, so the next portion here is kind of around ailments. So ailments in particular scale off of on hit, which means that ailments very often ends up feeling not so much as a
Yeah, right,
build
Ben?
in and of itself, but as additional damage to a build. So the question would be, and I have a couple of specific questions as follow-ups here, is where do you guys see ailments placed in Path of Exile? Do you want to see like I'm doing a bleed build, or do you want to more see it as bleed as additional damage to a build I'm already doing?
This is a good question.
Well, I personally, when I'm designing, I'm looking more about the combo potential of ailments and what they can do for other abilities. But that being said, that ideally we're in a situation where both of these things can be true, where it can be that you're playing a bleed build, but also then someone else might be playing a build that's relying more on consuming the bleed to do something else. And there's like a few different approaches you can take with it. Ideally, it's like, we can get all of these situations to be true depending on how you speak your character. It was intentional to make it so that the ailments depend more on the original hit, and I guess so. Why did we do that?
A
There
lot
was
of
a
that
whole
is
thing.
somewhat, to me, intuition, right?
Right.
Like, there's a little bit of a confusing level where you're like, I got the skill that applies a bleed, and I'm going to increase my damage, and it happens to say increase damage with hits. And, like, I don't know if anyone at that time is thinking that, oh, this is a hit, and the bleed isn't a hit, even though it's applied by the hit. Like, there's a level of just, like, unnecessary complexity that occurs there where it's like, it's nice to just have more damage is more damage and it affects both, and that's just, like, nice on some level. Like, that is certainly helpful. But I think also part of the problem is, like, you want the thing where if you take increased attack damage, for example, like, that affects your damage over time is applied by those attacks, right? Like, you get, again, you don't want all this, like, really, you have to take global damage and you can't take kind of certain types of damage, and you have to work your way around it and know all this, like, hyper specialized details about which stats work and which stats don't. And looking at that from, like, just a new player, or not even new, from probably people who have hundreds if not thousands of hours into the game, are probably still uninformed unless they've read a specific thing explaining how it works. So
That's to say in POE 1, right?
in POE 1, yeah.
Whereas
And
in
so
POE 2,
POE
that's
2, it should just be if you increase your damage, if the hit is harder, then the bleed applied by the thing is going to do more damage. That is certainly an upgrade. However, there isn't exactly a design goal to say, no, you can't be a build that's like hyper bleeding or igniting or anything like that. And whether or not those are entirely supported or supported enough is obviously people's opinion, or maybe not necessarily opinion, but it's not, there's no specific goal to not go one way or the other. We just wanted to make sure that you can, if you increase the damage of the hit, the ailment applied by that hit is doing more damage.
Makes sense. I think where the feedback ends up coming from is, you're increasing the damage of the hit. So by the end of it, you're not really playing an Ignite build because you like Ignite the element. You're playing a Hammer of the Gods build. You know what I mean? That's applying the Ignite. That's, I think, the end result of where scaling.
Well, the Hammer of the Gods bleed thing isn't exactly something that that we're like in love with. Just as a side note,
Something is needed to be
something
done
is
there,
needed
for sure.
about that.
I really don't want to do the whole like 80% less damage with ailments and all the skills and all that. I feel like it's all a bit tacky. It should be, but honestly, I don't even know an alternate solution right now, and I need to delve into for. So,
Just go back to
there's
POE 1,
probably a
dude.
way around something like
Have
that.
ailment
But yeah,
stuff,
you're
like
right.
increase
It
damage
is
with ailments,
unfortunate
increase
that Hammer of the
duration, like
best way to do a bleed. Like, it
literally
does
all you have
counterintuitive
to
and
do.
not amazing.
And an Ignite.
And an Ignite.
you should
yeah,
just
yeah,
be
sure.
playing a skill that
I mean, it weaves
can
back to what
ignite
we had
easily,
talked in
or
our
have
previous
increased
Tavern Talk
magnitude of like
specifically
ignites
about
on it.
ailments,
If you
where
want to ignite,
how
or
the
and same thing for like
thematical
bleeds and stuff.
approach of the harder you hit, the harder the,
should not
the
be
consequence of that hit.
I can
becomes
see
in the form
bleed
of an ailment,
scale
right?
off
We
the
talk about
hit.
ignition, we
That's
talk
it.
about bleed and all those things. But at the same time, we also put the players in the boat where we now are starting to scale, or we have the perspective of thinking, why would I stop scaling that on-hit damage if I have to stop scaling my on-hit damage to do more ailment damage? Why can't I just continue scaling that on-hit? And then you have these outliers like Hammer of the God, for example. Whereas in PoE 2, there's like separate ways of scaling. If you want to scale ailments, then the on-hit is kind of meh in comparison, but now your build is actually focused on ailments. So they like you
Right.
guys want to get to that point where there's actual full
Well,
focus.
that might just be a matter of making sure that the increases to ailments are more effective than the increases to hits. In that case,
Yeah.
I think in general.
I mean, it
they
is the case, but
are,
they might need to
not-
further do
yeah.
that.
I don't think in a way that would mathematically make it more beneficial overall.
Right, right. Like we might
Uh,
just need to fix that.
Yes.
Because based
Can't
on what
remember
you
the
guys were
exact values,
talking
but yes,
about,
almost.
sorry, no, based on what you guys were talking about was that you wanted hard hits to apply this. It's the same thing we talked about in the last Tavern Talk. I was just curious to see if the plans are to find another venue to actually make ailment builds possible contenders in the game because they feel kind of lackluster outside of what
Well,
we just
part
talked
of-
about.
Part of the issue is as well as the goal, and an achievable goal at that, where it's like, well, why do anything else? Well, why not do the ailment if you can have that? You start the fight, you drop your hammer of the gods, and now the fight's over, because it plus the ailment is enough to kill the boss from full life. All of a sudden, the cooldown of the skill is irrelevant, which is meant to be the major downside as to why it's allowed to deal so much damage. And so, as long as you can do that, like if it did 10% of the life of the boss and the ailment did another 10%, this wouldn't be such a problem in the context of Hammer of the Gods, because all of a sudden, yeah, you've done 20% of its life. Like that's a decent chunk of damage. But just because of the fact that there is the capability to get it to be so high damage that it will just one-shot them again, and crit is part of this problem as well. Yeah, then why would you not do that? You don't need to spec into any defense or anything else at all, right? You don't have
True.
to care. So yes, there's like part of a problem where this is where I'm just like, how much of this is just nerf Hammer of the Gods because that's how it gets played?
Both going to be really
it
good
isn't
builds, Marco.
I mean,
Huntress
I
is
feel like at
obviously
some
going to be
point you
hit.
just want to put note
Lich
count
is more like
create
minions
elements,
if you want to do that,
ailments
and
on
potentially
Hammer of
Hex
the Gods.
Blast.
Well, yeah,
With,
but
like, a
we
chaos
always
damage
try
skill.
and
I know, we
find
try
ways
not-
around.
But if you want to be
Some
like
point,
throwing spears and
the
stuff
more
like
we have
that,
this
and kind of
conversation,
being
I'm just
similar to
kind
like a
of-
Well, that's what I was
ranger,
saying
like bow
before,
style lightning arrow,
as
then
opposed to
Huntress.
cannot apply, you put 80% less, and
I feel like cannot apply is just
wow,
cleaner,
they
right?
both suck.
They do, but at least cannot apply is just like it's just a
I
clean
mean, like I
roll,
said,
it
it's
is
so
what it is, and
simple,
they
bro.
put it
Just
on,
bring back in like
as soon as you
ailment
start getting-
damage and
I don't know, I feel like
support for
80%
ailment.
I
things-
know it's on the
specific
list right
prefix
now
and
of
suffix
things we still have
modifiers.
to discuss in more detail. So
Right.
Why should
And
Ignite
I'm
be
in
skilled
the
with a hit?
today/tomorrow
That makes
list.
no sense.
So
Speaking
Well,
of the list and ailments, I am curious because we also had this conversation in the last Tavern Talk podcast, and that was bleed on ES, and it was the contradicting line.
yeah,
the idea,
we were wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
We were wrong. Well, there was a few things we did change around that. I'm still not entirely happy with it, but it was a decision we actually made. I remember being like, okay, you can't bleed things with ES, which actually is the case. You can't bleed things with Energy Shield.
Right.
It has to be damage to life that causes the bleed.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's some reason for that. I can't remember why.
Was it a
Um,
dumb technical reason or like an actual design reason?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But and I was like, what the? There's no way it works that way. And we were talking about how we were gonna make sure it isn't the case. And we were just wrong. And then it was like, yeah, you guys decided this. And I was like, oh, and then I had flashbacks to crazy discussions we had. And yes, indeed, we did decide that. Now, all that being said, there were some extreme cases of Energy Shield on monsters where it was like, the way it was working is the map mod was like, 25%, and then it would multiply with all the life modifiers that unique monsters have, and it's like, okay, now the monsters have legit 2.5 times the amount of Energy Shield that they have life, or like 1.5 times, so that, as in a million life, they have 1.5 million Energy Shield. And it's like, well, that's of course just terrible. I think we've changed all of that since. So at least like now when it says they have 20% Energy Shield, it is at least their final life multiplied by 1.2, or 0.2 and added as Energy Shield. So at least like there's a lot less to deal with there. Now I'm not entirely sure if I'm happy with the fact that it works this way and it is just a nice downside for bleed builds. Or if it's like, well, this is just annoying because of, I don't know. I don't quite know how I feel. I like it in some regards, and then in others I can see why it's frustrating is the thing. But at least we've fixed the freaking Energy Shield problem, which is just things having all of the Energy Shield. But I do like the idea that monsters with Energy Shield it is a weakness to a bleed build. Now, whether or not it is a balance warranted weakness is a different story, because you could argue that that isn't factored into Bleed's power. But yeah, I'm not quite sure where I sit on this one, to be honest now. But we did address the energy shield problem, at least to the major degree.
All right, so one more last question regarding ailments before we move on, and that is actually regarding Ignite proliferation. It feels very short. The radius isn't very long. Are you guys happy with the current state of proliferation effects of ailments such as Ignite?
I don't even remember the radius. Too many numbers. I honestly can't say I have enough familiarity with this to even be able to give you an answer as to whether or not I am happy. So I guess the real thing is, if players are unhappy, then there's probably a change that needs to be made, right? So if that is the case, I'd have to look into it, honestly, which wouldn't take me long. It would take me like 10 minutes. I just need to refamiliarize myself with it, but obviously not in this moment.
I believe the radius is nearby, so that would be, in this case, 1.2 meters, I think it is, or 2 meters or something. It's very, very short. That's why I had to bring it up. Well, let's move on from ailments. And one of the questions we have was cross-weapon skills. Are there any intentions in making skills be able to be used with multiple weapon types?
Generally speaking, no, because we see the skills that you use with your weapon as being like innate to what it means to use that weapon, and that was like a major difference between
Makes
PoE 1
sense.
and PoE 2. So yeah, the plan is to keep that. I mean, that being said, there's still a few skills. I mean, things like marks and stuff like that. We just have them work across things. But generally speaking, no, the skills are supposed to be associated with the weapons.
There'll be like unique item territory that might bend the rules there a bit, but
Sure.
Otherwise, yeah, wanting the skills and the weapons to be quite linked was one of the main design goals of PoE 2, and having that different weapons feel different from one another when they can be quite melded into the same concept in PoE 1, where it's almost like it doesn't really matter if you're using one or the other necessarily. It's just a matter of what gives you the highest DPS.
So next question on the list, which we touched on just briefly here previously, about boss spawn rates. So you said that you've increased also the the rate that you're going to see monsters, or I should say bosses, be accessible. Does that include things like Audience for a King and their drop rates in like
that
Ritual,
is
for instance?
explicitly what I'm talking about. So that is the Twisted Domain. Is that what it's still called? The rate of which Olroth appears, the Audience with the King frequency, and Simulacrum frequency.
Big W then. Okay.
All right. We'll follow that question up with the current boss drops. There's going to be 100 uniques being added to the game.
Ooh,
Will some
good one.
end up being boss-specific ones? And are there any changes to what items the endgame bosses can drop currently?
So we're not adding new boss-specific drops to bosses that already existed, but there are some of those uniques are boss-specific for new content that we're adding. But the intention though with the uniques is not to be add a bunch of boss-specific stuff. Mostly, it's to add a bunch of stuff to the core drop pool, which is what needs, which is what needs it, I think. So that's most of them are core drop.
W change. Well, what's up, Matt?
So with the addition of
These guys
7
sure
new
don't
maps, I
remember a
believe is
lot.
what you
There
said
should
is
be
coming in
one.
as well. Has there
Actually,
been
that was-
any
it's crazy,
retuning or
Ben.
touching of the previous maps? And the follow-up to that would be,
You
are
see that?
there any plans to have something like a Horizon Orb, or potentially you could change one map into another? So if you see one that's like an Augury, you can change to a Vow Factory, or what have you.
So we haven't done that. There's been probably a few touch-up to maps, but I would say it hasn't been the major focus of 020. But I do think it's going to be a much more of a focus in 030, that we want to try and improve the mapping experience of just the core maps by quite a lot. Like that'll be more of a thing we do then.
We had a huge discussion about this the other day.
Yeah.
I think we did briefly talk about it in the QnA with Ziggy, but like effectively there are just some maps that are just like very mundane. There's not a lot going on, and so part of this was also at least adding all this new content like the Exiles and the Wisps and stuff will alleviate the level of things not going on in certain bad maps. We had a pretty massive discussion about how we could improve it. We just need to do it, and there's no way we were
Doing
going
good, Volo.
time,
Just chilling,
so,
watching this Q&A. What about you?
030, I guess, is our current objective.
You learned some pretty good
Alright.
new info.
Another Atlas question regarding maps. Sometimes they're broken. Like there are map nodes that are 100% out of reach. Is this addressed in point 2?
There's been we told the person who works on that to fix it. They said that there was improvements, so as far as I know, it should be fixed.
There are improvements to the full, like, I can't exit at all. Like, you're in this block and you're like, I literally
Yeah,
can't
sure,
escape.
Did you
this
DM me
moment.
something or what?
I don't think there's... I think there will still be just, like, very rarely random disconnected maps that you can't get to. Because that is technically less problematic than the people who are literally unable to play the end game because they're trapped. The other thing that we've done, a very recent, which I checked yesterday, was a pretty drastic improvement, is just there's like bits that are just improving the general connectivity between blocks. The concept of a block is probably not very observable to a player, but effectively you'd get these like kind of lines where it's like I can't map across this entire section. There's 0 connections. That's like kind of because it's a gap between what is we call blocks, and we've increased the connectivity between those like dramatically. There is one bug left, which I don't think we're going to fix in time, which is currently a node is only meant to have a total of 4 connection in and out connections. And I think once they get more than 4, one of them, they look like they have 5, but only one of them will just straight up not work. This is a bug. We are going to fix it. I just think it might go out with that bug. It's already on live, that problem, where sometimes you're like, I've completed this map and it connects to this one, but I can't get there. And that's because it has more than 4 total lines. We just need to fix that. So it's just that person has been excruciatingly busy. So if it's not there immediately, it'll be there shortly after.
Good to hear. A more sought after topic, it was regarding trade improvements, which was mentioned in the Destin interview. My question is just,
well, I don't have anything
sharing
extra
some
to
more
say about
details?
this.
That's it?
I don't have anything extra to say about this.
Okay.
All right, so then moving on to crafting here. So we're hoping you could walk us through the process of coming upon the solution as Recombinators to be the next addition you guys wanted into the game.
Well, effectively, we were looking for things that could increase the ability for there to be more interesting stuff you could do.
And give each league its own crafting
mechanism. And I mean, recombination is something that kind of like is sort of, well, I should say multiplicative with kind of other things that go on with mods, because it sort of allows you to do some interesting stuff there.
And utilizes ground items.
Utilizes ground items in a good way. Boxes as far as like what we need a crafting system to do. Today I'm actually going to be going, because we had that last minute change of how we wanted it to work, and so today I'm going to be going through the math of that pretty significantly. That's my plan for after this podcast. So we'll see how that one turns out after this. But effectively, recombination will change, I think, its role a little bit from POE 1, because it'll be more about getting the good set of like 3 to 4 2, 3, 4 kind of mods that you want on an item, and then going from there with the exalting the remaining. That's kind of the intended like place where it kind of ends up being most useful for you. It isn't going to be something that you are going to make a perfect 6 T1 item with, because like the percentage chance will just become infinitesimal to the point of like not being worth even trying. So really it's more about those like a smaller number of mods that you can definitely pick, and then like hoping to get do well with the remaining 2. So that's sort of the value. But ultimately it's that sort of stuff where we need our crafting systems to work well with ground items, and to fit into the to be multiplicative with other crafting that you can do, and having it be on a system that on a league that didn't have crafting as well was a big bonus too.
I mean, we have so many more other ideas and other things we do, and all of that with future leagues, future content, and expansions to the ones we already have. And it's just going to be a matter of we want to do, at least for now, give Expedition 1, because like the vendor thing is there, but it's not really like achieving. It's not really equivalent to the others where they have like, again, an external crafting system that interacts with like dropped items or something like that. So adding that means at least now they all have something, and then now it's either make them better or add new ones, which there's no shortage of ideas of things we want to actually do there. So
Fair enough. We have another question we got from the community as well, and that is regarding your stance and or plans for like resistance swaps, craftable option. Is that something you guys want to see in the future of the game?
Sorry, what was that word? I missed it.
Resistance.
Oh, resistance swap.
Swapping,
Well,
similar
it
to
is
like
meant-
Harvest in POE1.
It's meant to be the roles of runes. Like your runes are meant to be the thing that's doing that, as opposed to just changing the mods on explicit items like that. The context there, I don't know if you're aware, but there is a harvest craft in POE1 that allows you to change a cold to a lightning or a cold to a fire, etc. In the resistance thing.
Yeah, that really is
Yeah.
what runes are for.
Okay. Next question we have is actually starting to touch on Ascendancy specifically, and we have starting with the Amazon. And there's a node called Critical Strike, and it's referring to additional crit
Huge.
strike chance from 25% of excess chance to hit. The real question here is rather, is this going to be like a base crit strike chance or increased critical strike chance to the player?
I would assume that
We think it's base.
probably base, but honestly, I'd have to ask someone specifically about that. Yeah, like I don't know the actual answer, but it's probably base.
Getting more
W.
and more chance to, because the chance to accuracy has diminishing returns, so it gets harder and harder and harder to get higher values. So I should, in theory, be okay to be adding as base, because could get quite aggressive the fall off there. So
Okay.
I believe it works that way. But this is the exact kind of thing where someone might have been like, "Oh my god, this is unacceptable and imbalanced, and we have to change how it works to be some kind of final value or something." And if which the description will be updated and it will be
Just
made
ask if the
clear,
passive tree
but,
changing.
that might have happened literally as we've been doing this for all we know. So as far as we know, last it worked, it was adding just a base critical strike chance that then gets scaled with increases.
All right. The other node is also from Amazon, and that is Penetrate. This is referring to having attacks adding 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon's added base physical damage. Question here is simple. Is it going to be added as a local damage modifier that will then be scaled with the weapon's mods, or is it just an added flat number on top of the total damage?
I don't think it adds it to your weapon. I just don't think it would work that way. Because I don't even think the stat is phrased that way. I think it's more that like
I think it's the same as if you got added physical damage on like a ring.
Right.
That's fair.
I'm
All
pretty
right.
sure.
So one of the things I was most excited by when I saw the reveal was the Tame Beast. Kind of something I was not expecting to see when I saw it. And when I heard you guys talking about, you had to, in the Ziggy D interview, you had to change some of the affixes. It got me curious. Did you guys run into any scenario where some of the affixes you thought would be, absolutely busted, like invulnerability aura or etc.? What was some of the cases you ran
yes,
into?
100%. What other ones? There's definitely some that were, but I think
the temporal bubble
that
was
one in
another one.
particular was pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean we've had to do things where we had to reduce the uptime on some of them and like, change how frequently they use them. But on the other end, we've also taken the mods that would have been really bad at killing monsters and made them a lot better as well. So it should be a bit more uniform. But yeah, it's certainly a kind of. Well, on top of that, I mean, aside from being a difficult balance task, there's also like just making sure it's not annoying when you're like AK or looting. It's not like, doing things too. I mean, one problem you're gonna face, which I want to address, I just don't know how to do it imminently, is the fact that you might often see those things coming out. Like, for example, if your rare monster has periodic fire explosions mod, like you can't distinguish those from enemy ones, and you might all of a sudden be avoiding your beast's mods all the time. Now, a lot of people are probably just going to be like, oh my god, don't tame a beast with that mod. Fair enough. I do want to actually alleviate that and do like Asmerian versions of all those effects so that you can at least distinguish them apart. Put some wispy stuff or change the color of it a little bit. But for now, like, yeah, that's kind of a lot, and we didn't get time to do that. So that will happen, just as a forewarning. That being said, it obviously doesn't damage you. Well, actually, it did at one point. It won't. It won't damage you. We had that with specters as well, where there are some monsters like the ones in the Ziggurat, where they like create they send forward like a little sun orb, and it's like, oh yeah, that's just a normal projectile, right? And then the specters are using it, and all of a sudden it's killing you. And one of our audio guys found that the other day and was like, I'm getting killed by my own specters. I'm like, oh no. This is not the point in the pipeline we should be finding this out. So hopefully there's no more of those going on, but be careful.
You know, the funny because the reason why the audio team is because the audio team have to do a whole pass on every monster for the case where it's your minion, because otherwise you get really annoying audio that's like 5 minutes a monster, but when they're next to you all the time, it's like really irritating. So it's like that's actually one of the things we had to do to make Spectres work was do a redo of the entire audio pass for that. So it's kind of a funny one.
All right, one last question for Tame Beast for you then is so it's a spear scale. Obviously, it shows up on the spear scale screenshot you got there. Is it locked behind having the spear equipped? Is it?
No, it's not. So you can just use it on any class. It's just there because it's associated with the Huntress. You can use it as a
any class you can use that. Okay, that's big for minion players.
Moving over to Ritualist, we have a couple of quick questions here, and I'll start with the first one. The extra ring slots, we saw the answer to this regarding Calandra's touch ring, not being able to copy it, but how will the extra ring slot interact with Ingenuity?
Oh.
It just works with its nice new nerfed version.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
There was a list of unique rings that we had to do specific implementation for, like Thief's Torment and random stuff. I don't know what state these are all in, and the can't use other ring slots stat, I should say. I can't remember the exact decisions that were made on all, but ideally they should just be the most intuitive thing. It's just they all needed pretty specific handling.
All right, so then the other question I had is a common question people were having was on the screenshot where you were showing the Ritual Sacrifice where you got the mods from the monster. It was stated as you get one of them, but then in the video
you
actually
get all.
Okay. That's gone through a whole bunch of balance. I don't know if you get all. I think you get four if you stab them and something if you stab yourself. There's some I can't remember the numbers, but I want to see it again. It might change tomorrow. We do these live streams and it's not like we've stopped developing on the game. So you get little inaccuracies like that are just wrong, or that change in the last week or 2 weeks kind of thing. And it's not like we've written that thing literally 5 minutes before we did it.
Let's go. This man Ben's stupid, bro.
And so sometimes across that time you've recorded a thing and you don't want to have to re-record every single little thing, or you just miss a thing. And so you get little inaccuracies like that. But it is certainly not what it was represented as. So.
All right. We can move over to the Tactician. And the first one is regarding the focus fire notable, basically where you attack, your totem starts attacking. We've seen this as it exists in PoE 1. It's not been very popular in PoE 1, so I wanted to ask what the differences are from the PoE 1 versions to the new version in PoE 2, if any.
I don't think it is different. I don't think it is different, and I don't disagree with you that it might have even been adjusted since, because I also, I'll go check that out after this, because I also don't disagree that it is on my list of I don't think this is actually very good. So
okay,
it might have already
Why
been
put it in the
though.
Ascendancy class?
Fair enough.
What?
The second tactician question we have is regarding the supporting fire minion. Now, can you elaborate on how this minion will actually function, as it states that they will trail you, but they will be literally off screen? And will this have an impact on them being within presence?
I have to tell you a secret. The minion doesn't really exist. They're not actually following you. It's just that there's effectively a skill being done.
It's got a Johnny mechanic where it scales with minion modifiers.
Exactly, right? Damage is dealt as if it was being done by a minion. But yes, the minions don't really exist. They're not really following you.
So this breaks they are not within presence then, because they would have to exist within your vicinity.
Exactly. Well, they're off screen, right? They're
outside the borders of the map.
Exactly.
Artillery.
Yep.
All right.
No, we ruined the illusion.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so Smith of Katava, Temper Weapon. This one looks really interesting because based upon the way it works is depending on how much people are really going to use it. So we were kind of curious about how the Temper Weapon actually works, if there's more details. Is it a time period? It looks like he hits it 4 times and gets multiple attacks. So is it, do you want to give us more information about how Temper Weapon is going to work with that Ascendancy?
I can't remember all the exact numbers because they probably have been changed. But effectively, it is.
I believe it's a number of attacks, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was meant to fill a role similar to Meditate, where it's like you do certain things, and in this case, it's meant to be not like you should be able to hit a few times and then get to use it for quite some time. Like it shouldn't be just like a really annoying where it's like literally between every pack I got to be sitting there hitting my weapon and
Right.
but I believe some number of hits of the weapon gives you a much greater number of actual fire explosions going off. So without all the numbers in mind, I can't really explain exactly what that balance is because they would have changed since I last saw it anyway.
That works. There were some guesses on whether or not it was going to be duration or on hit. How many hits you
It's
get.
not. It's on hit though. It is on hit.
Okay, that answers that then.
All right.
Like it should be
Another
duration
note
on
from
hit
the
if it was
Smith of
dog.
Kitava is manifest weapon, personal favorite of mine with animate weapon from POE 1. Now the question would be, how will this ability work? Is it reserving spirit? Is it copying your weapon? Could you elaborate on this?
It copies your weapon. Whether or not it is using spirit,
I don't think it uses spirit.
I don't think so. No,
it doesn't.
But yeah, it's a copy of your weapon. I think each different weapon type has a skill. So if it's a mace, it'll occasionally do a slam, and if it's a staff, it'll occasionally, quarterstaff, it'll occasionally do. I don't remember what all the skills are, but the idea is that it doesn't just melee attack only. It has like an extra ability it uses on periodically.
If you're dual wielding, do you get both weapons?
I don't remember. I think no. You probably just get your main hand. It's probably
That'd be cool though.
I mean, it would be, but technically that is way more damage. Unless you're saying it's one minion that attacks with both, in which case that would be cool. I'd have to have a look. In fact, it could. Maybe it is doing that. I actually, I don't know. I don't know.
Interesting.
Last question. Sorry.
Often what happens there, just for context, we're involved in their like initial design. We have it at hands off. That level of detail we won't necessarily figure out. You hand it off to a designer will come back a few times asking intermittent questions about it, and then sometimes you don't see it again, and that's fine. You test it on live, or you play it on live. Like other people have seen it, you trust the process, it works. It's just that like it's hard to retain literally details about every single Ascendancy node and all of that when you have so much going on. So
Sure.
I have one question I have to bring up for my friend Pox here. Since everyone's referring to Smith of Kitava as the chieftain of PoE 2, are we getting RF soon?
Not you'll have to wait until the class that's most associated with is ready to come out. Unfortunately, so yeah, it won't be. It won't be the. Unfortunately, it won't be the next class either. Maybe the one a little bit further down the line.
I had to ask.
All right, so last question we have for Smith of Kitava is a pretty basic one. The Heat of the Forge skill looks kind of interesting, and there's some debate. Does it work on like every hit you're casting a skill, or is it basically energy gain, sort of like the cast on ignites, cast on shock?
I guess Mjolnir isn't out to talk about that right now. So, I mean, I believe it's energy build up, very similar to how the arrest will work as well.
Just say it works the same as Mjolnir.
Yeah, but I don't think that had been released.
Yes, I know.
So,
I'm just joking.
Well, Mjolnir will work the same way, but lightning. That I know. Pretty sure it is like energy build-up, but again, without knowing all the numbers, I can't exactly know the frequency in which things trigger and proc and whatnot. But it is like, yeah, look, it's going to be energy-based, similar to, and so will Mjolnir, I guess. So.
About it.
All right. We'll try to speed up a bit. We don't want to take you too much time like we did last time. So we'll move over straight to the Lich. Now, the first and big question I think most of us are having is regarding eternal life. Basically, when you read it, it more or less tells everybody you're going to be immortal. So could you elaborate on this will work?
Which one was that again? The name.
Your life. Life can't change if you have energy shield. So if you have like Zealot's Oath, you have a little bit of energy shield regen, you're not going to die. Mechanical stuff that you combine with modifiers such as Zelthos, Eternal Youth, or Demon Stitcher, Serious Disdain. The whole list goes in terms of how that would operate.
Was there about this? I mean, we acknowledged it was powerful. That's for damn sure. So many mechanics around this. I mean, the name is fitting, I guess. I agree. I can't remember. We had a massive discussion about this, and like, figured out that it was strong but maybe okay. Now whether or not we're right about that, we'll see. I don't know, again, without looking into this more and talking to people.
Okay,
I won't be able to
no
give
info.
exact answer, but
Nice.
We're not going to intentionally release something that makes you just actual god mode. So either people are now going to tell us about what we messed up, and we're going to go change something or counterbalance something, or maybe there's some misconceptions about how it works or something like that, which we probably need to clarify. They again might have already addressed something to do with this as well. I'd have to have a look. I have certainly, since the thing, not been entirely like up to date on what Ascendancy class changes have been happening, just because again there's too much other stuff going on. So
Okay.
Sure. Well,
you might be immortal, you might not be. As the summary of it, we'll see.
Good.
Hopefully, I would imagine you're not going to be fully immortal. I believe that it should be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not just going to add that without some level of.
Yeah, if there was a bit of a tip to the cap to it, I'm assuming, because they had like stitchers when you showed the showcase had stitchers he was wearing that series sustain. So I'm like, okay, it's a bit of a inside nod to it, I suppose. Okay, so a couple questions here related to the other sentences. Conduit, when it says you lose 5% of mana per second, we're assuming that's current mana, or is that actually 5% of maximum mana?
Sorry, which one was that? Sorry, I didn't.
Necromantic Conduit, where it says as a modifier where you're going to lose 5% of your mana per second is sort of the downside of that one there.
I mean, if it doesn't say maximum, it should be current.
Got it. And then,
but I won't ever. I again, we're getting into like the level of specific that I am not able to stay entirely up to date on or informed of nowadays. But I'm pretty sure it would be current if it doesn't say maximum. But again, I will not say that there isn't just a mistake in the description. But we do have several people check all of that, so it should be current if it doesn't say max.
Gotcha. Well, the last one we have for you on the Ascendancy here, it's about the jewel socket, which looks pretty cool. You get the extra jewel socket, you go in the Lich there. Can it be used with Adorn?
Ooh.
Not putting Adorn in the socket, but does it calculate?
Is it non-unique? I think it's non-unique jewels only, right?
Yeah, basic jewel. So it's the basic jewel that you put in there. Can the Adorn outside?
Oh, can you do? Oh, good question. I want to say yes. But I don't know why I want to say yes. I feel like I want to say yes because that's probably what you'd expect, but that might have been handled if it was in a case that was unacceptable. There's a good chance someone, they would have tested that and found out one way or the other and made it either work or not, but intuitively it should work. But again, it may have been handled already.
All right. We're going to move on to some minion questions. First, we have the Asmerian Wisps with how they operate with a new mechanic for the O2. And I was curious how the radius of these would be affecting enemies, as we have enemy or minion builds, we have a non-minion builds that applies to killing enemies fast enough. Will these Wisps actually have the time to affect the enemies before you reach them? Would that be an issue for minion builds and other builds like Dead Eyes and whatnot?
They do move pretty fast when you're in front of them. So and they don't get blocked by monsters or anything like that. And the radius is relatively high. So I don't think it should be much of an issue. So I guess I would say just if we're tweaking those parameters correctly.
We've done a few things when the wisps start to possess, when they get in range of their target, they make their target unable to die, so that you can't kill it just as it's possessing it. There's a few little things like that, but yeah, they are pretty generous with it. I'm not going to say it's impossible. There's always going to be some kind of killing edge of screen.
Most people say.
Well, hopefully not always, but there is always the possibility of that happening, and thus, yeah, you're going to be able to just obliterate things before it happens. But it's pretty difficult to do, honestly. At least you can't, unlike Torment Spirits, kill the spirit on accident to start with, so at least there's that. One step in the right direction. That being said, yeah, I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's obviously if you are extremely powerful and in an underleveled area, there's a good chance you're just going to.
Come on, ask if the tree is going to have new nodes or changes to it. That's literally all we need to know at this point.
Your screen. That being said, it should be that we've done enough to account for this. If we haven't, there is always more we can do to account for it. So we'll just have to see. But I'm pretty sure it's in a decent spot right now. Hopefully, it won't be a problem.
So we have a question that's sort of a follow-up from one of the previous updates. Minions got an AI improvement around body blocking, and we were wondering if there's going to be any further AI improvements to body blocking in 0.2.
I don't think we've got anything else in 02. I think that was. I think there wasn't anything else.
Yeah, not an 020.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that hasn't.
I know, like the raised specters have a thing where because we don't, if they get too far away, they like become like a spirit form and like travel over to you and then reappear as the monster and stuff like that, so they don't have to even die and respawn when you get too far away. But there is like an extreme case where that can still happen, but we do try and at least keep them from having to do that. That is also mostly because like most monsters, if you start to like speed up their movement speed, especially with the whole range of monsters, start to look ridiculously absurd. Whereas I guess with a skeleton, you get away with it a little bit more, so you can be a little bit flexible. But in terms of the generic minions, no, I don't think we've changed anything else there yet. We did the 2 changes, right? It was the
When was that door thing we did?
We did that.
When was that? Is that in?
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay, right.
And what was the other one? Main one we did the whole like if they get off screen, they immediately revive next to you.
So I don't think there's any other changes. If
Mm.
the thing was already done and
Yeah.
deployed, then yeah, there isn't anything else in 02 for that.
A quick question is regarding minions in the early game, mostly referring to first 20 levels or so. For minions to be able to perform and feel like you're playing a minion build, the minions need to stay alive, and an 8-second revive timer whilst they're dying as soon as something looks at them in the wrong way in the first couple of levels is kind of a question that's being brought up several times. So the question is survivability of your minions in the early couple of levels something you've looked at?
I don't know that I see it currently as too much of a problem. I was actually playtesting minions last night, and I mean, one thing I will say is that the Witch probably has one of the easiest times in the early levels compared to many of the other classes overall.
That's fair.
At least in my opinion. So I don't know that I'm looking hugely to buff anything there right now. Yeah, I don't know. I sort of think it's sort of in an alright place in that regard.
Yeah.
One.
There's certainly nothing on the radar.
That's
because
the
it is true
important
that the class
questions.
doesn't exactly feel underpowered.
Right.
The question is whether or not there's maybe like a couple of bosses here and there that are maybe too punitive, or a couple of monsters,
Right.
that are too punitive to minions.
Well, the one that I noticed as I was playing in the very early game was just the ground, the on-death ground poisons. Are pretty
The mushroom.
Yeah, the
things.
mushroom things are pretty ruthless against minions.
Yeah.
Just as a
Well,
thing.
that is a. We do need to address a lot of those,
Yeah.
because again, I mean, in an ideal world, you'd have, like not just stand in it.
Yeah.
But that's exactly the kind of case where we need to do something about that specific. And there'll be a few more of those trickled throughout, and a few like there'll be one specific boss with one specific skill that is just like unfair, and 100% we need to keep adjusting
I
all of
wonder how
those.
many more questions I got.
So the next one is sort of a report from the previous update, where it was a controller update for offering skills to make the targeting a little bit easier. Kind of the result of that was that offering skills are now auto-targeting like the lowest HP minion, kind of making offering skills a little brutal there sometimes. So we're kind of wondering, is there any update for this in 0.2, or is it on the radar for future updates?
It's pretty hard to solve from a like controller versus non-controller standpoint there, without adding in like all these extra layers of what I would consider to be hopefully unnecessary UI. But I think
wasn't there that support gem?
Yeah, we have the
Yeah.
sacrificial lamb support. That's new, right? Which you can put on a minion, and it will now always make that minion a priority target for anything that targets minions.
Oh, okay.
So you can chuck that on, like, summon a couple warriors.
Acting
chuck
like I'm
it
gonna
on
play
that, and
minions,
now
and we all
anytime
know I'm
you
not.
use an offering, they will be your priority target for
That works.
those skills,
I mean, that's a solution.
which pretty useful. It's pretty strong, honestly, with things like even DD and using sacrifice and all that. Like it 100% is like pretty strong right now. But yeah, it also, at the other hand, solves like honestly what I would express as a quality of life problem. So
No, for sure. Speaking of warriors, why are they gone? In the footage, they were gone from the occult skill gems.
You know, I noticed that last night. I was going to ask you about that.
well,
They're not in the T1 list anymore.
I don't. I suspect what's happened there is that there was that thing like way back where it was like the scepter should be the thing granting that, and there shouldn't be both the skill and the scepter because you get the weird things where you have you to support both, and you.
But I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, I agree. I
Yeah.
actually don't think that was on purpose. I suspect that was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, but I did notice it last night actually.
Oh,
Yes, you're right.
okay.
But that probably just needs fixing.
Fair enough. No, I saw it. I was like freaking out. I was like, they took them away. But we're gonna move on to the last part of the minion stuff, which is more pressing for the point 2 release, and that is specters. The first question we have is that I was unable to spot in the reveal footage whether or not we can basically unbind a specter from a bound specter. Do we then have to have
Not currently, but we are going to add a probably just like you chuck it in the disenchant window and it changes it back, kind of thing, something like that. That'll probably be coming like immediately after launch, just because we haven't had the time to quickly do it. But it'll be the same for Tame Beast as well, where you can turn both back into the original gem.
Perfect. Next question is that an image that we saw on Reddit about a week ago showed the Jamandra Act 2 boss being spectrable, which we can only assume was a bug as it was shown in the 0.1 client.
Is a bug, and I honestly, it is the greatest mystery to me. I had that happen on live where I like killed him, and then it came up with the Ray Spectre UI, and the skill's not even like out, and I'm like, how in the world? We genuinely cannot even comprehend how this is happening. And like, there's this level of reproducibility that is, but there's just nothing.
Well,
it doesn't make any
You
sense.
know the bug I ran last night, which I've had on live before as well, and I've like no one can do any explanation as how this is possible. But sometimes when I go back to Act 1 Town, I just get the POE 1 UI for all of the NPCs. Like the old conversation UI from POE 1, and no one has any explanation as to why this can occur. And it's just so random. I was like, why that? I've run into it like 3 times in all of the playtesting that I do. I've had it like happen like 3 times. I was like, what the hell, man? Like, how is this even possible? Like, sometimes it's just really, really like that. It's just incredibly bizarre.
Well, anyway, you're not going to be able to raise the boss as a spectre. I don't know why in the world that randomly UI is appearing. One day we're going to figure it out. There'll be something that happens, and we'll be like, oh my god, this explains this thing, and it'll be some number of years down the line. And I got no clue.
It's funny. Another question is gem scaling. Will higher levels bind spectre gem have scaled the minion's power and or spirit cost or something else? What are we looking at?
I don't think it scales the spirit costs, but unless they've done that recently, it definitely will scale the power, like 100%. I just don't exactly know how, but I suspect it's your traditional, like, the level of it kind of thing. So
it'll change the level of the monster.
Yeah.
And there's some special lookup table that relates to what level the monster is versus the spectre level is, and I don't know what dark magic was done to derive that, but effectively it scales the monster.
It happens with this. The exact same thing, by the way. So it'll work the same way as that.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And one last question with minions before we can move on, so people who don't like minions can settle down. What determines the spirit cost for a creature? There's some theories going around. I saw one being based at the experience multiplier, another one that seemed more accurate, which was based at the % life modifier, based on the data mine information, that is. But what determines the spirit cost for the specters?
It is
I thought it was just determined by designer for every case, isn't it?
No, it is sort of. Generally speaking, it is just some sort of multiplier, or there's some sort of math applied to how much loot or experience it would have given, which we call the effectiveness of a monster, and it is relative to that, which it's not information we hide, so it's not really relevant. It's not like a problem or anything. And then I know I think as it gets up, it kind of squishes it so that you don't get such extreme values. That being said, there are some cases in where we've taken the base monster, made a spectre variety of it, and adjusted those numbers slightly to either intentionally make it cheaper or intentionally make it more expensive based on other external factors.
Okay.
There's not a huge amount of manual work like that going on. Most of the time it is just straight up relative to the amount of XP or loot they drop. Which I know specters don't, I mean the base monster.
Fair enough.
All right, so we're on to the final section here. We have some rapid fire questions, just a few of these, and we're done, boys. So we're kind of on the last portion here. In the Q&A rapid fire section, the most common question that I got so far was a perfect jeweler orb drop rate. Are you guys satisfied with the drop rate of things like greater and perfect jeweler orbs, or did you want to have some adjustment done with these?
I think they are certainly a little bit too low. We're increasing them in kind of various ways, but there is at least one other change which I don't know if I've talked about, but right now in 020, if you use the one that 6 links it, you don't also have to already go 4 link to 5 link to 6 link. So it just bypasses all the steps at least. So at least now when you have the 6 link orb, you don't also need a 5 link orb, and I mean the 4 link orbs are relevant, but you at least don't need that one in between.
Okay.
So that will at least help in that axis, but yeah, I would say they're a tad rare, especially the 5 link. I think that should be a bit more accessible. I don't mind the 6
Well,
link.
the 5 link
being...
will become more accessible by virtue of 6 link.
That's
one.
true. By virtue of that, it will be,
Yeah.
economically speaking as well.
Mhm.
So yes, yeah, I mean, sure.
Okay.
All right, that answers that then.
Visual clarity, rares versus blue monsters, being able to spot them without needing to hover over them. Like maybe a hue around them or something. Is there any plans for this?
I'm personally not a fan of the for now glow thing that POE 1 has. The intention was to make it so the mods would make it visible enough. There might still be a few that need some
I have
adjustment.
something I want to try, which is like, you know, it's going to make it feel a bit more in-world, but I need to try it to know if it's the right answer. It won't be like a, you know, again, just a color shift to or a Fresnel. It ends up looking real tacky, honestly.
Mhm.
Rares were always meant to have one mod that is visual. Maybe it's not recognizable immediately, but something that at least can make you say, oh, there's a rare because it's some skill is going off or it has some visual. Whereas magics do not, which I agree is a problem. So yeah, we need to do something there. Me and an effects artist spoke about something, and we want to test something, and I'll see. But it'd be nice to be able to solve that in a way that doesn't like make it just feel like there's all these colors on your screen, and you know, you're actually again still caring about what the monster is more so than just like whether or not it's gold, yellow or blue kind of thing. So, but again, it did really look tacky. Like,
I have a particular hate for Fresnel glows in games. I like people use them because they make things really visually obvious, but yeah, they look lame.
Agreed. So this next question here is a follow-up from the previous Tavern Talk we did. It's about lockstepping. You guys said you were making a hybrid version of it, and so we're kind of curious of the status of that, and if you guys have any information to share about the.
Unfortunately, we haven't had time to.
Yeah,
to do
still
more on
we
that
just
one.
have we don't even have predictive right now, right?
Yeah. So no, it hasn't been done yet.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Next question is searching nodes in the passive skill tree. It's currently very hard to see what nodes apply to your search prompt in the passive skill tree. Will this see any improvements?
I 1,000,000% want to improve this. It's a matter of just finding time for the UI programmers to do so. It is pretty bad. Like, yeah, it's especially with the new size as well, with it just being a lot larger. It is pretty awful to try and search for very specific things. Yeah.
I do agree with that one.
The next question here.
I'll make it
sorry.
happen. I just hopefully it won't take too long, is all.
All right.
So another question that we've seen is about API improvements potentially. For instance, being able to the current NeverSync can't use this filter where you can't do like tiers 1, 2, and 3. You can't hide them individually. So improvements around that specifically, or additions to API in Gemro. Is there any update on that?
So you here's one like.
I suspect the rarity tier of the.
I don't know how to off what I missed. Not too much. They've been talking about minions for like 40 minutes.
Was that not done?
We got to the
That's the
end,
implication.
and they're
That is an
asking
addition. I was
some
actually not
stuff.
aware of that.
They're
Sometimes-
looking.
sometimes
Well,
we
they
just miss
want to
the
make
obvious.
changes as well. You can see nodes
well, that would be
better for
trivial to
searching the
add, though.
passive tree.
We could probably
they haven't
There
got
was
to it.
something we did that was also obvious.
Not
and
really
very
too much
beneficial.
else. They
Oh, no, it
haven't
was
talked anything
tier
about
of
the passive
skill
tree.
gems
If
or
there's, they
something,
haven't
I think
asked
we
any
were
questions
adding,
if
if not
there's been
already
more
at,
nodes
as
changed
well,
or
'cause that was
added
another thing you could
for
filter by skill
incoming
gem, but not
spear and
always.
The
stuff like that.
rarity tier should be fine
Yeah.
to add.
So
That should be 100% should be fine to add.
All right. Next question we have is localization improvements, as in different language support. It's been asked by multiple people. Is that something we're looking at for point 2 or forward or future? In the future.
I mean, certainly 0 to 0 isn't going to have any extra languages, I believe. I think there was a list of languages that we still were planning on adding, but it's not like in the immediate time
that's
horizon.
crazy, Ben.
Yeah, like there's nothing on 0 to 0.
All right.
Just kind of a random question, but currently how hardcore works, because there's no league, there's just the standard, is if you run hardcore SSF and you die, you become
Yeah.
softcore SSF, right? So I'm assuming that if you die in hardcore Dawn, you're going back to the base.
Actually, no. So we are actually going to make it so you go back to the non-hardcore Dawn of the Hunt League, and it's funny because the reason why originally that we made it so that hardcore of a league went back to standard instead of back to the lower version is that we actually had like people in standard, in the league were getting annoyed that people would die in hardcore and then be above them on the ladder. Because the people in hardcore were actually better players at the time. This is a long time ago. People in hardcore were better players than the people not in hardcore, and so we actually made that change because of people getting angry about that. But I think these days that won't be a problem anymore. So it's probably fine to just have that.
Even if it is, we could just delist them from the ladder.
Yeah,
for
we
some
could
amount of
probably
time.
delist
Okay, the audio cut out.
top of
We're
the
good?
of this ladder, and then now someone from hardcore came and went above.
Well,
me.
they're on the last question, so it should be done
So,
hopefully in like
yeah, that
5
was
to
the reason
minutes.
that was originally like that.
All right, and next question here, and I'll send it over to Gazi, is visual clarity specifically in regards to delirium affected maps. So sort of in the end game, you're basically going to be deliriousing most of your maps if you're juicing, and it can be a little monotone in color of the saturation. So
I mean, I'm iterating on this. Like, I literally multiplied the delirium fog intensity by 0.5 yesterday, just as like. Now I'm going to look at it again, and then maybe today I need to even lower it further or whatever. Like. 100%. It should be addressed, at least mitigated.
That's good, at
if
least.
not all the way addressed.
It's one of the things I
to
didn't really like about the game,
oh, excellent.
Awesome.
Thank you.
at least for delirium.
2 more rapid fire questions. First one being private leagues. Will we see the possibility of this during the early access stage of the game?
Should be an early access, but not in the near future. We just the web guys need to get time to sort it out. And once that's done, we'll get it in.
All right. Last question. I would like to circle back to the API question, and that is regarding being able to see your character on the website that we have at POE 1, but it also opens up the possibility for path of building imports.
Yeah, yep. So that is something that is being worked on. Same team. There's, we'll get there soon. I mean, even internally, it would be nice for us to be able to look at characters on the website because, we can just look at anyone's character as like admins, and that's just nice to be able to do. Just for, just for investigating things like why is this character OP and that kind of stuff. So yes, it'd be nice if we had that.
All right, well, that pretty much concludes it. I have one fun question for you on the way out the door, which is what do you predict the most commonly played class is going to be for the first week?
Well, obviously the Huntress, right? Like, obviously, there's going to be a billion people wanting to try that out. So, yeah, I mean, look, it'll probably be some ridiculous number, like 70% Huntresses or something. I don't know what the number will be, but something like that.
I mean, you would assume so, yes.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, after that,
yeah, after that
is that tougher to understand?
So Amazon or Ritualist then? What are you going with?
Oh, okay, right. You mean in terms of Ascendancy?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I reckon Ritualist for some reason. I just reckon. But maybe that's just because it appeals to me more. Like,
problem is, if I knew why one would be getting way more played than the other, then I would go and solve that.
Right.
And
But I mean, to me, it's like I immediately taking the slot.
I'll pick the other one. I'll pick the other one just because I can't both pick the same. So I'll pick Amazon.
Right.
And I'll do it just because of the name and the Diablo 2 association, and I'm just going to pray that everyone just wants to play Javazon.
In my last playtest for the Ritualist, I took the ring slot, and then I didn't have a ring in my inventory, So I just forgot about it, and then I was like 20 levels later. I was like, oh crap! I still haven't put a ring on my 3rd ring slot yet. It was like completely pointless. But yeah, hopefully the top 2 too
It's
many
not
players
only
do
just
that.
pointless because
Yeah.
the nodes.
Because there's a
before it,
downside. So I
You
was like
literally just
sacrificing
hindered
spirit.
your.
I forgot to add the ring. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see who's right come the launch. And thanks for all
Yeah,
the
yeah.
time and answering.
Okay, well, that's it for me today. Thanks for chilling, vibing out. Obviously, we did some decent theory crafting. We have at least a Huntress and Lich template there. And we'll be probably doing further stuff like that tomorrow. I might do like a video tomorrow, potentially. It's just, again, it kind of sucks. We got to wait till Wednesday, and it's only 2 days away until the actual release. Maybe I'll just wait till Wednesday until we get patch notes so we can go through. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we'll be live tomorrow. Probably theory crafting to get some final stuff done. But yeah, thanks everybody for chilling, hanging out, and I hope to see you guys back here tomorrow. Obviously, if you have any questions that you still need, maybe my help with some builds or something like that, feel free to ask in the community Discord. You can find that by doing !Discord. And that's the best way to also get in touch with me if you need to, outside of me streaming, obviously. But thanks everybody for chilling and vibing out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Peace out, Ben.